Fire and enemy forces were spreading throughout the castle. There seemed to be no greater horror, but the worst was yet to come. The army of soldiers were broken and had lost many of their fighters. The enemy forces of Hong Tun were persistently pushing through. The enemy is strong, but the soldiers have no intention of retreating. They have taken an oath that they will stand until their last breath. The barrier is open, which means that the enemy is approaching and is very close. The army is ready to fight back, even if they say goodbye to their lives. Streltsy prepared to attack, and on the order of the general shoot at the enemy. The soldiers are bewildered by the fact that the attacks with which they attack the enemy are useless. As they fight, the soldiers are horrified to realize that they cannot stand up to the enemy, and their strength is not enough to deal with these monsters. The general urges his men not to run away from the battlefield and to stand to the end, but even he cannot resist the evil. The soldiers march forward to meet the enemy and fall to the infernal forces of the enemy. The forces of evil are everywhere. Soldiers who have been captured by the enemy force under the influence of dark forces call out to join them. The warriors are terrified of what is happening around them. The army of the dark forces becomes even stronger and reincarnates as a fearsome, unbridled beast. The remaining soldiers recognize their defeat and no longer hope that they can defend the heavenly world and save themselves. When there was no more hope, something arrives from the heavens with incredible speed and power. It wasn't the end yet. With a lightning arrow, something flew from the heavens and instantly struck a large number of nemesis. The legendary spear, which people haven't seen in years, returns and gives hope for victory in this bloody battle. The soldiers can't believe their eyes. They were on the verge of perdition if it weren't for a miracle that came from heaven. With heavenly power and his beast, Yang Tian, who has the power of the gods, came to help them fight the dark forces. Yang Tian couldn't imagine what he would see on the battlefield. Hong Tian's forces had penetrated almost the entire area. With his sense of smell, the Arlan god beast warns him that someone is approaching them, and they need to be careful. Suddenly, Master Buddha appears in front of the god. Yang Tian is surprised by this appearance on the battlefield. The soldiers are jubilant that Master Buddha himself has come to their rescue and has not left them in trouble. Everyone rejoices and thinks that there is a chance for salvation. Yang Tian warily watches Master Buddha's appearance. He and his servant definitely suspect that there's something wrong here. Suddenly, Master Buddha became animated. He effectively flicks his hand and attacks the soldiers with incredible strength. Yang Tian definitely realized that it was not Master Buddha, but something like him who was hiding behind him. He immediately rushes to defend the soldiers. God Arlan realizes that the enemy is strong and he needs to show his full strength. He decides to open his third eye. The hero who is trying to protect the people from the dark forces lets all his strength to his decisive blow. Xiao Tian, watching the fight, jokingly tells his master to go easy on his opponent because he also wants to give him a jolt. Yang Tian warns the enemy, pretending to be Master Buddha, that he will not spare anyone who has entered the celestial territory. The enemy does nothing. The god force is determined. He strikes at the enemy. God's power gathered all its energy and pushed Master Buddha away with devastating speed. God realized that there is a demon hiding under Master Buddha's mask. He is sure that after his strike he will not be able to replicate his body again. Xiao Tian is frightened for his master and asks him to be more careful. Something alarms him, and he sees danger in him. Hong Tun's enemy strength is unbelievable. Xiao Tian was right. He and his master underestimated their enemy. Yang Tian is confused. He doesn't understand what went wrong. The strength leaves his body and evil consumes him. Xiao Tian intervenes in the fight and warns the demon that he will tear him apart if he doesn't let Yang Tian go. God Arlan pulls away from Xiao Tian and asks him to stay away. During the battle he realized what the enemy's mission is and asks Xiao Tian to complete the task. Xiao Tian can't believe that Yang Tian gave up so quickly. He knows that his master is not that cowardly. Xiao Tian wants to destroy the enemy himself. Perhaps only Xiao Tian can fight the enemy after all. He is also a demon. Xiao Tian takes the next step, for he has no other choice. Only Xiao Tian can defeat the enemy. Xiao Tian doesn't understand why he is enveloped by an unimaginable power and what is going on around him. Finally, Xiao Tian realized what had happened. The seal on his body had been broken, and he had completely released his power. Xiao Tian only released his strength as a blow of tremendous power descended upon him. The strike was lightning fast and sharp. No one would be able to resist such a force. Xiao Tian fell into the abyss, not even realizing what now awaited him there on the other side. Yantan spent his last strength to make sure Xiaotian survived and made it to the human world. Perhaps he would find the man who would change the fate of the three worlds. The man falls into the water, and without doing anything thinks about whether this is how his life will end. Falling deeper and deeper into the blue abyss, he thinks that this is also good. The hero remembers his sweet girl, how they went somewhere with her by car. During the trip, the hero and his mom drive the car off a cliff, and his girlfriend dies. Then he has no meaning to his life either. Suddenly the girl pulls the guy out of the pool. He is puzzled that she is a strong girl. The guy laughs and pretends that he was faking. Supposedly, he is drowning at a depth of 1.5 meters. The girl is furious, very angry at the guy for his inappropriate jokes. The people around him and the teacher are worried, wondering if Bai Ming is all right. Bai Ming is asked to go to the medical room, and behind the eyes they gossip about why he even goes to the pool. Everyone talks behind Bai Ming's back about how he's handicapped and doesn't belong at their school. The coach swears at the students. She reprimands them for pushing Bai Ming into the water. The coach is a master of free wrestling and defends Bai Ming. After all, they have been friends since childhood. All the school kids make fun of Bai Ming for being so helpless. Bai Ming can't take these ridicule of him at school anymore. Bai Ming has long ago realized that no one cares how he feels. Everyone just laughs at him. As a child, his peers bullied and teased him, knowing that he had no daddy, and no one would stand up for him. After the accident, not even his uncle came to see Bai Ming, only sending him the money that was left over from his mother's insurance. Bai Ming is left alone, but he does not feel his defeat. He will go on. On the sports court, the boys are playing basketball energetically and cheerfully. Bai Ming walks through the park strolling, leaving behind him oblique glances. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a basketball collided near Bai Ming's foot. Bai Ming was surprised, and it was as if a memory from the past had come to him. The guys who were playing basketball nearby dropped the ball and asked Bai Ming to throw it back to them. Bai Ming, because of the clumsiness of his new arm, has a hard time grabbing the ball with his hands. But the newly inserted hand does not listen to him, and Bai Ming drops the ball. Still, Bai Ming has not yet recovered from the accident and cannot get used to his new hand. The ball falls. Bai Ming has a fit of rage and hopelessness at the same time. He can't believe he can't handle the ball. Suddenly, Bai Ming heard from behind him that he, the captain of the basketball team, and can't even grab the ball. Lin Kei stood in front of Bai Ming and grinned at him. After all, he is no longer the captain, but the former captain. Lin Kei doesn't stop belittling the former athlete and wants to break him by calling him a clown even more. Bai Ming starts to get nervous and asks Lin Kei to stop speaking for him. Life after the accident was tragic, and Bai Ling didn't think he could win the sympathy of his classmates with this. Lin Kei has no intention of stopping and continues to tell him that he was a bad captain of his team. Bai Ming was greatly suppressed by these words from his classmate and did not reply anything. Still, Bai Ming realizes that there's no way to feel good about himself from the hypocrite, and his honesty is even convenient for him. Classes at school were over. Evening came, and with it came rain and thunderstorms. Bai Ming stood in front of the exit of the schoolyard without an umbrella. His soul was empty. Bai Ming was walking in the rain, and suddenly, someone shouted to him that they had been waiting for him for a long time. In front of Bai Ming stood a satisfied and charming Su Yue. The girl was waiting for him to go home together. Bai Ming grumbles at the girl. He doesn't want her to protect him at school. Bai Ming doesn't want to drag the girl into this. The guy is used to the hypocrisy of his classmates, but he doesn't want Su Yue to get involved because of him. The girl, out of anger and stubbornness, Bai Ming hits him in the back with his fist. The guy is puzzled. He resents her hitting a person with a disability. Su Yue wants Bai Ming to take care of himself instead of worrying about her feelings, because he is really weak now. As a kid, Bai Ming was a brave guy and always protected Su Yue from all sorts of trouble, even if the abusers were older. Now Su Yue wants to protect Bai Ming because now is the time not to leave him alone. Su Yue runs after Bai Ming and wants him to carry the umbrella over them, but he's sure Su Yue can handle the umbrella herself. Still, the girl gets Bai Ming to carry the umbrella, and they walk home under the same umbrella. While walking down the street, Bai Ming is caught on the shoulder of the arm where the prosthesis is located. The man in bewilderment shouts to the whole street that Bai Ming has broken his arm. The brother next to the man is also unhappy about this. The man attacks Bai Ming with threats and wants to know how he's going to compensate him. Su Yue intervenes in the misunderstanding, but the men threaten them with a knife. Bai Ming finds himself in an awkward situation, for he is not alone, but he can't do anything himself right now. The tense situation on the street during a thunderstorm is aggravated, but it is necessary how to get out of the situation. Bai Ming tells the hooligans that he has no money with him, but they do not believe him. The people threatening them don't understand how a guy who is in the company of a beautiful girl has no money. Bai Ming still tries to convince the men with a knife to let them go, because there really is no money. The guys agree to let them go, but for Bai Ming and the girl walking through their territory, they ask him to take off his pants and shirt. Su Yuer is furious and can't wait to get rid of these insolent hooligans. Bai Ming doesn't want Su Yuer to interfere because he has to protect her, especially since they have a knife. Bai Ming agrees to this humiliation and takes off his shirt and pants to protect Su Yuer. The guys see that Bai Ming is disabled and start teasing him that he looks like an Iron Man. Bai Ming wants to leave since he has accomplished what was required, but they won't let them go. They think he tricked them. The guys think that his prosthetic arm looks very expensive, and apparently they are up to something. Bai Ming is shocked at what these people want to do, since they have already humiliated him. The bullies decide that there's no point in Bai Ming wearing such expensive prosthetics and forcefully rip his arm off. The guys laugh at him and think that even if he wears prosthetics, he still won't look like a normal person. One of the bullies who was standing near the girl suddenly gets punched in the face. The blow for the guy surprisingly came very hard from the girl. The guy from the girl's blow did not hold back and collapsed right into the wall of the building. Su Yuer was persistent and determined. She would not dare to ridicule and humiliate her friend. A fight between the heroes and the bullies begins, and Bai Ming is also punched in the face. Bai Ming lies on the ground with a broken face, hearing from his bully that he has no meaning in life with such a body. Bai Ming is brutally grabbed by the hair with the intent to strike next. Bai Ming endures this abuse and humiliation and yells at Su Yuer to ignore him and run away. Su Yuer can't leave her friend in trouble. She doesn't understand how she can just run away. The guy threatens Bai Ming with a knife and sees that the girl is partial to him. The girl doesn't want her friend to take her life and agrees to anything, but just so long as he isn't touched. The guy that Su Yuer hit earlier wakes up and grabs her arm. He is very angry because he was hurt. The bully with the knife menacingly presses Su Yuer against the wall and pushes her with a smirk on his face. He too pushes her against the wall and threatens her with the knife. The girl can't move. The bully starts hitting on the girl, and he wonders how she will now pay him for her misbehavior with him. Bai Ming is shocked and furious and starts screaming to not be touched because she didn't leave because of him. At the same hour, Bai Ming is thrown face down and told to keep quiet. The abuser tells him that he's trash and won't be able to save the girl. No matter how much Bai Ming gets beaten, he will endure it all and get over it, but he wouldn't dare let Su Yuer get hurt. Bai Ming abruptly stands up and punches his abuser right in the face. He will not let his friend be offended. Bai Ming immediately runs to the bully who is holding the girl and punches him as well. He is determined because he can't dare to humiliate her, the one who protected him. Bai Ming fights off the hooligans, but something goes wrong and he finds a knife sticking out of his side. Bai Ming realizes that this is probably the end, but he has no regrets since he swore to protect her. Su Yuer started to cry for help in horror, but Bai Ming's eyes slowly closed and his strength left him. Su Yuer is desperate. She didn't want such an end for Bai Ming, but she tries to bring him to his senses. Bai Ming starts to remember the accident and his mom. He remembers that she wished for him to be strong. After all, he will be living alone. Bai Ming remembers that he didn't want to let her go. He reached out to her and shouted that he wanted to live with her, not alone. His mom felt sorry that she was forcing him to carry such a burden on her. Bai Ming is desperate that he can't do anything. The mom asks her son to live and find his happiness. The boy's mother wants him to promise her that he will live despite the loss and pain. On the operating table, Bai Ming heard in the distance the voices of doctors. Those were alarmed because of the injuries and decide to immediately take away the boy's arm and leg. When Bai Ming woke up, there was a worried Su Yuer in the room. She always supported her friend. After the injuries after the accident, Ming started to get back on his feet after all, because he couldn't give up. Bai Ming had a hard time practicing from the pain, physically and mentally, but he did not give up. Something from under the heavens swirls into the human world. Su Yuer is in ignorance and doesn't realize what the flash is falling straight at them with an incredible force that blinded her. The girl is horrified at what is happening around her and cautiously calls out to her friend. Ming is enveloped by this marvelous light that came from nowhere. Some kind of force is absorbing it. Ming stands up, enveloped by an extraordinary power that came from another world. The bullies are wary of him. Suddenly, an outline of inconceivable energy appears around him. Everyone around him is unaware of what is happening. Ming's wounds heal, and his right arm takes on a new shape. The people around him don't understand what the guy is turning into. To everyone's eyes, he has transformed. Ming code, as if he had been reborn into something with immense strength, and now he was unstoppable. The huge head of a bloodthirsty, fanged, wolf-like demon stood over the guy and devoured him. The bully, who had torn off Ming's prosthetic arm, couldn't come to his senses in incomprehension from the visionary. Suddenly, the guy cried out in pain from the pain in his arm and grabbed his arm in terror. The power Ming had gotten from the demon had taken away the bully's arm in return for what he had done earlier with Ming's prosthetic. The guy fled in terror, screaming for help and not looking back. Ming's gaze fell on the second offender, who was standing off to the side, but like everyone else mocking him. Ming threw himself without regret at him. It seemed like all of his senses had shut down in an instant. Ming was wrapped in incredible strength, anger, and recklessness. In this state, he could do anything. The last bully who wanted to hurt Su Yue doesn't realize who is in front of him right now. But he too has secrets. In a flash, the remaining bully reincarnates and reveals himself as a demon. But he realizes that Ming is no match for him. The demon who attacked his friends tries to justify himself. He apologizes for scaring the girl. The demon realizes that he is facing someone powerful. Ming nonchalantly approaches the offender in 1 second. The demon is terrified, trying to put up a block and somehow defend himself. The demon, covered in horrified sweat, thinks that he missed and didn't get hit after all. The huge head of the beast envelops the demon's offense in its jaws and swallows it up in that very second. Ming tries to resist this huge force that swallowed him. Su Yue looks on in horror and doesn't recognize Ming. Is it because of the force that he doesn't recognize his friend? He looks at her with a predatory gaze, as if she is his enemy. Ming approaches Su Yue closer and closer, and his gaze is very cold. Ming comes very close. Su Yue doesn't realize what's going on, what he wants, or if it's not him anymore. Su Yue is almost crying, trying to figure out what is going on. She is scared and doesn't understand why Ming is acting so strange. There was no speech coming from Ming, just a cold-blooded and unaware look that wasn't there before. Su Yue is startled, and in fear not recognizing her friend, she doesn't understand how this could have happened. It was as if the code was something else, but Ming stood in his guise. Something horrible had consumed his body and was impersonating him. Su Yue's ringing and alarmed scream sounded. The scream was so loud that it was heard for several blocks. Ming recalls how in the past he went to the temple before his birthday with his mom. Mom was praying, and Ming was bewildered and chattering the whole time. His mother asked him not to be distracted. As a child, Ming was weak and often sick, so his mother asked the Buddha for her son's recovery. So Ming grew big and healthy. Ming was grateful to his mother for the care and nurturing she gave him. He too asked the Buddha to care for and protect her always. After the temple, his mother took Ming to a big banquet, but after failing to drive on a bridge they get into an accident. When Ming was talking to himself and didn't understand why it happened, something spoke to him. He couldn't understand who was talking to him. In the same instant, the huge head of a fanged beast appeared in front of him, shrouded in tremendous power. Ming puzzled. He didn't realize who was talking to him. He was trying to find out the name of the beast. The beast, shrouded in fire and power, convinces Ming that he doesn't need to know his, for he will soon be its food. The beast approaches Ming and tries to devour him to become his food. Ming is horrified and turns away, asking not to be touched. Terrified and screaming, Ming wakes up and doesn't realize where he is. He looks around and sees that he's in a hospital. He can't come away from his dream. He is racked by some strange familiar feelings. He doesn't realize what it was at all. Was he imagining things or was someone really talking to him? Still, Ming decided that whatever he had imagined was a dream. After what he had experienced, anything could be a dream. But if he has never seen such a monster before, Ming is still puzzled. Ming sits on his bed and does not even suspect that everything he thinks was a dream, not a dream. And then a huge white wolf-like beast starts yelling at him. He doesn't realize what Ming has done to him. Ming thinks for a second that it's still a dream and he's imagining it, but alas, it's real. Ming sees a huge fanged beast in front of him and gets scared, hides under the blanket and thinks it's a ghost. But the beast asks Ming again in a menacing voice, but he is at a loss to understand what is wanted of him. The beast's huge paw steps right beside Ming's bed. He, watching it, thinks it's impossible. The enraged beast is furious. His body disappeared and attached to Bai Ming. He is sure that the guy has something to do with it. The beast threatens Bai Ming and promises him that if he doesn't tell him the truth, he will kill him. Bai Ming is shocked. He doesn't know anything and only remembers the beast eating him. Ming doesn't understand what the wolf is talking about. The beast is very angry at Ming, but he really doesn't seem to know anything. The beast with heavenly power is puzzled that an ordinary man could do such a thing to him. The wolf-like beast threatens Ming that he will pay for what he did, but he can't be in the human world. He needs to go to heaven. The wolf with the power of heaven tells Ming that he could give him everything he has in the human world. Ming stares at the beast in bewilderment as he advises him to strengthen his will to become stronger. The beast with superpowers jumps out the hospital window, taunting Ming that he has a ridiculous face. Suddenly, some other power appears around the beast. He doesn't realize what other surprises the world has in store for him. A golden collar appears around the beast's neck and shackles it. The beast doesn't realize what it is. The chain pulls the wolf by the collar with tremendous force. The wolf, turning to the hospital, realizes that the chain is taking it back to Ming's chamber. The beast's return happens with such force that he himself didn't realize how it was possible. The wolf, howling, rapidly flies straight into the hospital room. The beast is furious. How such a powerful and strong wolf could be dragged back like that. A golden chain binds the beast and Bai Ming. The name of this skill is Spirit Seal. The beast is once again puzzled as to who the man in front of him is and how he got such power. The beast is furious and doesn't understand how an ordinary person can have a power that even a god can bind. Ming doesn't understand what's going on at all and where he got his god power from. Recent memories came rushing at Ming, giving him a headache and a sudden attack of nausea. Ming remembered Yuer, remembered her look of horror staring at him. Bai Ming remembered hitting the wall beside Yuer and her screaming in horror and begging to come to her senses. Bai Ming remembered everything and thinks he ate Yuer. He is horrified at what he did. Bai Ming, in despair, starts to just sob. After all, he didn't mean for this to happen. The shackled beast asks Bai Ming that he means the girl who was there with him. The wolf, with a smirk on his muzzle, happily says that the girl was very tasty. Bai Ming is shocked that it's all true. He didn't control himself at that moment, but after all, he had to protect her. The beast's first time in the human world, probably with the loss of his physical body, he felt very hungry, but it was nothing to him. Bai Ming sat on the bed without moving, gloomier than a cloud, and at this moment, he definitely wanted to think that it was all just a dream. Suddenly, Ming starts laughing hysterically, unable to stop. The beast looks at the man in surprise and thinks that he has lost his mind. Bai Ming abruptly gets out of bed and starts yelling at God because he took away all the important people. Ming doesn't understand how he can live alone. Bai Ming thinks he is nothing. After what he did, no one will even mourn him if he is gone. Bai Ming doesn't even realize what kind of beast is standing in front of him. The beast is furious that people don't know about his origin. The beast tells him that he is the demon who devoured the sun and moon, and that even the gods fear him. Ming realizes that this demon is dangerous to the human world, and he definitely has to do something about it. The demon Xiao Tian boasts that he is very dangerous, even more so than Ming realizes. Ming calmly listened to him and went straight to the window, gradually climbing on it. Bai Ming is standing on the window at full height. He has nothing to hold him in this world, but the demon does not understand his actions. Ming turned towards the fanged beast and realized why he was afraid for him. Demon Xiao Tian had said that this chain binding them was called the Soul Castle. Ming realized that they were bound by this chain. The beast starts yelling in rage that if he doesn't stop, it will eat him. Ming realized long ago that if the demon wanted to eat him, he would have done it long ago. Angry demon realizes that Ming has realized that if he dies, his spirit will die too. The demon is furious that some human is challenging him. Ming realizes that maybe the demon is not so great now, for now he is just stuck in his useless body. Ming is devastated. Living on makes no sense to him, for he is all alone. If Ming dies, the monster associated with him will also die, which means he will at least do something useful for this world. The formidable demon suddenly became kinder and urged Ming not to jump from the window, saying that he was joking and that he was not a demon, but a heavenly guardian. Ming realized that the beast was very nervous since he started to discourage him from jumping down. Bai Ming is determined. He jumps down from the window and Demon did not manage to grab him. Demon is very angry, because he can't let this happen. Then his life will be cut short too. Strangely enough, Ming was not sad when he jumped off the window, but he was relieved. Fei Ming flew down and apologized to Yor. After all, he was the one who had taken her life. Demon Xiao Qian can't just let it go after all. He just came into this world. The beast leaps after Bei Ming, unleashing his power. He can't let Ming die. A strange thread wraps around Bei Ming's legs and prevents him from snapping down. Fei Ming is perplexed. He thought his end was near, but suddenly something is holding him up. A spider web enveloped his leg, and with great force, dragged him back to the hospital room. Bei Ming was terrified because, just now, he had already said goodbye to his life, and in that very second, something pulled him back out. Bei Ming looked up in the ward and couldn't believe his eyes. He was shocked. Right in front of him stood a lushly busty beauty in a hospital gown with the power of those very threads. Ming is sitting in his room. He doesn't understand what's going on. The beast seems to have taken a liking to his savior. Bei Ming is confused by the touch of the nurse who saved him. The charming nurse draws attention to herself with her appearance and asks him not to think idly. The girl dressed as a nurse thinks it will be a waste if he dies so easily. Bei Ming doesn't understand what's going on. The stranger speaks in his ear about some kind of punishment. Demon Xiao Qian suspects that something is wrong here. There is a strange aura coming from this girl. Events take a new turn, and the cute nurse turns into a monster that wants to devour Bei Ming. Bei Ming runs away from her in fear. He doesn't understand where all these monsters come from. The beast tells Ming to use the scissors to attack the monster. Ming doesn't understand what the beast is telling him at first, but then he realized what he meant. Bei Ming remembers a technique called scissors. He does a leg grab of its neck. Bei Ming realized that it was a bad move, as the monster started attacking with its tentacles. The demon meant to just stab the monster with the scissors, and Ming did a leg scissor block. The hold failed. Ming starts to get angry at the wolf for not being clear. Meanwhile, the nurse monster grabs him by the leg. The monster asks Bei Ming not to worry or be afraid of him, as she promises to eat him gently. The nurse monster gets on top of him. She wants to dispose of him quickly. Ming is being strangled by the monster. He doesn't know what to do in this situation, and doesn't understand what she wants from him. Ming asks the monster to get off of him, and Demon watching them thinks Ming is hitting on the monster. Ming doesn't want to be eaten here anymore, even though not long ago he wanted to say goodbye to his life. Demon Xiao Qian can't just look at it like that. He wants to help the guy. Suddenly, the beast began shouting for the monster to let Ming go. The monster nurse turned her attention to the beast. Demon Xiao Qian started to act. He is furious that some small monster dared to touch his prey. The monster recognizes the beast as the famous Xiao Qian. The nurse thought that Xiao Qian would just sit like this and silently watch it devour the guy. The demon, Xiao Qian, realizes that the monster knew Xiao Qian was in the room with them from the beginning, but attacked the boy anyway. The monster laughs at Xiao Qian and mocks him for not being a great demon for a long time. The monster nurse laughs at Xiao Qian. She doesn't think he is great after all. He was serving God. The demon is furious. He doesn't even want to hear insults from such a lowly monster. The beast is furious. This petty monster seems to be provoking him on purpose. The fanged beast throws all its might at the monster to make it regret its words. Demon Xiao Qian simply passes through the monster and does not engage it in any way. The beast is puzzled. It doesn't understand why it couldn't hit her after all. It jumped straight at her. The wolf realizes that the attacks are not working, most likely because of Bei Ming. Bei Ming lies helpless. He can't defeat the monster, and the demon can't attack the enemy. The monster laughs, for she had prepared well before the demon appeared. The monster nurse, before taking them by surprise, overheard their entire conversation and realized how to attack them. The monster realized that Xiao Qian and Ming are connected, and the demon's power is absorbed by the boy, causing Xiao Qian to even become the size of a dog. The nurse starts laughing as she realizes that Xiao Qian himself didn't realize this. Xiao Qian didn't expect his name to be ruined by this useless person and this cheeky monster. Bei Ming woke up and saw the same monster on himself, and he can't move it. Bei Ming is terrified. He would rather die than lie under the monster in such agony. He asks the monster to leave him alone. At some point, someone threw an apple at the monster. She is furious and looks with her eyes at whoever is preventing her from eating. Yor appeared in the ward. She doesn't understand why Bei Ming wants to leave this world again. Bei Ming is very happy to see Yor here. After all, he thought she died by his hand. Ming is very angry with the beast, for he lied to him about the girl. Yuer is angry at what she saw and doesn't understand what is going on the floor of the ward. Yuer didn't expect one of the nurses to come seduce Ming right in the hospital, but she doesn't even realize what's going on here. The monster realizes that the girl who just arrived is very dear to the boy. The monster immediately switches to Yuer. Now it wants to eat her first. Yuer is shocked by what she sees. She doesn't understand why the nurse will attack her. Demon Xiaotian, watching everyone, realizes that his demonic power is almost absorbed by this boy. The monster can't wait to eat its main prey, Ba Ming. The nurse attacks Yuer, thinking that she'll be done with her quickly since she's just a girl. Yuer is shocked. She doesn't understand what's going on and what it wants from her. Unexpectedly for the monster, Yuer is not just a girl, but a girl who can stand up for herself. Yuer delivers a strong kick to the nurse that she flies into the wall. Yuer's angry face says she won't stop. The monster nurse didn't expect this from the girl and says that the girl misunderstood her. The monster didn't think this little girl would have so much power. The nurse starts to reincarnate into her real form and threatens Yuer that she will definitely have bad luck today. Yuer doesn't know what she should do next. She didn't think the rabid nurse would turn out to be a monster. The monster attacks Yuer, but she doesn't know how to fight such a bloodthirsty monster. The monster warns that now this damsel will regret hitting her right in the face. Bai Ming is worried about Yuer. He asks that she run away from here, but even if she could, it's not that easy to run away from such a monster. The monster nurse is about to eat Yuer, but she's powerless before her monstrous strength. Bai Ming screams for the monster to let Yuer go. Once again, he can't lose her. Ming, in a rage, tries to stab the monster with the scissors, but he fails. Monster doesn't want to put up with the antics of these humans anymore, and she aims seriously. The monster wants Bai Ming to shut up, and out of rage, she stabs him through and through with her power. Bai Ming, pierced through and through by the monster's tentacles, is on the verge of death again. Yuer is in tears and despair that he can't help his friend again. Once again, the situation repeats itself. Ming doesn't realize where he is. There is an ominous darkness around him. Drenched in fear and pain, he thinks he is in hell. Ming doesn't understand why he is alive, as he is pierced through by an unimaginable force. Ming sees a fanged beast behind him. The beast shames Ming for not wanting to fight for his life and not caring why he does. The world the guy is in is the demon's mind. Demon is confused as to why this guy has the power to control and communicate with him. The wolf is bound to the man, and it's irreversible. From now on, they share a life, but Ming doesn't understand why the wolf is bound to such a useless human. Bai Ming has absorbed a lot of demon power, but he can't use it because he doesn't have the key. Xiao Qian can help the man survive. His power is great. Bai Ming realizes that there will be little good from the demon, for demons devour creatures in the human world. Ming doesn't want to put the world in danger. Xiao Qian becomes nervous and angry at the guy. He's not used to someone rejecting his offers. Xiao Qian threatens Ming with his power. Bai Ming realizes that the demon is bluffing. He wouldn't ask him to join him for nothing. Ming realizes that Xiao Qian can offer him more and waits for more offers from him. In order to survive, Xiao Qian must promise Ming strength for a while. The fanged beast agrees to give Ming the strength, and the guy is very surprised. Demon Xiao Qian asks him to do the ritual to transfer the power faster, because he might die. The monster nurse tries to take Yuer's life, but what happens? The monster doesn't understand where the huge demonic power is coming from. Bai Ming asks the monster not to touch Yuer, and pushes her away with monstrous force. Yuer falls right on top of Ming. He is too changed and he has power now. Ming is in surprise at what happened to him, and his feeling is completely different. The guy lightly pushes the monster with one hand, but the blow is too powerful. Ming feels that he has a lot of strength now, and asks Yuer to leave this monster on him, despite being injured. Ming doesn't feel weak now, and pulls the tentacles from the monster out of his body. Yuer starts to get angry at the guy because without that thing inside, he might lose too much blood. Yuer panics, because she's the kind of person who cares about others. But men don't always like girls like that. Yuer is very afraid of losing Ming. She doesn't realize what she will do if he leaves her. Ming tries to calm Yuer down. He wants her to stop worrying about him. Still, Ming, from Yuer's worries, began to wonder if he was too much of a fool to pull out his tentacles. Demon Xiao Qian had blocked the blood flow from Ming's wound with his strength, and his internal organs would heal after a while. Bai Ming was surprised at how quickly his body wound healed, as if there was no bleeding at all. Ming's reaction, strength, and other attributes improved. Demon Xiao Qian hints that if he obeys him, he can give more strength. Bai Ming realizes that he has complete control over the demon and pretended not to hear the beast's provocation. Xiao Qian threatens the man that when he regains his strength and breaks that chain, he will kill the guy. Suddenly, Ming fights back with his new arm from the rocks, flying straight at him. The monster didn't expect Xiao Qian to lend her strength to the guy, yet she still wants to eat him. The demoness reincarnates into a horrible monster again and wants to devour Bei Ming. Ming fights back again from the sinister monster very sharply and with incredible strength. Ming takes the tentacle from the monster that he pulled out of himself and attacks her. Bai Ming throws back the monster with a force that he himself could not have imagined before. From such a strong blow, Ming punched a huge hole in its chamber. Bai Ming himself did not expect that this new arm that came along with the force would be so powerful. Bai Ming became excited because of the supernatural power he had and wants to teach all his abusers a lesson. Suddenly, Bai Ming encounters something that holds him back drastically. In the hole that was formed by Ming's blow, a strange and strong web has appeared. The web is so sharp that even the rocks that Ming launched fell apart into pieces. Ming became so strong for the first time in his life that he even became overexcited, and because of that, he didn't notice the web trap. Monster appears in front of Ming again. She asks the guy to just accept defeat because her new web has become even sharper. Bai Ming is convinced that he is a different person now, and he and his new power are unstoppable. The monster thinks Ming is being too arrogant because the power isn't even his, but Lord Xiao Tian lent it to him. Ming doesn't listen to the stupid monster and tears the whole web with one hand. In the hospital, due to a lot of noise in the neighboring wards, start to get nervous and call security. Some go to check what's going on there themselves. The monster nurse is afraid of being seen and finding out who she is. Then she won't be able to hide among people anymore. Ming sets the monster up to attack him so he can deal with her soon. The monster reincarnates back into a nurse. But there are many demons in this world who have their eyes on Ming after unleashing his power. The fleeing monster warns Ming that this isn't her last encounter, and she will definitely defeat him next time. Ming hopes that the nurse lied about the demons, but Xiao Qian knows that demons have really been living here for a long time now. While Xiao Qian and Ming discuss the threat of demons, Yor explains himself to the hospital staff. Demon Xiao Tian assures the guy that if there are demons in this world, they are no match for his power. The wolf is frightened by the atmosphere of the human world because everything here is alien to him. Xiao Tian feels out of place in the human world. He wouldn't have come to this world if he didn't have a reason to. Bai Ming wondered why Xiao Tian thought he was a bloodthirsty beast and why he lied about Yuer. Demon Xiao Tian is ashamed to tell such things. Why stir up what has already happened? Xiao Tian recalled the day he first entered the guy's body. The demon, having subjugated Ming and not possessing his hunger, wanted to devour the defenseless Yuer. Yuer started screaming from helplessness to bring Ming to her senses. She was very scared. At the last minute, Yuer decides to bring Ming to her senses with a strong blow, as she had no other choice. Demon Xiao Tian didn't expect such a blow from the girl. She looked so fragile. After Yuer's punch, the fanged beast that had instilled itself into Ming retreated. Ming still wanted the wolf to tell him what had happened, but Xiao Tian assured him that there was nothing interesting there. Night had fallen over the city, the time when demons could be active and dangerous. Ming stood on the balcony in his new guise. He felt his immense power, but he was afraid that this power could harm this world. The guy wants to test his body, and how much better it is with the demon's power. Far away from him, there is a big choir standing in the street of the city. They are singing and dancing. The dancing people were very far away, but he was still able to see them. Ming thrilled with his abilities. The people were almost 2 kilometers away from him, but he could hear and see them perfectly. Xiao Tian is nervous and doesn't understand what he is doing. Why is he just frozen and looking somewhere? Ming is testing his new abilities, but Xiao Tian is furious that the guy still doesn't trust him. The guy wants to figure out his new powers and figure out how he will act before future upcoming threats. The guy saw something in the distance and can't figure out what he might have seen. Demon was also curious about what Ming was looking at, and he lifted up to get a better look. In the distance, in the dusky city, in the window of a building was burning light, and there were no curtains on the window. Through that window, it was very clear to see a girl taking a shower in her bathroom. Ming and Xiao Tian couldn't be happy that they had such an ability. Suddenly, the beautiful girl abruptly turns around and looks in the distance directly at them. Ming was startled and realized that even though they were far away, the girl still noticed them. Xiao Tian is sure that they are too far away, But Ming thinks that her sixth sense told the girl that someone was staring at her. Ming needs to test his abilities further, because danger will soon be upon them. Ming easily jumps onto the balcony railing and is about to jump down from a tall building. Xiao Qian is both puzzled and furious, not realizing what Ming has come up with. The guy is confident in his new powers and jumps down with ease. A collar with a golden chain appears around Demon Xiao Qian's neck, and he realizes that this is not a good thing. Xiao Qian flies right behind Ming, but he wasn't going to jump, and he doesn't like it at all. Ming flies like a hawk in flight, and he hears everything that happens in the night city. He hears a couple walking down the street discussing the man's divorce. Ming even hears the disgruntled drivers in the traffic jam arguing because everyone wants to get home on time. In his flight, Ming could hear them even though they were very far away. The guy's hearing was transformed many times over with his new power. Ming flies toward the ground and deftly grabs a streetlight and does a somersault over himself. Ming realizes that not only is his hearing and eyesight up to par, but his agility and strength are also up to par. Ming lands on the street right next to the couple he heard before in flight. Xiao Qian doesn't land as softly as Ming. He is mortified at this humiliation. The girl starts complaining to her suitor that the guy scared her a lot, but the suitor acts brave. The man yells at Ming. He is furious that the kid scared his woman. Ming didn't mean to scare people, and with a smirk on his face, asks to be called Lantern Man. The man recognizes the kid as his student and is puzzled as to how he could do such a thing, since he was disabled. Ming doesn't understand why the man is staring at him, but still thinks he knows him too. Ming is shocked as he realizes that the man standing in front of him is the principal of the school he attends. The boy is at a loss for words. From seeing the headmaster and what he saw, Ming begins to suspect why he is walking here at this hour, since the girl he is walking with is not his wife. Ming, with his new super strong sense of smell, begins to suspect something. Ming starts sniffing himself, which the couple in front of him found disgusting. Ming realized that the smell coming to him was coming from the principal's girlfriend. Ming apologized to the principal for scaring them and that he wasn't too smart in school. The principal, red with embarrassment, suspects that Ming might have heard their conversation with the girl. Ming suddenly decides to warn the principal that his girlfriend is not a good person. The girl is furious, as she doesn't even know this guy who is judging her. Bai Ming doesn't care what anyone says about him. He knows he told the truth. Bai Ming feels with his power that somewhere nearby, something is burning. Bai Ming realizes which way it is. Meanwhile, the girl leaves the principal. The principal, in desperation, tries to detain her, but she won't talk to him. The principal turns to Ming with threats for what he did, but Ming is gone. The principal is furious that the guy ruined his evening. He won't forgive him for anything. In the city, a car has lost control. It's flying and scaring passers-by. The car speeds right into the street dancers and the concrete slab that shields them. The guys who were driving this car realize that their brakes have failed, and they are powerless in this situation. The car crashes right into the concrete slab and bounces on the spot. The car, flipping in flight, flies straight at the street dancers. Suddenly, what seems to be the people and a boy in the crowd is missing his plush helmet. Superhero like Bai Ming runs like an arrow to the rescue. Poor Xiao Qian flies right behind Ming, for he is now bound to him and this is his destiny. Ming gets right in front of the flying car. Spreading his arms to the sides, he is determined. Ming is strong now, and now he is not someone who couldn't stand up for himself and others. Ming doesn't hesitate to pick up the car with one hand and doesn't even flinch. The guy easily flips the car over and puts it on the ground. The man standing next to the car and watching all this is shocked by what he saw. His wig falls off. The guys sitting in the car are no less surprised because they thought they were on the verge of going to the next world. Everyone around sees Ming in a helmet, and watching what's going on, I think they are shooting a movie here. Ming pulls open the car door and asks the guys in the car about their condition. Ming compliments the guys that they were wearing seat belts. Ming walks over to a man whose wig has fallen off and corrects him. The guy praises the man for his dancing, as he has never seen better dancers. The male dancer wants to know who this mysterious savior is, but Ming wants to be hidden. All the people standing around can't understand what's even going on, and who that man was. Everyone is puzzled, thinking that a superhero movie has been filmed and it's already over. It's a new school day at the school Bai Ming attends. Bai Ming walks down the alley to school and feels the judgmental looks from her classmates. Everyone remembers that Bai Ming is the former captain of the basketball team, and he used to be the center of attention and popularity. Because of Ming's withdrawal from school and sports, Many people have not been transferred to a key secondary school. The hope for more university places is lost. Everyone around the school is talking about Ming behind his back, hoping he won't hear. Demon Xiao Tian observes these student discussions with disdain. Ming doesn't understand why Xiao Tian is looking at him and everyone around him so strangely. Xiao Tian admires the guy for ignoring all the gossip and thinks he maimed himself on purpose. Ming loses his temper and threatens the fanged beast that he will do this to him too. Xiao Tian is frightened by Bei Ming's exasperation and stops gossiping. From the outside, it seems to everyone that Bei Ming is talking to himself and that he is not himself. Yor stands up for his friend again and drives the judgmental crowd away from Ming. The disciples think Ming is pathetic as he hides behind a woman's skirt. The demon Xiao Tian, listening to the condemnations towards the guy, wants to send them to the next world. Ming doesn't want the demon to use its power on his classmates. He thinks they are right. Xiao Tian, watching all this, he realized that the guy really has a good heart. Bei Ming is resentful that Yor is always standing up for him. She lowers his self-esteem in front of others. Yor tries to justify herself and is a bit confused that Ming is telling her off. Ming didn't mean to offend Yor and is very startled by the girl's worried look. Ming asks to understand him properly. After all, why pay attention to others' opinions? Bei Ming is immensely grateful that the girl has always been by his side and helped him. Yor is elated by Ming's pleasant words, a little embarrassed and even blushed. Yor is alarmed by Ming's recent strength and wants to escort him to the hospital or do something to help him. The guy assures Yor that he's fine and she has nothing to worry about. Bei Ming is worried about the girl and doesn't want Yor to get in trouble because of his new power. Bei Ming doesn't know how to find an excuse for the recent events, since few people will believe them. Suddenly, all the students in the school went to watch the results of the exams that were held a few days ago. Ming diverts the girl's attention and asks that she should go see her results immediately. Yor still wants to wait to hear from her friend, because she still doesn't understand anything about what happened at the hospital. Bei Ming strongly insists Yor to go see. After all, the test is related to her readiness, and he wants her to take it more seriously. Yor dutifully agrees and goes into the crowd of students to watch her exam results. Ming is relieved to let the girl go, for he didn't know what else to say to her, but just so long as she doesn't ask him about strength. The fanged beast laughs with Ming, something he can't manfully talk to the girl. The guy wishes that the demon would not follow him around. Demon Xiao Tian would love to go about his business, but he can't move far away because of the limits of the soul lock. And if he tries to break the lock, it will blow his soul to dust. Ming laughs at the demon. He can see that he is scared and doesn't know what to do in such a situation. Xiao Tian gets angry and asks the guy to treat him with respect. After all, he is already hundreds of thousands of years old. Ming looked at the demon with arrogance and doesn't believe him that he has been living for many years. Xiao Tian doesn't have any proof about his age, and he is angry that Ming can't just take the demon's word for it. Xiao Tian warns the guy that if he suddenly loses it, he will cry like a little girl. Without the demon's power, Ming has no chance of escaping the demons. The fanged beast thinks that Ming should be grateful to him for the demon giving him a chance at life. You could say that Xiao Tian is like a parent to him now. Suddenly, after figuring out the relationship, the guy quickly went further and pulled the collar of the wolf. The demon, who considers himself as his parent, wants him to respect him. Resenting his humiliation, Xiao Tian doesn't like the way the man treats him. After all, Xiao Tian is a great demon with the power of the gods. All the students discuss Mu Rukshu, who took first place in the exam, with admiration. The wolf is curious about how his man passed the exam, but his marks aren't very good. Demon Xiao Tian laughed hard as the guy is constantly in last place in marks. Ming besieges the cheeky dog, for it was because of him that he failed the exam. The guy was hospitalized while the exam was going on. The demon, according to the guy, thinks that if he really prepares, he can show a good result. If it wasn't for all the problems that had befallen Ming recently, and he didn't have delays in his rehabilitation training, most likely such a bad result wouldn't have happened. Ming thinks he could have ranked first among all the students in the school as well. Everyone around is discussing Ming. The school the guy attends is prestigious, and ordinary people don't handle the pressure of studying well, let alone Ming. Suddenly, someone called out to Ming. The guy didn't realize at first who was shouting his name so menacingly and loudly. All out of breath, the angry and nervous headmaster stood there, calling out to the guy to head after him. Ming followed the principal straight to the school. When they arrived, the boy saw his teacher, who sympathized with him. All the students who had previously bullied Ming and condemned him behind his back felt sorry for the guy. Because the school principal is known for his cruelty now, will not leave him alone. The principal, going with Ming, tries to justify himself for the girl he saw on the street. It's actually a distant relative of his. He doesn't want the guy to blab about her to anyone. Ming has still failed 3 exams according to the school's rules, and students are supposed to be expelled for that. The teacher asks the principal to give Ming a chance that he won't get kicked out of school. The principal warns the kid that as long as he doesn't blab about last night, he'll keep him from being expelled. Ming bows to the principal. He wants to show that he is very grateful to him for his magnanimous act towards him. Normally, the principal would try to find a situation to kick him out of school more than anything else, but now he's pretending to be a good person. The principal didn't expect such a gesture from Ming. He was a bit confused. The principal asked the guy to prepare better for the upcoming exam. Ming doesn't understand why the principal is so nervous about that night. Ming won't make idle chatter anyway. The principal looks at Ming warily and doesn't understand what the guy means, since they were even talking to each other back then. Ming makes it clear that the teacher he met on the street was not him. Ming goes to the classroom after talking to the principal. The principal realizes that Ming is faking it, but can't help it. After all, he needs the boy to just keep his mouth shut. The principal is discouraged that the kid is not being sensible. The principal still has to do something about getting him out of school. Ming calmly went to the school. Demon Xiao Qian, going next to the guy, is a bit confused as to why endure this humiliation. Xiao Qian doesn't understand why the guy even goes to school and endures daily humiliation from his peers. The demon asks him to drop out of school and follow him, to conquer the world with a full breath. Guy doesn't understand how the demon, after living for so many years, talks about the world like a thug with bad ambitions. Guy has been through a lot, and the only thing he has learned is not to bow his head to difficulties. He must not give up, for step by step he makes his own way by himself. Looking at the man walking away from him in the distance, Xiao Qian thought for a while. Xiao Qian realized that he was wrong about Ming, for the guy was stronger than he thought. There were many people in the teacher's lounge, all busy with their work. Ming had come to talk to the teacher about his grades. Teacher Tian, fixing his glasses, wants to deal with Ming why he didn't show up for the last exams. Bei Ming is strangely embarrassed and blushing while talking to the teacher. Talking to beautiful girls is not easy for him. Teacher Tian noticed that the guy was somehow uncomfortable, and she decided to get to the point quickly. Xiao Qian noticed something strange between the conversation between the teacher and the guy. The demon was uncomfortable. He didn't understand people's feelings, but there was clearly something personal here. The teacher was nice to Ming. She asked that he focus more on resting. Teacher understood that Ming needed to take a break to rest after all he is different from others. It seems to Demon that the guy came to school on purpose to gawk at the teacher. Xiao Tian is puzzled because not long ago, the guy was very sad and now he is freezing with the teacher. The demon suspects that the guy has some kind of special attraction to this teacher. Xiao Tian notices something. No one sees the demon except Ming, and the wolf starts sniffing the teacher. Ming is shocked that the beast is doing this. He thinks you can't disrespect a girl like that. The teacher gives the guy the documents to familiarize himself with them, because for him, it is very important. Ming was given an application to retake the exams, and the principal had already signed it. The teacher had no choice but to submit the application for reconsideration. Within 2 days, Ming has to scrutinize the document. The teacher believes in the guy. She doesn't want him to fail the exams and embarrass her. After all, she vouched for him. Ming is very grateful for a chance on the part of the teacher. He is very pleased that someone else believes in him. Bei Ming walks out of the teacher's room, and his chained beast walks right behind him. Thinking back to how the beast behaved in the teacher's room, he doesn't want the beast to do such dirty deeds. Demon Xiao Tian is angered by the guy's statements. After all, being a lord, he can't be interested in a human female. Ming and Xiao Tian look at each other in embarrassment and realized that they thought the wrong thing about each other. Xiao Tian warns the guy that if he likes this girl, he should be careful. There is a strange anger coming from her. Ming can't believe that teacher Tian also belongs to the unclean force. Xiao Tian does think the teacher is human after all, but it's as if she is surrounded by some kind of evil spirit. Teacher Tian, perhaps without realizing it herself, is surrounded by an unclean force. A bloody bird in a frenzy, breaking a window as if warning that dark times are coming soon. Ming wakes up in some darkness. doesn't realize where he is and what is happening to him. So much has been happening lately that he no longer discerns reality. Suddenly he appears again in some dark world, and a huge, scary monster is standing in front of him. At one moment, Ming's head is all mixed up again, and he sees a bright light from the headlights of a car in front of him. The guy is lying on the asphalt and does not understand what is happening to him and why he is here. Suddenly, Ming sees himself and his recently deceased mother in front of him in the car. Everything changes time after time. The guy wakes up in another room. He does not understand what is happening. Now Ming is sitting in the classroom at a desk. He fell asleep before the exam and had creepy, strange dreams. Bei Ming observes outside the window a strange cluster of birds in a tree. They sit and scream like a scary dream. The birds were watching him as if they wanted to warn him about something. Bei Ming sits at his desk and sees some very strange things outside the window. There are black birds in the trees, a lot of them, and a very bad energy coming from them. Ming thinks that all this seems to him because of nerves before the decisive exams. Bei Ming, besides anxiety, began to feel that someone is approaching him in the classroom. The guy doesn't know who will be taking his exam and waits impatiently for his teacher. Ming hopes that he will get a lenient teacher. With a haughty look, the headmaster walks into the classroom. He knew for sure that the guy would be surprised to see him. Bei Ming definitely didn't expect his exam to be taken by the headmaster himself and began to worry about the sight of him. If the principal finds out any cheating on Ming's part, the exam results will be canceled immediately, and the guy will be expelled from the school. The principal is determined to set the guy up and will not give him the slightest opportunity to try to cheat. Bei Ming does not give in to threats and provocations and pretends that he is very happy that he could get individual attention from the principal. Ming has no choice but to accept the fact of the teacher's presence at his crucial exam. The principal is furious at Ming's antics and orders the exam to start immediately. The principal sees that the guy is deliberately trying to show that he is completely calm, but the principal needs the guy to fail the exam. There's no way Bei Ming can concentrate on the exam because of the school's huge clock. The clock is so loud that it just gets on the guy's nerves. All the time, Ming is distracted by something. All day long, something disturbs him, and he can't get his thoughts together. It seemed that the school bell had not rung so loudly before, and in general the whole day, Ming has some strange feelings have been haunting the boy lately. The principal asks him not to be distracted from the test and that he hurry up, because the exams are very important. Because of them, his future will be decided. He does not like that the guy sits and does not react to him. The teacher wants to fail him, but so far, he does not go on provocation. Ming tries to concentrate only on pen and paper. He didn't sleep well, and that's most likely the reason he's so irritable. The last 2 days, Yue helped with the guy's exam preparation, so he had nothing to worry about. The strength that Ming has now should help him, after all. His memory is probably great now, too. Bei Ming started to take the test as he suddenly froze right in front of the piece of paper for a short while. Something was bothering the guy, and he was in a stupor. Ming froze in front of the sheet of paper with a pen in his hands, and his thoughts couldn't coalesce in his head. Bei Ming had hoped that because of his strength, he would now also have a super memory. But alas, something was still only solved by his own strength. The guy was just in shock. He couldn't remember anything he had gone through with Yue, not a single word. Bei Ming is in shock. He doesn't know what to do now. He didn't prepare with Yue for 2 days for nothing. He has been going over all the study material all over again, hoping that his super memory will fix everything, and he will remember everything from the book during the exam. The principal rushes the guy and tells him to finish his exams as soon as possible. Ming forgets for a second that he's alone in the office and shows his excitement. Now Ming has to get out of the situation somehow. Bei Ming thought that the strength he received gave him intelligence as well, so he didn't take the exam seriously. The guy hoped for his superpower and that now he would just look at the textbook and read it, and he would immediately memorize everything. The guy wants to gather his thoughts and continue the exam, because now everything depends only on him, and there is no one else to rely on. Ming needs to calm down and start the exam without resorting to force, and remember what he has taught himself and try to pass the exam. As time goes on, the principal comes up and gives Ming new assignments. Ming pulls himself together and solves the tasks. Now Ming can only rely on himself and his strength. and he must not lose to the principal, because he only wishes he could. Luckily, Ming is not stupid enough to fail all the subjects, but before the accident, Ming was a good student. Although he doesn't know all the subjects perfectly, he is going to pass the exam no matter what. Ming only has to pass history, but he's not as good at it as he wanted to be, and he has a plan. Ming needs to pass the exam at any cost, or he'll be expelled, and Ming can't screw himself up like that. Things don't go according to plan for the principal. Ming sits and writes the exams and doesn't give any sign that anything could go wrong. The principal is furious. He didn't expect the guy to be able to prepare for and pass the exam in such a short time. The principal, who has been watching the guy, thinks that the guy can't know everything, and he surely wants to cheat somehow. The principal is puzzled that Ming is sitting perfectly still. He didn't expect the case to take such a turn of events. The principal takes a chair and sits right in front of B.I. Ming's desk. He will now sit next to him and observe. The principal wants to kick the kid out of school at any cost, because he's done a lot of damage to him, and he's going to do everything he can to get him expelled. The principal thinks that the guy wants to challenge him, but he won't fall for his tricks and will figure him out anyway. The teacher has a long track record of administering exams and won't miss the guy's slightest trickery. Ming got nervous. He didn't expect the principal to sit right in front of him and glare at him. It definitely gets on his nerves. Ming hoped that Xiao Tian would come to his rescue. Since no one could see him, he might as well help him with the exam. Ming sat at the desk and hoped for his skills, and waited for help from his demon. As a friend again, a bird rushed straight to the window and began to crash into it time after time. The guy was surprised by this behavior of the bird. Bai Ming was already tired of these strange occurrences. There was always something going on around him. Strange behavior of birds, he is alarmed, because it cannot happen for nothing. The guy begins to suspect something. The bird is if mad and flies straight to the window, breaking through it. The mad eyes of the crow is frightening. It's like the crow's code is trying to warn the guy about something, and the guy's freaking out. Ming doesn't understand what's going on around him. But one thing is clear, that all these strange things were not accidental. He guesses that something dark is coming. Otherwise, the birds wouldn't behave like that. An eerie picture unfolds in the classroom in front of Ming. The outlines of dark forces filled the entire classroom. In front of the guy showed the corridor all in red shadow. He could feel the dark energy approaching. A rabid crow flew into the classroom and crashed. It all looks very scary and creepy. The agitated boy sits at his desk in an incomprehensible sensation and does not understand what is going on around him. Ming is already freaked out because these strange actions can't be random. The principal is also worried. The principal is scared, but he needs the boy to finish the exam. He needs the boy not to get the right score, and then he will calm down. The principal thinks that Ming is trying to play a trick on him so that he won't write the test. The principal doesn't fall for Ming's provocations, and even if the building collapsed today, he would still make him take the test. Ming sits down and writes the test, but suddenly the whole building starts to shake, and rumbles can be heard in the distance. Ming is worried about what is happening, as the whole chain of events does not take long to unfold. Bai Ming holds onto his desk. The whole office is rattling, and it's unclear what to do next. The principal is also in shock because the exam is not over yet, and there are emergencies in the school. Suddenly, the school radio room broadcasts that the gym building has collapsed for unknown reasons. Rescue measures are already being taken. Ming is concerned about the whole thing. Ming hints to the principal that it's silly to sit and write an exam anymore when things like this are happening around. The guy wants to go too and see what's going on in the school that caused everything to happen. The principal still persistently asks Ming to write the exam, despite what's going on in the school. The principal can't stand his excitement anymore. He realizes that the situation is critical, but he can't miss his chance to get rid of the guy. The principal wants to make every effort to get Ming in trouble. There are only a couple minutes left until the end of the exam. The principal wants to wait until the bell rings before the end of the exam and dismiss the guy with a peace of mind, because he won't be able to write the test. Suddenly, the classroom is cold. Ming was puzzled because it was summer and the classroom was freezing. Ming was shrouded in icy vapor and didn't understand how it was possible. It seemed to him that he was losing his mind from excitement. It's really winter in the classroom. Ming doesn't understand what's going on, and the principal is still sitting there waiting for the exam to end. It's like the arrogant teacher doesn't notice anything but Ming, and strongly wants to expel the guy at any cost. The class is getting cooler and fresher. Ming has never seen anything like this before. Everything that is happening today is beyond Ming's comprehension, and he doesn't understand how to continue writing. He decides that he should go home early with Yuer, as Ming has a bad feeling about what's going on today. Despite this, the guy continues to continue answering the tests of the exam. Ming thought of Yuer for a second, and realized that she is in danger now. The code guy seems to have forgotten about the exam, and is stunned when he remembers his girlfriend. Ming gets nervous, and involuntarily stands up from his desk when he realizes that he needs to go to the gym right away, and that his girlfriend needs help. The principal notices that by Ming's behavior, he doesn't look much like a guy with a disability. Ming stands up in front of the principal, but the principal doesn't understand what he wants to do. There is tension in the office. The principal assumes that the guy wants to give up after all and admit that he can't pass the exam. The principal is puzzled, he is tired, and wants it to be over quickly, but the guy keeps doing things out of order. The teacher needs the exam to end the way he planned. The principal notices Ming's form, and there's almost nothing on it. He advises the guy to think carefully because if he turns in an empty form, he will be expelled. The principal's plan gradually comes to fruition. Ming is determined. He can't sit here idly while his friend Yuer needs help. The guy is going to take action, and he has to think of something to avoid failing the exam and pissing off the teacher. Ming is up to something to distract the principal. Ming can't wait any longer while the building collapses. Ming is in no position to sit idly by when he has supernatural power. Ming makes up that he found $100 that the principal recently lost, and the teacher falls for his ruse. The principal tends to trust his students and thinks the kid really did find something that belongs to him. Ming distracts the principal's attention with fictitious money and launches something straight into the wall. The object bounces lightning fast off the wall into the ceiling and heads straight for the principal. The principal realizes that the guy lied to him about the money. He thinks Ming isn't taking his last chance seriously. The teacher thinks the guy wants to sneak out of the exam. Meanwhile, an object that Ming launched flies at the principal. Ming hits the principal right in the back of the head, and the principal passes out. Ming had no choice, because action must be taken. Ming went to extreme measures. He disconnected the headmaster for a while, so that he would not interfere with him to save Yuer. The guy sat, the emotionless teacher, on a chair. Ming realizes that everything around him is not going well. Guy hopes that the principal won't hold a grudge against Ming because he had no other choice. Ming senses that a simple earthquake is not the only thing going on. Ming realizes that there are dark, evil forces involved, and he needs to go to the scene, especially if his girlfriend is there. Ming decides to let things run their course. The exams can wait, but Yuer's life cannot be neglected. Ming hopes that the topic with exams in the future will somehow be resolved, but now he needs to deal with the incident. The guy walked out of the classroom and was racked with trepidation at what he saw. Such a thing he could not even imagine in his mind. The boy senses a dark force around him and doesn't understand where it came from. The corridors of the school are shrouded in an unclean force, and even the air in the school has become heavy. In front of Ming, everything is shrouded in a red, eerie shadow. And he has seen this before when he saw something in the exam. But now, it's real. Horrible monsters began to appear everywhere. They filled the entire hallway where Ming was standing. Monsters were climbing out of the ceiling and walls and moving straight towards him. Ming had never seen such monsters before. In front of Ming are huge, bloodthirsty monsters that want to sweep away everything in their path. The guy does not understand how to act now. Ming realizes that it was the monster that caused the earthquake. The guy wants the monsters to stay out of his way because he doesn't have time to fight them. The monsters stood there as if listening to Ming. The guy realizes that he needs to put all his efforts, but to save Yuer. Suddenly someone calls out to Ming. He is nervous. Too many events are happening at once. Finally, the demon Xiao Tian has arrived. Ming has been waiting for this dog for a very long time, but he hasn't come for long enough. The demon makes an excuse that he risked his soul to help him find the answers to the exam, but he still didn't find it. Ming doesn't care about the exam at all right now, because monsters are already all over the school, and he needs to get rid of them. At some point, Ming turns around, but the hallway that was recently full of monsters is empty. Xiao Tian assures the guy that it doesn't matter at all right now. What matters is what he's about to see in the window. Ming goes to the window and doesn't understand why this is happening. The guy can't believe what he sees. In the window, he saw a huge creature walking around the city, and she is taller than even the school. Ming is puzzled as to how such a huge demon ended up here. He doesn't know if he can handle it. Xiao Tian could still handle it if it was a demon, but the one standing in front of them is the deity itself. Ming doesn't understand how this creature that stinks of evil can be a deity. Xiao Tian knows that besides the demon, deities also come to the human world. There are many heavenly deities in this world. If a deity came to the human world, then he had broken the heavenly laws. The heavenly deity, standing in front of them, is infected with a dark demonic aura. Something terrible had happened, because in order to infect such a deity, someone must have their own reasons. The chaos energy must have already invaded the human world. Xiao Tian can't sense any chaos energy from the deity. Right now it smells of evil energy like the one on the teacher earlier. Ming tries to figure out what can be done with this creature, and notices something that shocks him. Ming realizes that the deity is standing right on the site of the gym where the earthquake happened. It turns out that the earthquake was not the culprit, but the deity was. Ming rushed towards the gym, because if something happened to Yue, he wouldn't forgive himself. Xiao Tian wasn't sure if the strength he had now would be enough to defeat this creature. While Ming headed towards the scene to rescue Yue, the deity began to make strange noises out of itself. It was as if the deity code was howling. Something was wrong with the heavenly deity. Judging from the way it was moaning, it was in pain. Suddenly, the monster's mouth opens and it begins to scream even more. The deity starts spewing something out of itself. It looks very creepy. The deity is heavily infected and can't fight back with its poison. Ming, observing the picture of the monster, doesn't know what is happening to it. The deity doesn't look at its best. The city is shrouded in a dark aura, and the deity suddenly starts disappearing and filling its dark energy around the city. Xiao Tian and Ming are puzzled by what is happening. Ming didn't think that after obtaining his powers, he would have to deal with such creatures. Demon Xiao Tian senses that when he was helping a guy with his exam answers, he sensed some evil forces in the school. It seems that the problem that caused the problem here was caused by some kind of creature in the school, or from whoever is in it. The ruined gymnasium building half-leveled to the ground, huge debris of concrete lying around. The building, fenced off with forbidden tape, is surrounded by strange men in black suits who won't let anyone inside. People, all around wrapped up in the horror of what is happening, call specialized services, to which the men in suits respond rudely. Formidable and serious security guards of the facility do not allow people around to make unnecessary calls, taking away their phones. They assure everyone that the school will sort everything out. The school children are demanding that their phones be returned. They don't understand why they are not allowed to call anyone. Strange people appeared near the school after the disaster. School children can't help their own friends or even call for help. People in black do not pay attention to the rebellion of school children, but they are not going to do anything to help the victims. Suddenly, someone ran screaming near the guards, running so fast that the angry guards were puzzled. Ming tries to go to the scene. He wants to save his friend Yue, who is under those building debris. The guards detain the guy and won't let him go inside, because they were given orders not to let anyone in. Ming resists, but the rough guards won't let him go any further and hold the guy down with brute force. The guard notices that the guy who resists their force has a disability. Ming tries with all his might to break free, but every time he breaks free, the men in black come to the aid of more people to hold the guy back. One guard, Ming pisses him off and he knocks him to the ground. The man warns the guy to stay out of the way, but Ming realizes that no one is saving anyone here. A group of students saw Ming, a guy with a disability, trying to resist the gangsters, and they stand by and can't resist these people. Bai Ming encouraged the crowd standing outside the ruined building, and they started yelling at the guards to get out. The crowd is more than pissed off. Ming is getting nervous. He needs to get into the gym building at all costs, because if he was there, Yue wouldn't be standing idle. The guard holding Ming doesn't understand how such a disabled guy has even more strength than he had. Bai Ming has no choice but to resort to his new strength, because that's the only way he can deal with them. Suddenly, the demon Xiao Tian warns him that if he uses his powers right now in front of the students, it is unlikely that he will be able to finish his studies at this school. Ming doesn't care anymore what others think of him, because if Yue dies, there's no point in staying here. The men in black don't understand why Ming is talking to himself. Something starts to happen around the guy, and the gangsters are not on a joke, frightened by this incident. Bai Ming decides to reincarnate and show everyone his new power. All around from Ming's transformation begins to shake. People around think that this is a new earthquake. Bai Ming rushes to the destroyed building to save his best friend. The men in black can't recover from the explosion that Ming caused with his transformation. The gangsters panic. They can't believe a kid with a disability did it all, but they can't relax. One gangster sees the silhouette of the kid and he gets uneasy. He feels that something has changed in him. In the same second, Ming flees out of sight from the man who spotted him into the dust hanging in the air around him. Ming knocks out one guard, as he doesn't need people standing in his way. Another guard in the crowd realizes that there is something wrong with the guy. He has become different and is acting strange. Ming knocks out the other guard as well. The blow was very unexpected and he immediately loses consciousness. The guy is more serious than ever. He is trying to sort this place out quickly so that he can do something important. Ming must hurry to defeat all the gangsters who stand in his way because he can't let Yor die. The two gangsters are puzzled as to how such a flimsy kid could knock out all their partners. The man in black is determined. He pulls out a gun from behind his back and wants to shoot Ming. His partner starts to tell the other not to overdo it, because their boss will be furious if any of the kids get hurt. The man in black gives his partner a stun gun to subdue a schoolboy who is trying to interfere with them. Suddenly, the man with the stun gun realizes that his partner is strangely silent. At the same moment, the last gangster is approached by Ming to deal with him as well. The man starts screaming and lunges at Ming with the stun gun. He's sure he'll stop him. Ming can't handle the stun gun. The gangster only made him angry as his blow was like a mosquito bite to him. The man in black is shocked because it is impossible that one young man can scatter all his partners like kittens. Bai Ming was as determined as ever because with his new power he could do anything and had nothing to fear. Ming had dealt with the last guard, and now they would not be able to stand in his way. Ming finally headed towards the gym building. He needs to go to help Yuer and everyone in need. Near the ruined building, Ming sees Xiao Qian. The demon had already been here a long time ago and was able to recognize something. The demon has already checked that there are 15 students lying under the rubble. They are in serious condition but still breathing. But there is still something that keeps the wolf at bay. Xiao Qian feels that there is still a strange dark energy beneath the rubble. But Ming is not interested in that right now, because saving people comes first. Ming realizes that there is a lot of work for him alone, even though he has superpowers. Ming tries to focus on saving Yuer and not let his emotions get in the way. The guy grabs a huge boulder in the rubble and throws it overhead with tremendous force. The huge rock flies off with a huge rumble. Ming needs to hurry up because Yuer's life is at stake. Ming begins to rake the rubble with great strength and persistence with his bare hands. The students standing in the distance don't understand why there is so much dust and loud rumbles. The crowd, because of the rumblings, thinks there is another earthquake. Ming takes a breath. He wants to lift the huge slab that is preventing him from searching further. Bai Ming realizes with his gut that the victims lie under this slab, but the slab is very huge. The guy tries to do his best to lift this huge slab. Ming has to help everyone under the rubble. Ming has a lot of perseverance. He will not give up no matter what. He has to lift this heavy slab. Bai Ming's mind goes out and he moves the concrete fallen wall from the dead spot with his persistence. Xiao Qian watches the guy with admiration. The slab that Ming is lifting weighs 100 times more than him, but he is still putting out his best effort. With a tremendous effort, Ming lifts this wall at his height level. Ming looks over the rubble he has dismantled and is shocked at what he sees in front of him. Lifting the heavy, impregnable slab, he finally saw Yuer in the ravine. She was sitting alive, and that was the most important thing. Yuer, barely holding back the tears in her eyes, could not believe that Ming had not abandoned her in her distress and had come for her. Ming reassures Yuer that the worst is over, and he came to save her no matter what. An ambulance arrives at the collapsed building. Everyone finally waits for help. In the center of events appears the director of the entire institution. All witnesses were shocked by his presence. The director was supposed to have a meeting, but apparently he decided that here he is now more important. The principal, having heard the news of the disaster, came to the school no matter what. From the pile of dust, the students who were lying under the rubble of the wreckage come out, and Bai Ming and Yuer are walking at the head of them. All the students looking at them start pointing at Ming. No one believed in Ming, but he saved them. Bai Ming, a disabled guy who was recently in a car accident, saves everyone from the rubble of the building. Now behind his back there is no ridicule from others, but only respect. Everyone trapped under the collapses of the gymnasium building is given emergency care by specialized medics. The principal of the institution thanks B.I. Ming on behalf of all students and teachers. If not for him, it's scary to think what could have happened. Ming did all this not because of the praise from the principal and students of the school, but only for the sake of his dear friend Yor. Yor realizes that her friend will not leave her in trouble no matter what her situation is. When Ming was pulling Yor out from under the rubble, Yor started to wonder about his strength again. Ming didn't want to go into details, especially since he needed to rescue the other students who were still under the rubble of the building. Ming doesn't want anyone to know about his new power, and asks Yor to keep it a secret. If others find out about Ming's power, there could be big trouble. B.I. Ming doesn't understand why all this happened, but he knows not to tell anyone about his new power. Yor realizes that B.I. Ming is not very eager to go into details, and there are probably good reasons for that. The principal, patting the guy on the shoulder, praises him for his courage. The director heard from everyone how the guy didn't hesitate to rush under the wreckage to save people. Everyone around admires Ming for his heroism, and is ashamed that they usually treat him badly. The principal calms down the students from their shouting about Ming. The principal wants to speak out about the incident. The school had poor repairs, which caused the building to collapse, but it's good that everyone who was under the rubble survived. The people who were guarding the building were invited from outside the school, but the principal apologizes for their behavior. The principal explained everything in front of the students, and a staff member of the institution asked the students to disperse to their homes. Xiao Tian, observing the principal's explanation, found out that he has the same aura as he sees from the teacher earlier. Xiao Tian wants to find out what's going on with this school, but he can't. He is hindered by the evil aura of the spirit hanging over the school. Xiao Tian can use the evil energy to his advantage, thus increasing his demonic power. You're helping the others after coming out of the rubble. Although she doesn't look good herself, she could use some help too. Ming insists that Yor go to the hospital. Ming is worried about Yor and offers to go with her. Ling Ling, a student, admires that Yor has a boyfriend like Ming who is courageous and brave. Yor is embarrassed because it's not what Lin Lin thinks. Ming looks at Yor and doesn't understand why Yor's face is red, while Yor thinks about her relationship with Ming. Yor realizes that Ming's affection for her is due to love like brothers and sisters. Ming and Yor have been together since childhood. Ming looks at Yor and realizes that she is troubled by something, but doesn't understand why. Ming got ready to leave for home too, just like everyone else around him. Xiao Tian stops him because this is not the end. The demon feels that something terrible is coming. The demon recalls that when they saw the heavenly deity through the window, some moment, it spit out something. Ming started to think that he had felt something recently, but it was faintly noticeable. Then Ming remembered that the deity spit out a monster, and now that sinister thing is in the school. If you ignore that monster, most likely someone will die in the school, but Ming won't let that happen. Ming sends Yor to the hospital, and he's going to deal with the evil that has gotten into the school. Xiao Tian has something on Ming's mind. Xiao Tian has realized that people value the qualities of justice and compassion in life, and these are their weaknesses. The demon wants to be sure to take advantage of them when the occasion arises. Xiao Tian hurries after Ming to keep up. There were many incidents in the school today, and this is just the beginning. A beautiful blue-eyed girl stands on a tall building and looks directly at the school, where the gymnasium building recently collapsed. She stares thoughtfully into the distance, with only B.I. Ming's name swirling around in her head. It was evening. Not all the students had gone home yet. Some were sitting in the schoolyard, discussing the recent events. A couple of lovers sat by the fountain and exchanged pleasantries. The guy was assuring his girlfriend of his heroism, and that he would save her no matter what. The guy wanted to kiss his girlfriend, but she was embarrassed because someone might see them. No one was already in the schoolyard, and he assured her that no one would see. Then she asked to wait and left for a while. The guy waited for his girlfriend's return eagerly. He hopes she will come back very soon. The guy showered with love. He is very happy that he is dating such a wonderful girl. Sitting near the fountain, the guy is already waiting for his girlfriend. It has been a long time since she has been away. The guy heard strange noises around the corner and thought it was probably his girlfriend coming back. Without waiting for the girl, the guy went to meet her to finally plunge into her arms. The girl, no longer looked like herself. She had creepy red eyes shrouded in dark energy. The guy's just now love-struck eyes were shrouded in terror and fear. His girlfriend, no longer a human, but a bloodthirsty monster. The girl was swallowed by the black power and could not resist it. The girl keeps up with the guy and wants him to kiss her. The monster saw the girl's last memory of the kiss and took notice. The guy is terrified and starts to run away, but the girl holds him back with her scary hand. The monster screams in pain and wants to devour the guy with its dark power. The guy is in tears and terrified and wants to get away from there at any cost and forget it all as a terrible dream. Suddenly someone else appears. The monster hears the appearance of another force. All around envelopes the icy air. Blades of ice cut off the monster's arm, freeing the guy from its shackles. The boy is saved and runs away in terror. The monster is racked with rage. She is at a loss as to who has the strength to overpower her. In front of the monster is a blue-eyed girl with the power of snow and ice. The girl realizes that the man who was swallowed by the monster can no longer be saved, but she will definitely destroy the monster. The monster recognizes the girl as the queen of the school. She tries to mock the girl and is not going to lose to her. The blue-eyed girl stands before the monster in all her glory. The girl has come to kill the monster in cold blood and prevent it from devouring anyone else. The monster promptly attacks the girl. He realizes that the girl is strong, and she needs to throw all her strength into the attack. The girl does not hesitate for a second. She is calm and determined in her actions, and will not let some monster overpower her. The queen of the school concentrates on her strength and creates a sword from water turning into ice. The girl's extraordinary strength is mesmerizing in its beauty. The monster realizes that he has a very strong opponent in front of him. The girl is very strong, and the monster has no chance. The girl attacks with all her might, and her ice sword is unrivaled in the fight. The girl in flight cuts the monster into many pieces. She makes a decisive and final, ruthless strike on the monster. The landing and attack of the blue-eyed girl was mesmerizing. The girl fights as if she had been doing it all her life. The girl's determined and cold-blooded gaze speaks for itself. She is not afraid of monsters. The girl will defeat anyone who gets in her way. Bei Ming and the demon Xiaotian rush at full speed to the clot of dark energy to get rid of it, and not to let people die. Suddenly, Ming notices that he can no longer feel the demon's breath. Xiaotian realized that someone had already defeated the demon without waiting for them to arrive. Ming didn't even think that there was someone else besides him who had supernatural powers, so they were also in this school. Deities and dark forces have long been in the human world, as well as people with unusual abilities. People with superpowers can't always be good. Ming doesn't care what kind of person with abilities is. What matters is that their goals are common. Ming and Xiaotian rush to the place where they heard the demonic spirit. In front of the guy is a blue-eyed beauty standing over the defeated monster. Ming is shocked by what he sees. From the looks of it, such a fragile, beautiful girl, and defeated such a huge monster. But this is the first time Ming sees her. The girl stood in all her glory at the demon smitten. The kind of strength she has is enviable. Ming was shocked at what he saw. He didn't expect to see a girl, and even one that took the life of this huge monster in such a short time. The girl looked at Ming calmly, as if she was waiting for him here, and knew that he would come soon. Ming looks at the girl enigmatically, and still doesn't understand who she is and what she is all about. Ming and Ice Girl's gazes crossed each other. They froze in this commotion of evil spirits. Xiaotian doesn't understand why the guy is asking about who the girl is. After all, he told everything on the way. Xiaotian is already unsure of this person's mental abilities. The girl makes it clear that she can smell the demon odor in Ming, and she clearly doesn't like it. The girl saw the guy rescuing other students under the rubble, and because of his heroic act, she wanted to let him go. But now she thinks differently. Ming is out of luck. For the guy finding out the girl's secret and seeing her on the battlefield with the monster, she promises to kill him. The girl rushes with her sword right at the guy without thinking. Ming is confused from the surprise of the blow and thinks the girl is out of her mind. Puye Ming doesn't understand why the girl is attacking him since she doesn't even know him. The girl doesn't back down and continues to attack Ming. The guy is at a loss and barely manages to dodge her. The guy admires the girl's fighting technique, but he wouldn't want to be killed that way. The girl is already getting annoyed that the guy is constantly dodging her attacks. She doesn't realize what she's doing wrong. The Ice Girl tries to cripple Ming in cold blood without even trying to talk to him. The girl is amazed that the guy is so many times dodging her attacks. The Ice Queen doesn't miss the fact that he may have just gotten lucky. The girl sensed with her gut that Ming's chest area was a weak spot and immediately directed her attack. Ming stopped her ice blade with just his new hand. The new power awakened in his hand helped stop the attack. The girl is shocked. No one has ever managed to stop her ice blade with their bare hands before. She realizes the guy is not as simple as he looks. During the fight, the guy managed to stealthily snatch her student passport from the girl. The girl's name was Mu Ru Shui, and she was a senior in high school. The girl immediately jumped away from the guy. She didn't fully appreciate him. Ming was also not as weak as she thought. Ming realizes from the girl's passport that she is the same age as him, studying in the same school. The girl doesn't realize how he took her student passport so discreetly that she didn't even notice. Suddenly, Ming seems to realize why the girl is angry at him and so aggressive with him. Previously, Ming had only heard rumors about a certain ice goddess of the school. The girl is a very influential person in the school, but Ming has never seen her, only heard about her. That's why the girl is angry at him for not recognizing her right away. Ming realizes that the girl is very strong and doesn't know if he can match her in a fight or not. Ming feels the air starting to get cold and realizes that the girl is up to something again, and she won't let go of him. The girl is going to unleash her true power to overpower the insolent boy after all. Demon Xiao Tian senses that there is a powerful force lurking in her breath around the girl. Her new power is released. She is determined and will fight to the end. Guy and the wolf realize that the girl is determined. She possesses an ancient and powerful deity responsible for cold and snow. The girl is going to do away with Ming because she is fed up with him, and she decided to finally remove him from her path. The girl uses a magic called Ice Dance. She has gathered all her power to finish the boy. Ice shards in the air hit Ming, and he dodges them as best he can. Ming tries to explain himself to the girl, but she gives him no choice. She attacks him relentlessly. Ming dodges the girl in horror and asks Xiao Tian to help him as he doesn't know what to do. Xiao Tian thought for a moment. He didn't know that ordinary people can use divine powers. The information in the human world is not connected logically in relation to the heavenly world that Xiao Tian came from. Xiao Tian had a headache from thinking and the boy's cries. Xiao Tian is puzzled why Ming is running away from the girl after all. He can just attack her. Ming runs away while listening to the moral from the wolf demon. But the fact that he dodges and runs away, he has reasons. Ming runs like a little boy from a girl in junior high. Dodging is pretty good for him. Ming runs right up the wall of the building, scrolling through what the demon dog told him. Dodging the girl's attacks, he bounces off of them right on the wall of the multi-story building. The guy simply can't respond to the girl's attacks because he's well-mannered towards girls. The girl with goddess powers thinks the guy's just weak, so she makes excuses not to fight back. The royal Alda is sure the guy has his limit and won't be able to dodge for long. Ice daggers are flying faster and more impulsively at Ming, but he willingly fends them off. The girl doesn't understand how the guy fights off so many attacks and doesn't get discouraged. The guy deftly evades the attacks and dodges the ice daggers faster and faster. Finally, the guy stops very close in front of the girl's face, holding her right in front of him. The girl is furious at such a cheeky act. He then runs away from the girl, or even becomes right in front of her. Ming asks the girl to spare him. The guy confesses that he came here with the purpose of defeating an evil demon. Ming confesses about his demonic powers, but the girl has secrets of her own as well. Ming suggests just turning a blind eye and acting together than feuding. The girl has no intention of negotiating with someone who has powers from a demon. She doesn't mess with such. The Ice Queen points her weapon at him. The girl doesn't separate demons into bad and good. She just kills everyone associated with them. The blue-eyed girl believes that all demons must die. Demons are the spawn of evil. They all deserve to die. The girl is unapproachable. She attacks Ming with equanimity and doesn't want to confront him because she has no dealings with demons. Suddenly, the girl is distracted from the fight with Ming, and with her side vision, she notices that a dark force is approaching them. While the girl and the boy were struggling with their fight, the real evil absorbed the defenseless boy into its chains. The girl would be shocked, because she was sure that she took the life of the monster with her own hands a few minutes ago. The scary and creepy monster is here again, and every effort must be made to defeat it. Ming and the girl stand in front of the monster, and each of them comes up with a plan to destroy this monster. The monster imagines himself to be a deity, and he is furious that some humans are trying to overpower him. The girl is puzzled that the monster calls himself a deity. Ming is already tired of the deities he's met so far today, and Xiao Qian clearly knows something about this monster. Ming realized that his dog knows something about this monster, but is in no hurry to tell them about it. Xiao Qian remembers that this monster is a Naga. This deity was once sworn to the guardian king, but what was his name? Xiao Qian can't say anything, as if something scares him. Xiao Qian is afraid, because this monster was first a snake, and now it has already turned into a dragon, but the monster is missing its head. Xiao Qian is confused, for the monster has already taken the body of a dragon, but it doesn't have a head. The Ice Queen switched from Ming to the creepy monster. She doesn't care whether it's a deity or a demon, because if it harms humanity, it must be defeated. The girl gracefully jumps up on the spot. She is going to attack the monster with all her power to deal with it at once. The girl decisively advances. Just like last time, she has been training since childhood to destroy these creatures. The girl attacks the monster. The deity sees the girl's attack and is ready to fight back as well. The blue-eyed girl's legendary sword breaks against the monster. Shui is horrified. Until now, no one has ever managed to break her sword before. Shui runs away and the monster swiftly attacks the girl. The girl puts up a block because the sword is broken and she can't fend off the attacks. The block made of ice was strong, but it also broke into pieces. The defenseless Shui was trapped by the monster. The Ice Queen had fought many monsters, but it was now that her limit of divine power had reached the peak of her capabilities. The girl's strength is leaving her. She can't fight. Shui, thinking that this is her end, remembers her sister. The girl does not hope for anything. She is resigned to the fact that here is her end, as suddenly Ming, lightning, runs up to the girl and grabs her in his arms. The enraged monster wants to get the arrogant humans out of his way. The monster has come to the human world to devour human lives. Ming holds the girl in his arms very carefully to make her feel safe. Ming has to protect the people around him from the monsters because he has the power now. Ming asks the girl not to worry, and that she should rely on him. The girl, embarrassed in Ming's arms, asks Ming to let her go. Shui is not used to such gestures from men. She usually takes care of herself. Ming assures the girl that he will be able to overcome the monster, and she will be able to regain her strength. The girl agrees to Ming's help after all. Shui thinks she can trust this guy after all. Ming challenges the deity. With a huge, scary, toothy mouth that looks like an abyss, Ming boldly rushes forward at the monster without hesitation. The boy must defeat this creature because if he can't, many innocent people will suffer. In the face of danger, Ming falls right in front of the monster, which seemed to be getting worse. The guy lies face down in the ground in front of the deity. Ming found himself in a mishap. The monster was not confused and immediately attacked the guy lying there. The girl watching from the side could barely contain her laughter at seeing Ming fall. Since Xiao Qian and Ming are connected mentally, the wolf is very ashamed that the guy is embarrassing him. Ming fights back. The monster's attacks. The guy stands up and with both hands tries to push the creature away. The guy is pissed off beyond belief. He can't take any more humiliation from others, and especially not from some ugly monster. Ming attacks the monster. He takes it by its huge tail and puts all his power into the attack. The guy grabbed the monster with such power that the monster couldn't resist him. The monster was powerless in front of the guy. The girl is so shocked, she can't believe that this guy's strength is many times greater than the monster. The monster screams and moans in pain. He tries to fight back, but he succeeds. The monster underestimated the humans. Ba Ming grabbed the monster so hard that something crunched inside. The guy was determined. He can't let this thing walk around the streets of residential neighborhoods. Ming started to spin the monster with so much force that he got a whirlwind. He himself didn't expect such power that he himself got dizzy. The guy spins the monster with the vortex and throws it straight up into the sky. Stunned by Ming's terrifying power, the monster can't even move. Ba Ming has done his part and let the girl rest and regain her strength. But now he needs help. The girl with goddess power doesn't need to be reminded. She has figured it out herself. The girl creates a spell based on prayers to the goddess of ice. The girl's spell, and the way she casts it, is mesmerizing. The girl created the most powerful spell, Prison of Eternal Frost. A spell like this should definitely keep the monster at bay. Right in the sky, the monster was enveloped by the girl's spell. The monster was not prepared for such human attacks. Gradually, the monster's huge body was covered by a thick layer of ice. The ice is very powerful. The monster is unlikely to be able to escape from its shackles. The blue-eyed girl is able to use top-grade spells. Xiao Qian was interested in this girl. A monster imprisoned in a block of ice collapsed from the sky. The mons fell so much that the wind wave made the guy and girl barely stay in place. The monster stood right in front of them in a mirror ice garb. It seems like it was a work of art. Ming doesn't understand how this block of ice will stand in the schoolyard. The girl assures the guy that he doesn't have to worry about it. It will be cleaned up by specially trained people when they leave here. Now the guy is sure that they will finally have a quiet conversation. Ming wants to know more about all these monsters, and about herself. The girl still doesn't want to talk to Ming and thinks there's no reason for her to do so. She's only wasting her time. The girl wants the guy out of her sight. The cold-blooded girl, endowed with the power of the goddess, assures the guy that she'll pretend he wasn't here. Puyi Ming is shocked because he thought their relationship would be fine after the battle with the dark force. Suddenly the ice sculpture explodes. Bei Ming thought it was over, but the monster has found its way out again. Shui can't believe her eyes. Her spell, Prison of Eternal Frost, has never been destroyed by anyone before. Ming is terrified and yells at the arrogant girl to be careful, because the monster is not sitting idly by, but has already begun to attack. Bei Ming pushes the girl away and takes the blow from the monster. The monster hurts Ming straight through with his punch. Shui is stunned by Ming's heroic act. The girl was so dismissive of the guy, and he risks his life for her. Bei Ming is nervous that he couldn't dodge the monster's blow, but he's happy that he was able to save the girl. Ming is furious. Always in all the messes, he gets maimed the most. The guy opens what hit him and tosses it aside. The girl is a little worried about Ming. The guy doesn't want her to get into the battle because the monster is very strong and cunning. In front of the monster's huge mouth, a human-like silhouette emerges from the dust. The deity has left its fearsome, ferocious dragon shell and has entered the body of a man. The monster now looks confident, and its power is at a new level. Ming starts to step on the monster. He puts into his punch all his power. Bei Ming hits the monster. He will fight until his last breath, but he will not let people die at the hands of this monster. Ming struck with all the power he had. However, the monster easily stopped him. The guy had only recently gained powerful strength and had yet to meet such strong opponents. The monster squeezes Ming's arm until his bones crunch. Ming begins to scream in pain. Ming is horrified to see that the monster is not going to stop, but instead is going to deliver a decisive blow. The monster attacks the guy with all its horrible tentacles, hitting him sharper and harder with each blow. At the same time, the monster attacks Ming's arm, which is endowed with strength. The guy can't bear such terrible pain and starts to scream. The guy recognizes that the deity that has taken over the man's body is much stronger than him. Ming has run out of strength and can no longer resist the evil. The monster pushes the guy away with his punch. Ming is already exhausted. He can't stand still. Ming has his new prosthetic arm broken. He lies there unable to regain consciousness. The guy is shattered. His opponent is much stronger. Ming realizes that he can't beat the monster. Ming admits that he can't survive today. Xiao Qian is getting angry with Ming. The guy showed such hope at the beast, and now he's lying down and saying goodbye to his life. Ming doesn't understand how a mere human like him can defeat a deity. Demon Xiao Qian provokes the guy by the fact that he was originally a weakling and now gives up at the first defeat. It's hard for Ming to even talk. All his bones are broken and he can't move. Xiao Qian realized that the guy is already desperate. Ming doesn't know what to do, what he could even do in such a condition. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's body started to be covered in ice. Ming already can't move. What else could happen? Ming realized that what had frozen him was the blue-eyed girl. Shui sealed the guy with her power to reduce the bleeding and keep Ming alive. Originally, this battle was meant for the blue-eyed girl. Shui asked the guy not to interfere anymore. Ming is shocked because he knows how strong the enemy is, and he knows for sure that the girl can't handle him. Ming asks that the girl run away. The girl is not afraid of anything. She has been preparing for this all her life and fights dark forces every day on her way. Jue belongs to the deity guardian clan, and she must defeat this deity. The girl is not afraid of death, for her mission on this earth is to exterminate such monsters. Shui bears her sword again, and she is ready for battle. Ming asks her not to leave because she will die. Guy wanted to help her, but because of the ice and his injuries, he couldn't. The Guardian clan has been serving for generations. They can use the powers of the gods. The deity still turns out to be stronger than Shui. The girl underestimated her opponent and paid the price. Ming can't believe his eyes. Shui is tormented by the evil beast, and he lies immobilized and unable to help. The guy starts to get angry at Xiao Tian. something sitting there just watching everything. Ming asks him to think of something. Xiao Tian does offer a way out of the situation, but then Ming must allow him to use his body. This will activate the power of his strength. Ming thinks that's how the demon wants to fool him and take over his body. The guy suspects that Xiao Tian won't be able to leave him then. Xiao Tian is angry that Ming is being stubborn because if he doesn't agree, they will all die here. Ming sees that Shui is already at her limit, and soon she won't be able to withstand the power of the deity, and he can't do anything in that state. Ming decides to accept the demon's offer and allows him to take his body, but then he has to kill his deity. The demon Xiao Tian is thrilled to hear this, as he has held back for so long because of the shackles between the boy, and now he will show everyone his true power. Xiao Tian reincarnates and merges into Bei Ming's body. From the fusion of the bodies, there was a huge explosion, and now the real battle will begin. A fiery explosion, using extraordinary super strength, appeared in the school courtyard in a very spectacular manner. The silhouette coming out of that explosion was terrifying, and its power surpassed everyone there. The monster realized that the guy that couldn't move after his blows, something was going on. His demonic strength increased dramatically. Xiao Tian completely moved into the guy's body. His image also changed. The human body remained, but it was joined by a tail and ears with huge hair. Xiao Tian was thrilled that he was able to change the guy's mind and move into his body. The treacherous wolf purposely gave the boy a certain amount of his power to come to this point. The monster tosses the girl aside and is outraged that the boy allows the challenge to be thrown at him again. The monster starts attacking Ming again and thinks he'll succeed as easily as he did the first time. Xiao Tian in the guy's body. All the attacks are easily repelled with just a flick. Xiao Tian realized that the monster hasn't fully realized who is in front of him yet. The monster can't believe his eyes. He has felt this power before, and he knows exactly who is in front of him. The monster recognized who was in front of him. Boss Xiao Tian himself. The monster had known him for a very long time. The monster before was a small, beautiful snake. The wolf doesn't understand how such a beautiful creature turned into such a creepy monster. The monster regrets that he disobeyed his boss at one time and came to the human world. In the human world, Xiao Hua was caught and had his head cut off. The humans mistreated him and even imprisoned him. The boss ridicules his acquaintance because he was able to be caught by humans and mocks him. Xiao Hua remembers how he was brought to his knees and in his world. The king would not put him in anything, and people wanted to possess his eyes to make him a magical weapon. Xiao Hua proposes to Boss to join their forces and move together in this world to take revenge on the arrogant humans. In response to the monster's suggestion, Boss started laughing. After all, the wolf doesn't need any revenge. He has no reason to mess around with it. Xiao Tian believes that humans are so weak like insects. He has no need to take revenge on them. He believes that they are already insignificant. The monster was depressed that the boss was also treating him like a weakling. Xiao Hua realized that the demon was not going to help him. Xiao Tian believes that he alone is enough here. The demon is sure that there is no one stronger than him in this world. The monster is furious. Even if the boss won't team up with him, he will still go for his goal. He only warns Xiao Tian not to get in his way. The monster doesn't seem to realize that he is challenging the most powerful demon. Xiao Tian has outsmarted Ming and has no intention of returning his body, but he still promised that he would kill the insolent monster. Xiao Tian was familiar with Xiao Hua back in his world. The wolf was hesitant about the monster and thought of letting it go, but after his arrogant challenge, Xiao Tian would definitely eat its soul. Xiao Tian attacks with a huge strength that was embodied in a huge black wolf head. The wolf power intends to devour the monster without remorse. The monster manages to avoid being hit. He scrutinizes the situation. He doesn't want to lose, after all. He hasn't gotten his revenge yet. Xiao Hua respects the boss, but if the boss doesn't want to agree with him, he won't stand aside. The monster believes that he is no weaker than Xiao Tian himself. The monster attacks with all his strength. He realizes that if he retreats now, there will be no more squeezed. Xiao Tian repelled all the attacks just like last time. For Wolf, it's like dealing with a child. The demon's strength is great, and he definitely won't lose. The monster can't believe it. All of his attacks were repelled with a single blow. He realizes that his opponent is strong, but he too must show his full strength. Xiao Tian has summoned ghost envoys from another world to help him. His opponent definitely didn't expect this. Once upon a time, in another world, the demon had absorbed the envoys with his power so that they could serve him in the future. Xiao Tian has many trump cards in his pocket that no one even knows about. The demon boasts that he has gone through a lot to absorb everyone who was in his way. Xiao Tian has traveled through 18 floors of hell, and there is no limit to his strength. The monster was fed up with his boss's endless boasting and decided to take action. Xiao Hua put all his energy into the attack. No sooner had the monster attacked his opponent with a powerful strike than the demon pulled something out of his mouth and struck with tremendous force without waiting for the attack. Xiao Tian hit the monster with a charge of solar fire. Xiao Hua definitely didn't expect such a thing. He was determined to win at all costs, but the opponent turned out to be cunning. The demon was unpredictable in its strength. It would attack differently every time. The dangerous Xiao Tian had even swallowed a piece of sun. He was capable of many things. Xiao Tian, all in his greatness, he is strong and agile. The demon in the body of a human now feels invincible, and he is not going to give that body to a human. The blue-eyed girl woke up and remembered that she had been defeated in front of the deity. Bai Ming was standing in front of the girl, but the girl felt that his energy had changed, and he himself looked different. Shui, with horror, sees that terrible things are happening around her. There is a fight between Ming and the deity, and the guy is being served by strange skeletons that are shrouded in flames. The monster screams with pain and anger. He came to this world to avenge the insolent people for their deeds, but is defeated by the demon. Xiao Tian promises to swiftly kill the monster so that he does not suffer. The demon in the body of a man stands and does not yet notice that the girl has woken up. Xiao Tian has unleashed his energy to the fullest and is not inferior to anyone. Xiao Tian attacks his old acquaintance without a second of regret. The monster is enveloped by a darkness of immense power, and he realizes that this is the end. He can't handle such an opponent. The demon grabs the deity's soul core and feels all of his hatred. It seems so strong to him that he couldn't let it go unchecked. Xiao Tian defeats the deity as he promised his human. The demon devours the deity's soul so that it would be a part of him. The demon devoured the deity's soul without any regrets. For a second he became very elated. He felt extra power, and he enjoyed the sensation. The flavor of the deity turned out to be incredibly beautiful. The demon's strength was transformed and became much greater. The girl watching this horror was shocked. She saw that Ming had been taken over by the dark side. Xiao Tian realized that he could devour any deity in the human world. The demon remembered that there was someone else beside him who had the power of the gods. The girl realized that we cannot delay. The demon is very dangerous and she needs to deal with him. The demon sympathizes with the blue-eyed girl and even feels sorry to devour her. He has other plans for her. Xiao Tian asks for the girl to be his woman. That way she will be under his cover and he will spare her. The girl was at first greatly embarrassed by such an offer from the demon and his proximity, but then she got angry and struck with her icy power. The demon easily dodged the girl's pathetic strike. Xiao Tian is puzzled by the women in the human world. The demon has super sensitivity, and he could clearly hear the girl's heartbeat pounding at his proposal, but she still rejected it. The girl was throwing punches one after another in a rage. She wanted to already end this devil at last. Xiao Tian calmly stood there and repelled the girl's attacks as if he didn't notice them. He resented that the girl didn't fully understand about the serious proposal. The demon clarifies to the girl that he has no intention to persuade her, and his offer was an order and she cannot reject it. Shui is shocked that the demon is acting so arrogant. She is not even going to become his girlfriend. The girl with the power of the gods will only constantly attack the insolent demon with the intention of finishing him off. Suddenly, the demon intercepts the girl's punch. The demon grabs the girl in his arms and they merge into kisses. The girl feels that the demon is sucking all the strength out of her with his kiss. Her body doesn't listen to her. Bai Ming comes to his senses. What is happening to him, the guy does not understand. Ming stands in confinement. His body and hands are shackled with a golden chain, and he can't move. The guy tries to do something and free himself from the shackles, but he can't. The chains are very strong. Ming is in another dimension. Around him there is ominous darkness and not a single soul, only rocks and abyss. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ming hears voices. His mind is blocked and he can't control his real body in the human world. Ming tries to resist the imprisonment. His mind is being spoken to by a demon that until recently was controlled by himself. Ming tries to break free and makes every effort, but the demon keeps him firmly imprisoned and will not let him escape from his inner dungeon. The demon now holds complete control over his body. Ming will not be able to escape whether to kill himself or not. The demon convinces him to meekly submit to it in order to gain its power. The boy foolishly and naively trusted the wolf, but the wolf tricked him into getting his body, and now he won't let his consciousness back in. The demon doesn't see anything wrong in taking the guy's body, because that's the only way he could defeat the enemy, and it's the best option for the guy. Ming is grateful to Xiaotian that with his strength, he was able to feel a new life, but now he has taken away his freedom and taken away his body. The guy is not going to just sit idly in the demon's confinement. He will fight to the end until he breaks those damn chains. The demon, in a rage, reminds Ming that because of him, there is a collar on his neck, and if it were not for the binding shackles between them, he would have already gone to the other world. The boy realized that he had trusted the demon for nothing, but he learned a lesson from this. Ming, with all his anger towards Xiaotian, gathers all his strength and breaks free from the shackles. The demon is at a loss. He doesn't understand where the guy got such powerful strength from. He breaks the shackles that the demon used to restrain him. He no longer trusts him, and now he will always be on guard. Fei Ming is furious at the demon, but he is now free and will be able to teach him what he deserves. The demon couldn't imagine that his sorcery could be defeated by some arrogant guy with limited abilities. Xiao Tian's hair stood up from anger and fear at the same time, because his strength was boundless, but the guy managed to get out. In any case, Bei Ming is in the demon's territory. This is his world, which means he is still stronger. Around the mountain on which Ming is standing, scary, bloodthirsty monsters start to appear. They all crawl towards the guy. All the monsters are attacking Ming together. The guy did not think that here, too, he will have to fight dark forces. Fei Ming would overcome everyone who would stand in his way at any cost. Bei Ming is focused on defeating the monsters around him. The guy is so confident that he strikes with unusual strength. The wolf does not understand why an ordinary person in his world is capable of such a spell. After all, the guy was not endowed with sorcery. Ming does not understand what his power, but he is not interested, because now he only wants to deal with the demon who deceived him. The guy calls Xiaotian to defeat him and regain his body in the human world. The demon is familiar with the energy that comes from the guy, but he's confused about how he can use it. There is something wrong with Ming. The demon is nervous because the power the guy uses belongs to Yang Jian. The demon doesn't care where the young man takes the power, because he is in his territory, so he has no chance against him. The place where the boy is located is called the Absorbing Void. All the deities and demons that Xiaotian devoured have settled here, and they can't escape. In this place, all beings are condemned to a lifetime of imprisonment. In the Devouring Void, time stands still, and one should be grateful to be here. The demon assures the guy that no one can destroy this world and get out. Bei Ming does not believe a single word of the demon. He does not intend to listen to him further. The guy only wants to get his body as soon as possible. The demon is suddenly embarrassed by Ming's words, because he did not lie and told him the truth. Ming doesn't even want to talk to the deceiver. He must defeat the demon. Ming hits with his new power. He intends to defeat the demon. The guy just recently gained his meaning of life, and he has no intention of staying in this dark hole. Bei Ming aimed his punch towards the beast, but the beast started to run away from his world. Xiaotian doesn't even want to mess with Ming. He doesn't give him a chance to fight. The beast cowardly runs away and promises that he will return soon. Ming is furious. He doesn't know how he can continue to be in this place, because if he doesn't return, the demon will walk in his guise through the human world. The guy knew that the demon is not so kind, but he hoped that still he will help him. Now Ming is forced to be imprisoned in his dark world. Bei Ming wandered through the demon's inner world. It seemed to be a wasteland created by the wolf, like an abyss, and there was no end to it. Ming walked further and further, hoping to find a way out of this confinement, but there was no end to this place. The boy realized that the demon was not lying. He would not be able to get out of this place without his help. Ming is desperate. Had he known before that the demon would do this to him, he would never have trusted him. Different thoughts come into his head about this place, but he can't believe that he will be here forever. Depressed Ming lay down on the ground in despair. The guy is tired and exhausted. He feels that his strength will not be enough to leave this place, and he will not be able to change anything. Demon Xiaotian is cunning and arrogant, but he has something good inside him, and Ming hopes that he will protect his dear friend, Yuer. Suddenly Ming heard something, a code, as if someone was addressing him. Bei Ming began to look around for the person who called him. The guy didn't have any hope anymore. But suddenly he heard a voice. Ming sees no one in this desolate land and thinks he is hallucinating from exhaustion. The guy was called insistently by someone again. He turned around and was very surprised at what he saw. The creature sympathized with the guy and even said that he looked very attractive. A bewildered Ming sat there and only stared at it. The cute little head was sticking straight out from the ground and was asking Ming for a favor. A sad rabbit head was sticking out of the ground and asking Ming to help him, because there was no way he could do it himself. The boy expected to see anything but a talking rabbit. Ming embarrassingly explains to the rabbit that he has never pulled a rabbit out of the ground before. Bi Ming wants to get to know the suspicious rabbit first, because it could be a demon. The puzzled guy doesn't understand how he could be so stuck. Once the jade rabbit, his sister asked him to pull radishes out of the ground, and meanwhile, the demon ate the moon. The place that the stupid dog devoured ended up in his wasteland, so the rabbit got stuck here too. Ming is amazed to find himself standing right on the soil of the moon. The rabbit asks Ming to help him get out. Ming is wary of helping anyone in this world, as there are no guarantees that it's a good rabbit and not an evil demon that will want to devour him too. Boy, because of the demon that tricked him, there is no trust in anyone. The jade rabbit asks not to worry, because in the demon's wasteland, only eternal life and you can't kill anyone here. The rabbit is getting nervous that the guy won't want to help him and starts threatening him. Rabbit promises that he will fulfill any request he makes in return for his help. A worried Ming agrees to help the poor rabbit, since they are in the same situation. The guy grabbed the rabbit by its huge ears, and without even starting to pull it out, he saw it start to sob already. The poor rabbit explained to the guy that the ears of rabbits are very sensitive, and that he should try to pull it out in a different way. Bei Ming started pulling the rabbit out of the ground with his hands around its head. The guy started pulling with all his might, but his strength was not enough, and he failed. The rabbit, meanwhile, kept yelling for Ming to pull it out faster. Ming was getting nervous because of the rabbit's screams. It was not letting him concentrate, and the rabbit was in a lot of pain. Ming tries to help the rabbit, but he doesn't understand why his strength is lacking. After all, the rabbit seems small. Ming becomes nervous that he is so hopeless. Ming tries to use all the strength he has and manages to help the rabbit get out. Ming is shocked to see the rabbit's body. The jade rabbit in turn wants to thank him for his help and fulfill any request. Bei Ming did not expect the rabbit to be so big and pumped up at all, because his head does not match his body at all. The rabbit has long been imprisoned underground, where his body was under constant strain, and he has acquired such an incredible shape. Ming doubts that this rabbit can be trusted, since it couldn't help itself. Ming still hopes that the rabbit will still help him, and asks him to help him destroy this world, to get out into the human world. The rabbit, after Ming's request, pretended not to hear anything. It was clear that the rabbit could not help Ming. Since ancient times, the absorbing void almost no one had ever been able to overcome. That was why the rabbit was here. There was no way out from here. Ming pointed out that the rabbit misspoke and said almost no one, which means that someone was still able to get out of here. The rabbit thought about the person who had managed to get out of the devouring void. He was the only one who had succeeded. The jade rabbit suddenly began to talk with admiration in his eyes about the person who had gotten out, and that he was adored by all the divine inhabitants. The one who was able to get out was called the god of war Yang Jian. He was all-powerful and the greatest of the divine residents. Ming became strange to watch the rabbit who was so kindly talking about Yang Jian. Suddenly, the rabbit became more serious and told one secret to Ming. The rabbit told him that the god who had gotten out of the wasteland had left something behind. Bei Ming eagerly wants to know what kind of thing God Yang Jian left behind here. Suddenly the rabbit ran somewhere with lightning speed. Ming is confused, doesn't understand what's happening. The jade rabbit began to behave strangely, broke his head and ran somewhere after the story, and is about to strike. The rabbit, like a boxer, strikes the stone wall. From the blow, everything sparkled around. The rabbit does not stop, and as if fighting a huge mountain, Ming stands watching. He is puzzled by the rabbit's actions. Piles of rocks fly apart, hitting Ming. He becomes nervous and angry at the rabbit for not explaining anything to him. Suddenly, the rabbit stopped and revealed what God Yang Jian had left behind after leaving. After all, in front of Ming stood a legendary Excalibur. The devil thug slashed into the ground, glowing and blazing with fire. Ming looked at this sword and marveled at the greatness of its name, for it looked completely unsightly to an ordinary rusty sword. Rabbit asked, not rushing to judgment about this sword. Whoever pulls out the devil thug will gain boundless power and will be able to get out of the devouring void. The surprised Ming didn't realize that the sword was so powerful. The rabbit knew that humans knew absolutely nothing about their world. The sword had aided the god in battles for centuries and had destroyed countless monsters and demons. There is unimaginable power hidden in the devil thug, however. There are some downsides to it. The jade rabbit had been in the absorbing void for many years, and during this time many powerful deities and demons had tried their best to get their hands on this sword. Whenever someone touched the sword, it was burned away by its unlimited power, and no one would even hold it in their hands. Rabbit warns his savior not to even think about touching it, because he will die if he touches it. Ming pulls out his sword with ease and stands whole and unharmed. The rabbit was speechless at what he saw. Reasoning with Ming, the rabbit doesn't understand how an ordinary person could pull this off with such a powerful sword. Ming holds the sword in his hand, gazing intently and scrutinizing it. The guy doesn't feel the power in the sword, and generally thinks that there is no use for it. Ming tries to manipulate the sword so that it will give some kind of power to him and can help him get out. Rabbit doesn't know how to make the sword work either, since he's never seen anyone hold it. Suddenly a powerful force surrounds Ming and the sword. The rabbit is scared for the guy. Ming is fine, and the rabbit has faith in the guy that he will succeed. After all, half the job is done, and the sword is in his hands. The sword radiates power. The guy finally feels it, and it seems familiar to him, as if he's met it somewhere before. Rabbit asks the guy to take the sword firmly in his hands and bring it in front of his heart. He believes that the guy will be able to get out of this space. Ming looked at the rabbit in surprise and thought that maybe he was right. Ming was able to pick up the sword, and that's already a big breakthrough. Ming listened to the rabbit and brought the sword up. He stood like a warrior hero with that flaming sword. Ming needed to feel the power of the sword, lest it start working somehow. The guy concentrated hard and tried to feel the power of the sword, because he needed to get out anyway, to the world of people. Suddenly the sword began to show signs of life, and abruptly flew out of Ming's hands with great speed. The devilish thug flew straight to the top of the absorbing void. The sword had released its power and was about to show what it could do. The sword literally spiraled over the entire wasteland in a second like a glowing star. The rabbit thinks the sword is rejoicing that they were finally able to free it. Suddenly, the sword changed its flight path and headed towards Ming. The point of the sword was frozen right in front of Ming's face. The guy was shocked. If he pulled out this sword, he would now take his life. Bei Ming started to get nervous and asked the sword to stop. Ming needs this sword, for it is the only way he can get out. In an instant, the sword took off again and abruptly stopped with the hilt against the guy's body. Ming now realized that the sword wants him to take it in his hand. Ming stands with the sword in his hands. He can feel the strength in the weapon and its boundless power. The sword probably didn't choose Ming for nothing. Suddenly, the guy felt a continuous stream of energy radiating from the sword and realized that the sword wants to fly right along with him. Ming remembers the jade rabbit. He is grateful that the rabbit was kind to him and wants to repay him in kind. Ming asks the rabbit to give him his hand so he can fly up with him. The rabbit is grateful for Ming's concern for him, but he is sure that only he has the power of the sword, and if the rabbit touches it, he will immediately lose his life. The rabbit believes that he will meet Ming soon. Ming promises his new friend that he is not hurting him and will definitely figure out how to unleash him. Rabbit believes in Ming and Crit that he will succeed. Meanwhile, he is about to embark on a quest in this world to find his mistress. Ming breaks upward over the edge of the wasteland, but this dimension fights back with him and tries to bring him back. Ming has faith in the mighty sword that it will save him. In the human world, Xiao Tian, merged in a kiss with a girl, begins to feel that something is happening to him, as if someone wants to get out of him. The demon had recently been haughtily mighty arrogant, but now suddenly a devil thug bursts out from behind his mouth. Xiao Tian is puzzled. He is not dressed to believe that the sword was able to get out into the human world. After all, it had not been able to do so before. The demon sees the mighty sword in front of him and is puzzled. The sword has been imprisoned in the wastelands of his dimension for years, and now it is suddenly here. Suddenly, the demon's body starts to resist him, and he hears Ba Ming's inner voice. Ming is trying to regain his former appearance. The demon doesn't believe it. His devouring void couldn't be overcome by anyone like some ordinary person would be able to. Xiao Tian had underestimated the man. Bei Ming resists the cruel demon and tries to expel it from his body, but the demon doesn't believe that he can lose to an ordinary human. Bei Ming throws the stupid dog behind the chain with all his strength and anger. Xiao Tian is shocked by the guy's strength. The dog was lying on the ground all exhausted. He was in a daze. The demon wouldn't have thought for a second that a man with a disability could do such a thing. The guy wants to explain himself to the girl and assures her that it wasn't really him, or rather, he was possessed by a demon that fooled him. Bei Ming is finally back, standing in his body, very happy and ashamed of what the demon could have done while he was out of his control. Bei Ming suddenly faints right on top of the girl. The girl doesn't understand anything, just now he was out to get her, and now he passes out an apology. The girl is already sick of all this fighting with demons, and this boy. She doesn't have time to babysit him while he's passed out. Bei Ming was exhausted from the stress on his body, and having been in the demon's absorbing void, the guy had all his strength left. The girl, in a rage, cannot withstand this confusion of demons and deities, makes a rebuff to Ming and the demon, and warns not to approach her again. It's a new day. The usual school routine will go on again one by one. All the students are heading to their classes. Bei Ming goes to school and sees a demon dog following him. The guy doesn't understand how he has the nerve to still get in his face after all. He took advantage of him when the guy trusted him. Xiao Tian started to pretend that he didn't mean to take possession of his body. He just decided to mess with him. Just himself. The demon was, of course, furious that things didn't go according to his plan. He never thought the sword would choose this guy. Now the demon is completely under this guy's control, and he can't get away from him. Bei Ming doesn't believe a word, the sly dog says. Ming trusted him, but the demon tricked him, and that makes the guy very upset. The demon doesn't even realize how close to his heart he took the situation. Ming feels like a little boy who has been ruthlessly deceived in this huge, cruel world. Xiao Tian asks to trust him once again. He promises not to lie to him from now on and to tell only the truth. To prove the sincerity of his words, the demon wants to give the guy a new power from his absorbing void. This power will be very useful to the guy in his new battles. The guy still thinks of believing the demon once again, but warns of the consequences if he tricks him into taking over his body again. Ming now has his own weapon in front of the cunning demon. The guy pulls out a sword threateningly from his hand. The wolf immediately asks him to take it easy. Xiao Tian assures him that he will do whatever he says. The demon's emotions were still running high inside him, but he assures the guy that no more lies, and in his devouring void, he has many weapons to give him. Xiao Tian had once lost to God, Yang Jian. Before losing, the demon had swallowed up all the heavens and earth, and still doesn't know what might be inside in his devouring void. In the best years when the demon could use all of its power, it could open up the entire absorbing void. But when Xiao Tian entered the human world, part of the power left him. Now the demon can't use its power like before. Xiao Tian asks Ming to quickly defeat as many demons as possible, so that he can replenish his strength with them. Ming had no idea that a demon could bestow him with such powers. Ming still wants to believe the demon, though, since he saw the full power of the absorbing void when he was in it. Bei Ming recalls that when he tried to escape from the void, it wasn't easy. Everything around him was trying to pull him back in. Ming thought about how it wasn't a bad thing to get limitless powers, but what if the demon tricked him again? Xiao Tian realizes that the guy is doubting the wolf, to which the demon offers to further lend him the powers of the snake deity he had taken the life of earlier. Ming realized that not all of the powers can affect him. Will reflect to his benefit. It is possible that he will lose his mind from so much power. Suddenly, the demon and boy's argument was cut short by meeting Yuer. Yuer was also on her way to school and met Ming. Ming was happy to see Yuer, and immediately asked how she was doing, since she had been in the hospital after the school collapsed. Yuer turned out to be fine, but she saw that the guy was acting suspiciously. Yesterday, Ming told the girl to go to the hospital, and he ran to run errands. Yuer doesn't understand what business the guy could have gone on. Ming was interested in Yuer's thoughtfulness, but she quickly changed the subject and offered to go to school together. Yuer thought to herself that she shouldn't ask Ming about everything, because if he wanted to, he would have told her, so now was not the time. Ming and the girl were calmly walking to school when suddenly the boy started to feel the dark energy of the deity again. Ming is puzzled because they have already taken the deity's life, and the dark energy is still present. Ming wants to think that it's all in his head. Maybe he's not yet recovered from yesterday's battle, and he's still feeling the dark energy. Ming and Yue were walking leisurely to school, and a luxury foreign car stopped near them, and everyone around them started to discuss the owners of these cars. Handsome guys came out of the cars as fangirls gathered around them. These guys were popular in school. They were rich and attracted the attention of the girls. The guys who got out of the cars turned their attention to Yue, and unprompted started discussing her looks walking behind her. One of the friends started mocking the other, who was assessing Yue's looks. The guys noticed that the guy who saved everyone from the rubble at the gym was walking beside the girl. The guys started to say out loud nasty things and divide Yue, and someone decided that Ming walking next to her is her boyfriend. One of the guys doesn't believe that Ming is her boyfriend. Well, if he is, he promises to break them up and get the girl. Suddenly, everyone's staring at each other. Everyone has questions for each other, and now something will be decided. Ming doesn't understand why the guy is staring at him so intently. What he wants from him, since he doesn't even know him. The guy with the beautiful hair on his head tells Yue how beautiful she is and asks her to give him her heart. The girl pretended she didn't hear the guy and asked Ming about his medication. But Ming didn't even realize what medicine she could be talking about since he doesn't drink any medicine. Then Yue grabbed Ming by his jacket and hurried with him to the school to get some made-up medicine, thus blowing the pompous guy away. The guy was depressed. It was the first time in his life that he had been so cold-bloodedly blown off, and his friends mocked him. They still didn't believe that he would succeed. Towards Ming and Yue, Shue, the queen of the school, was now looming. She walked down the school path so confidently and arrogantly that everyone around her turned around. One of the guys asked the other not to roar because of Yue, help him better with the Ice Queen and recognize her size. Ming recognized Shue. He remembered her perfectly from yesterday. He was a bit nervous after all their acquaintance had gone a bit awry. Ming and the Ice Queen's gazes cross, and Shue doesn't understand their cryptic gestures at all. Ming is embarrassed at Shue's approach after all. The demon who took away his body yesterday made a mess of the girl's affairs, and he is now responsible for them. The girl left her gaze on Ming, and it is clear that she wants to say something to him. Yue sees the tension between Ming and Shue. She becomes uncomfortable and tries to make some gesture. The Ice Queen stopped, so arrogant and haughty, ordered Ming to find her in the pool after his class. Ming was shocked that a girl, like this in front of everyone, showed up to him with such requests, and Yue, who has many questions, is standing next to him. Yue is shocked that Ming and Shue have something in common, and she invites him to the pool. Everyone around started discussing Ming behind their backs. Now everyone thinks that Shue has her eye on Ming, and the guy in turn becomes the center of events. The people around started imagining the girl inviting Ming to the pool and are perplexed as to why the girl chose Ming. The girl was lounging by the pool and inviting Ming to cool off with her. All the guys in the school were in love with the Ice Queen to one degree or another. Now everyone is looking at Ming with envy. Now the other guy in the group is baffled that the guy has so much attention from the girls. The Ice Queen of the school herself comes up to the guy and invites him to meet her. The guys laugh and imagine it's like some movie where the main hottie falls in love with an ordinary, unremarkable guy. Yue, in a slight stupor and bewilderment that Ming knows Shue and asks him out on a date. She nonchalantly, but with her gaze makes it clear that she wants to hear some explanation from him. Ming can't get away from this brainstorm, and the girls attack on him. The guy is nervous and doesn't know what to say to Yue. Since Yue is afraid to ask and inquire about Ming's personal life, she decides to attack him and warns him that if Ming falls behind in his grades because of his crush, she will turn him into the school. Ming, not realizing what's going on, the girls attack him from all fronts. Ming, as Shue asked him, came to the school pool after his classes. In the pool, Ming didn't observe the girl, and he began to suspect that the girl might have tricked him into coming here to get revenge because of what happened. Ming saw a strange blob of dark energy in the pool that was approaching directly towards him. Xiao Qian also suspected something and warned the guy of the danger. Ming was ready and released his power. Suddenly, Shue floated out of the pool in all her glory. Ming and Xiao Qian were pleasantly surprised by this appearance. The girl was very pretty, It was obvious that she was closely watching herself and her figure. The girl noticed from the guy that he had unleashed his power and could feel the energy of the snake she had fought recently. The girl feels the immense power in Ming. She thinks that the guy could help her in further battles as well, as he helped her in the past ones. The guy wants to appear polite and courteous. He praises the girl for her efforts to keep herself in perfect shape. Shui is the Ice Queen, and she must constantly be in contact with water for better control of her spells. The girl must always be in shape to be ready to fight the dark force. The guy tries to hold back and take everything the girl says, because standing near such a beauty is not a simple matter. The girl emphasizes that even though his demon has absorbed the deity, there is still dark energy in the school. Bi Ming thought so. He wasn't wrong. And the evil energy hasn't left the school completely. Ming began to feel very worried about her inner circle. And in general, if the dark aura is still present, then everyone in it is in danger. The girl offers to join forces with her boyfriend to defeat the evil forces together. Shui suggests that if he pairs up with her, maybe she'll leave him alone too, since he's a demon after all and can be dangerous to the surroundings too. Bei Ming hesitates. He doesn't know what to do, and Xiao Xian tries to persuade him to accept such a lovely offer. Bei Ming looks suspiciously at the demon. He realizes that the demon is up to something, and he is likely to take advantage of this tandem. No doubt Ming realized that with this girl's divine power, they would be able to do and more, and besides, they have the same goal. But the guy still hesitated with the proposal. Mu Ru Shui doesn't understand why the guy can't make a decision. After all, with his strength and hers, they can do much more than alone. The girl thinks that the guy is hesitant because of the disadvantage. Shui realizes that Ming has recently been an ordinary person, and it's understandable that he can't get used to it yet. She offers the guy a monetary reward if he agrees to help her. Demon Xiao Xian tries to convince the guy, because it's such an opportunity to join forces with such a girl. In addition, the demon is trying to provoke the guy that the girl is offering him money on purpose to incentivize him. Ming, looking suspiciously at his wolf, he realizes that the demon definitely suspected something. Xiao Tian is persuading him so much that he probably has his own agenda. The guy tries to say something to the girl, trying to answer her so she won't be offended. But the girl interrupts the guy and offers him her terms again. Shui tells him that a very rich and powerful man has promised to pay her a very large sum of money if she solves the case. The girl promises the guy that when they deal with the dark aura that lurks here, she will give all the reward to him. The guy doesn't understand why the girl won't take anything from the reward. Ming has doubts about this whole business with the girl. The girl is from the Deity Guardians clan. Her clan can use and control divine power. They have been hunting for centuries, and their goal is to exterminate all evil things. The demon is already furious, not sure how else this girl should convince him to get the guy to agree. Demon also liked the girl's persuasive speech. Demon intently convinces the guy that to ally with the girl. Ming cannot stand it and makes it clear to the demon that he himself will decide without his advice. Ming thinks about the girl's proposal. He realizes that the demon is in his favor, and he has already paid once for listening to him. The guy apologizes to the girl and can't say anything back to her proposal. The guy doesn't want to get into this whole thing with her. The demon, puzzled by Ming's answer, he sees that the guy has changed after yesterday's battle. Now Ming is making his own decisions and no one is forcing him. Ming, a regular guy who recently got his new superpower. The guy doesn't work for any deities, much less wants to devote his life to fighting demons and monsters. The girl insists on a reward. The girl thought the guy would agree without a second thought, but she was wrong about him. The guy doesn't care about any money. He thinks his life is more important than any amount she might offer. Ming is afraid of losing control of his body again, because the demon pretends to be loyal to him, but he is very cunning and dangerous. Ming doesn't fully understand how to control his powers and what he is capable of. He is afraid to use them unnecessarily, because since the moment he has the power, all around him, his loved ones are also in danger. Ming, all told the girl. He silently turned around and walked off in his own direction. The guy will try to deal with the obstacle that will be in his way. The girl doesn't believe that the guy can just stay on the sidelines and not interfere. Shui has been fighting for a long time, and the guy has unlimited powers and is acting strangely. The girl's clan believes in God's will, and she assures him that he can't stay away because it's his destiny. The guy looks back at the girl with a smirk. Ming can see how the girl doesn't want to let him go, and can't believe that the guy refused her offer. The guy threw his gaze at his demon with disdain. The wolf demon was not like someone who believes in the will of God. Xiao Tian, trying to justify himself and not wanting Ming to look at him with such disdain. The girl didn't think the guy would refuse. Xue underestimated the guy and his ambition. The girl is saddened by his choice. The girl thought that the guy would courageously agree to her proposal and fight her hand in hand. Bei Ming was walking down the alley of the school, and someone called him. Ming was stopped by the dean of the institution, the one from whom he took his exams, but because of the collapse of the gym, he did not pass them. The dean is very angry at Ming. Furious, he doesn't understand why the guy is walking so calmly around the school grounds when he is so close to expulsion. Bei Ming tries to justify himself, but fails. The teacher is determined to get rid of him. He doesn't want such students in this school. The teacher accuses Bei Ming of dropping out and just leaving in the middle of the exam. And today he had an affair with a female student. The dean doesn't care about Bei Ming's intrigues, and has already sent his exam results for review. Since Ming didn't write anything in his test, he's likely to be expelled, and the teacher is very happy about it. The dean is very happy that the boy will finally be expelled from school, and he also doesn't want such a student to drag down the beautiful student of their school, Muru Shui. Ming had already forgotten that there was a feud going on between him and Dean. Dean, after the night where he met them with the girl, wants to kick him out of the school at any cost and is looking for any means possible. The demon still doesn't understand why the guy should be in school. Ming already has great powers. He is different from other students, and school only hinders him. Ming tries to explain himself to the teacher. The boy tells how he rescued people from under the rubble, and then something else happened. Suddenly, the school mouthpiece announces an immediate assembly at the school. The teacher rejoices at this news because he will be able to personally embarrass Ming in front of all the students. The dean of the school gloats and thinks that he will say goodbye to Ming, and he will not bother him anymore. The huge assembly hall of the school has accommodated all the students, and now the principal will speak to the students. The principal of the institution gathered all the students to explain about the incident with the gym. Ming is accosted by the guys who wanted to follow Yuer earlier. The guys want to understand what Ming has that they don't. The principal assures them that he's figured it all out. As a result, it's clear that the collapse was caused by poor repair work. The principal assures that this will never happen again. The principal apologized on behalf of himself and the school, and bowed to the student. Suddenly, the principal announces that he wants to single out one of the students and make an exception to the rules. The dean of the school stands in a mood. He saw that in the principal's hand is his application for expulsion from Ming's school. The principal looks at the application and asks Bei Ming to come on stage to the headmaster. Bei Ming didn't expect this. He is shocked to hear this. Ming doesn't know what to be surprised about anymore, since so much has been going on for him lately. The guy heads towards the stage. He can't imagine what is waiting for him now. The dean sees the guy's frightened face and realizes that Ming already knows that he is about to be expelled. But he couldn't imagine that it will be in full view of the whole school. The principal starts reading about Ming and his poor performance in school. Ming realizes that he is going to be expelled in such a shameful way. Ming wants to fall through the ground at this scene along with the principal, but there is nowhere to go. The guy obediently listens to everything. The headmaster gives the final verdict on Bei Ming and says that he should be expelled from the school for his academic performance. In the auditorium, the students were excited because this disabled guy had saved so many people. The guys who were sitting around gloating over him and his relationships with girls didn't expect it either. But still, the guys are happy because of Ming's exclusion, because he was from the competition, and now he will be defeated. The audience started to discuss about Ming. Some supported the guy because they were the ones he saved or the ones who watched him pull people out from under the rubble. Others disagreed, as his performance is causing the school's ranking to drop. Bei Ming stands on the stage and can't believe it's going to end like this. Ming tries to think of something, but there's nothing he can do. Yuer is watching from the audience. The girl sympathizes with the guy. She is very worried about him because he has so many problems in his life. Demon Xiao Tian, watching all this, even felt sorry for the guy. The demon offers to help the guy and rip off all these pompous people. Bei Ming asks the demon to shut up. He is fed up with the antics of the cunning demon. Bei Ming realizes that force will not change the situation. Bai Ming will accept any defeat. He will accept the exception and leave with his head held high. He doesn't want a demon to decide anything for him. The headmaster is not finished and wants to continue his statement about Bai Ming. After holding a pause, the headmaster continues to speak. Bai Ming and Yuer already thought that this is the final statement and the guy will be expelled. But the principal tries to say something else. The principal continues his unfinished speech without any hesitation, with a surprised Ming standing behind him. The principal expresses his gratitude to Bai Ming for his heroism and bravery. Thanks to Bai Ming, all the students trapped under the rubble were alive and well. All the students and teachers were impressed by Ming's act. Ming can't believe his ears, because a second ago he was already resigned to the fact that he would be expelled from school, and now they are thanking him. The principal emphasizes that Ming's grades are lousy, but the fact that he is so brave is important to the school. The principal says that the school administration has decided that not only will he not be expelled from school, but he will be rewarded for his bravery. Everyone sitting in the hall was amazed at the principal's statement. Some were happy for the boy, but there were also envious. The dean was shocked. He had tried so hard to get the boy expelled, but he was kept. Huer was happy to the point of tears. The girl is very happy for her dear friend, because now they will go to school together as before. The principal asked to give the boy a loud applause for his bravery and heroism. The hall erupted in applause. Ming hadn't even dreamed of such gratitude. The guys who were gloating at Ming sat down depressed by these events. Bai Ming stands contentedly on the stage, happy to be left behind. The demon thinks that he was just lucky. Huer is very happy with what's going on around her. She couldn't have thought things would turn out this way. The principal doesn't stop talking and continues further. He asks for a representative from all the students to come out. Everyone is shocked. The Ice Queen walks down the walkway with a bouquet of flowers to give to Ming as a token of appreciation from all the students. Huer is not pleased with this girl's appearance. Recently, very often Shui has caught her eye with Ming. The girl is worried. Shui walks up to Ming and hands him a greeting card. The demon twirls around near the guy and sniffs the flowers. The girl thinks for a second and stares at the flowers she's about to give to Ming. Ming looks at Shui with a smile. He is certainly flattered that such a beautiful girl is giving him a bouquet in such a solemn atmosphere. Suddenly, the girl nonchalantly tossed the bouquet into his hands. Ming was surprised without expecting it. The girl categorically turned away and left the stage without even giving any sign. Ming remained puzzled on the stage. Ming realized that the girl was most likely angry at him because he refused to fight her. After all the words said to Ming and all the solemn statements, Ming went to his seat in the audience. Coming down from the stage, the guy is stopped by a teacher who had previously helped him in his studies and was worried about his grades. The teacher, proud of Bai Ming for his bravery. The teacher walks up to the guy to praise him for his actions too. Ming is very chuffed that everyone around him noticed his merit after all. Most of all, Ming is happy that he didn't get expelled from school. The teacher affectionately asks Ming to come to her teacher's room, as they need to discuss his future schooling and his performance. Bai Ming obediently agrees. She was the only teacher who always helped him and worried about him. The teacher, after talking to Ming, went about her business. Ming stood and watched in the distance as the teacher left. There was a very strange energy coming from the teacher, just like when he didn't talk to her. This energy doesn't go anywhere, as if it was following her. Ming notices that this is all very strange. A dark aura has spread very strongly around the teacher. Demon Xiao Tian sees that the problem is still not solved. Even though he has absorbed the snake, the dark aura is still present in the school. Ming is determined, and he won't let his teacher get hurt. He'll get to the bottom of everything that's going on in the school. Bai Ming does not want anything to happen to the teacher. He will act and protect everyone. Demon finds it strange that the teacher cares a lot about Ming and helps him with his grades. Demon hints that Ming and the teacher have a personal relationship besides school. Bai Ming looked at the demon with denial. Ming is treated like this because just recently he had an accident and missed a lot of classes, which affected his grades. Bai Ming wonders if the absorbing void can absorb all the evil energy around the teacher, because the demon keeps praising it so much. Demon Xiaotian boasts that nothing is easier for him. He can absorb anything. His power is limitless. Bai Ming is comfortable with this. He is calm, after all. It will help him a lot in the future. The demon warns that stroking the dark energy won't work now. He will need his body to do it. Bai Ming is already tired of the demon's provocations. Again, he wants to fool him to take his body. It all comes down to the same thing all the time. The demon tries to act serious and assure Ming that he is only telling the truth, and this time he won't take his body. Ming realizes that he is still very weak and probably really has to team up with the demon to be stronger. The demon doesn't understand why the guy is staring at him like that. He wants Ming to believe him. The guy reasons. He remembers what the demon told him. Because of the snake's absorption, he must have his power. Ming wants to use the power of the deity to enhance the power of the absorbing void. Maybe then he can control it himself. The demon, once again, is up to something. Even though he promised the guy his loyalty, he still wants to release his power. Ming will have to make a decision and try to trust the demon again. The guy hopes that the new skills from the last demon will soon help him, and he will take care of the teacher. The demon assures him that he will help him in everything, and his powers will grow significantly. Again, the demon is playing evil games and is plotting a new plan. Xiao Tian tries to constantly push the guy to make decisions that suit him as well. Suddenly, Ming hears voices behind the wall of the teacher's room. Someone is giving the teacher flowers, but she can't take them. Behind the wall, there is a dialogue between the teacher and her suitor. The guy clearly likes the teacher, but she can't return the favor. Ming doesn't understand what's going on. The door to the teacher's room is closed, but Ming can still hear everything. But not only that, he can also see through the wall. The guy got the skill from the snake heat induction. The demon was surprised at how quickly Ming was able to use the skills of the serpent that he had only recently acquired. Ming is excited about his abilities. Enthusiastic, he wants to defeat more demons to gain more new powers. To the demon Xiao Tian, it's very unexpected that the guy is quick to grab everything. The demon thinks it's too dangerous for him. The guy holds the teacher's hand very tightly. She is very uncomfortable with this behavior. She doesn't want flowers and gifts from him. The man is furious that the teacher is rejecting him. He pins her against the wall and won't let her go. A man, sure that the teacher is lying to herself, he thinks she is in love with him, but doesn't want to admit it to himself. The gym teacher holds teacher Tian and won't let go of the fragile girl. Suddenly, the man heard someone standing beside them in the teacher's room. Standing in the doorway was Ming, a high school student. The man was startled. He doesn't know how long this guy has been standing in the doorway watching what is going on. Ming walked in calmly saying hello to everyone. The demon thinks the guy is a fool. After all, the guy didn't save the girl, but rather the man. The man furiously and immediately dashed beside Ming to the exit. The man remembered the insolent boy and now will definitely deal with him someday for interfering with him. The gym teacher slammed the door loudly and left. Teacher Tian thanks Ming for his help. The teacher apologizes to Ming for what he saw in the classroom. She is very embarrassed. Ming assures the teacher that everything is fine and she has nothing to worry about. After all, he didn't see anything. Ming showered the teacher with compliments because the teacher is very beautiful and all the students of the school are in love with her. The teacher is embarrassed by Ming's words and wants to ask him something too. The teacher is very curious. Ming also thinks she is beautiful, because if everyone likes her, then Ming likes her too. Demon doesn't understand anything at all. There seems to be some romantic flings going on around him. Ming likes the teacher, but he is very embarrassed to tell her so directly. He says that she is their favorite teacher. The guy offers the teacher his help. If suddenly she gets into an unpleasant situation, can safely turn to Ming, he will definitely help. The teacher is very grateful to such a caring student. Ming even lifted her mood. Ming stands in front of the teacher in embarrassment and already does not know what to say next because everything goes somewhere else. The demon starts laughing at the guy because he looks so ridiculous when he offers to be the teacher's personal bodyguard. The demon doesn't realize what's happening, for the dark aura is gone. The dark energy no longer envelops the teacher. The demon starts sniffing the teacher again. It suspects that the dark energy may disappear depending on the person's mood. The teacher asks Ming to sit down. The teacher wants to talk to the guy about his academic performance. The guy is not eager to sit down. He wants to talk to the teacher standing up. He is most comfortable that way. The teacher warns the guy that he needs to do well in his studies. Ming is very far behind in his studies and it will be very difficult for him to graduate. The teacher offers to help him in his free time. Ming didn't expect such generosity from his teacher. She is a really nice person who helps him with his grades. Ming agrees. He will study harder, especially with the teacher's help. He will catch up with everyone. Ming goes home and is met by Yuer in the schoolyard. She hurries over to him. Yuer walks next to Ming and shares with him about her impressions of the day. In class, she was shocked by one teacher. He was very agile. The girl won't stop talking to the guy about her stories. Ming goes with Yuer, but doesn't listen to the girl. He has something else on his mind. Ming talks to himself about the dark energy in the school and around the teacher. Yuer sees that Ming is not paying attention to her, and everything she tells him flies out of his mouth. The girl in anger starts yelling at the guy to finally hear her. Ming, startled by Yuer's rage, he immediately pays attention to the girl and starts asking how she's doing. Yuer starts to wonder what he's thinking about, that he can't hear what is going on around him and that he is being talked to. Ming assures her that he's not thinking anything unusual. From the side, Ming notices Teacher Tian being chased by someone again, and she is being put into a car, but it's not obvious from her face that she wants to be. Ming is about to intervene again. He asks that Yuer go home without him while he goes about his unfinished business. Ming sped up and ran after the car in which Teacher Tian went. He won't let the teacher be offended. Yuer, although she doesn't ask Ming about what's going on with him, but she's already too worried about it. The next time they meet, Yuer will definitely find out everything from the guy. Teacher Tian got out of the car. She is standing and waiting for someone, but you can see from her face that she doesn't really want this meeting. The teacher was standing and discussing something heatedly with the man across from her. The man was yelling and waving his hands. The girl wanted him to leave her alone. The man roughly grabs Teacher Tian's hands and won't let her go. The girl pleads for him not to touch her. The girl is desperate and doesn't understand why the man is attached to her and her family, since she doesn't want to be with him. The man is very arrogant. He's just not used to being rejected by the girl. Mr. Xiao is used to doing what he wants. The man assures that her parents like that he spoils them, or they would like a son-in-law like him. The man forcefully wants to get the girl, and assures her that she will not go anywhere from him. He will always be with her whether she wants it or not. The man thinks the girl wants to be with him too. She's just being stubborn to spite him. He puts the girl in the car. The man is very mean to the girl, and wants her to be the mother of his future children. Demon Xiaoqian tries to find out what is going on between the man and the woman, and directs his energies towards it. The demon thinks he understands what the fight is about without words, but he doesn't seem to understand anything about human relationships. Ming asks the demon to be a little more serious, because the teacher needs help, and he hasn't learned anything. Ming will save the teacher at any cost. The guy promised the girl that he will be her bodyguard. He will keep his promise. Ming watches the car leaving. It's going very fast. The guy is afraid that he can't catch up with it. Ming taps into his new superpowers and takes away the plush head again so no one in town will recognize him. The guy who works in the plush dog puppet is furious. Ming takes away part of the guy's costume again, and he won't be able to work properly. Ming runs across the rooftops of the high-rise buildings to catch up with the car the teacher is riding in. Ming, puzzled that the teacher is being harassed by someone again. She was picked up by a strange man Ming had never seen before. The car was driving very fast and dodgy. At one point, it swerved off the road and went into an alley. Ming ran without taking his eyes off the car, trying to keep up, but suddenly something went wrong. Ming lingered on the lattice of the balcony of one of the apartments, looked at the road, and realized that he had lost track of the car. Ming gets an idea to use his new skills inherited from the snake to find the car. Ming concentrated and released his new power into the city to search for the car. The snake power took the form of multiple small snakes, which quickly scattered around the city in search of the auto with the teacher. During the search, with his new power, Ming could see everything that was happening in the city. He saw unprompted children walking in the sandbox. While the snakes were scouring the city, the guy with his new skill was able to see what was going on far away in the pool, but the teacher wasn't there. Finally, Ming found with his snake skill teacher Tian walking into a huge mansion with Man. Ming was satisfied that he found the teacher. Now he will definitely be able to help her and knows where she is. Suddenly, Ming sees behind his back in the window a little boy looking at him with surprised eyes. Ming pretends that nothing happened and asks the boy to keep everything a secret so that no one knows. The frightened boy in the window promises not to tell anyone about Ming and what he saw. The minute the boy promises not to tell about the boy, he immediately starts yelling all over his apartment to his mom about what he saw. Ming realized that little kids can't be trusted and it's best to stay away from them. Ming rushes with the demon in pursuit of his teacher. He promised her that he would not let her get hurt next time, and she definitely needs protection now. Ming suddenly realizes that something strange is happening. He feels he's being chased by a dark energy. Around Ming appeared deadly threads that are so sharp that they can cut any object, and Ming almost gets caught in them. Ming doesn't understand what's going on again, and where this power came from. Every time he goes somewhere, he gets into trouble. Ming and the demon stand on a rooftop and see that sharp threads like lasers surround them on all sides. A scarlet-haired girl with pink hair and a small teddy bunny stood lurking behind the wall on the roof as if waiting for something. Like a hunter, the girl with pink hair had the very power that Ming had enveloped, and something made her angry. Now the girl wants to deal with Ming. Ming sees deadly threads in front of him, and the demon warns the guy that these threads are imbued with divine power. Ming is determined. He wants to try out another new snake skill he saw in the fight with the deity. Ming is not afraid of the one who has placed traps in the form of threads around the town and him. The guy uses his new power and applies the scaly snake armor on himself. Ming immediately went on the attack and with one move, broke through all the threads imbued with dark energy. Ming was determined to win. He wouldn't be stopped by any threads. They might be sharp, but he could handle them. Ming's only concern was that the one who created these threads would not attack him. Ming realizes that someone is following him and pushes his powers, but he doesn't sense this demon and no dark aura in the vicinity. Demon Xiao Qian also doesn't smell any scent of dark powers. He starts to worry that it's not a demon at all, in someone they haven't met yet. Ming is very angry about the attack situation. He can't stay here for long. He has more important things to do. Ming starts shouting too loudly for the whole neighborhood, so that the monster hears him and finally realizes he's attacked. The guy has to help his teacher, not just be held here with who knows who. Ming is already starting to doubt whether these threads were a trap at all. Perhaps he just fell into them by accident, but they were not meant for him. Ming starts to get nervous. He has no time to think and catch the demons that are hiding from him. The guy tries to get through the threads. The girl, watching the guy, sees that the guy is very defiant and has no intention of giving in to her. He breaks through her threads and wants to escape without a fight. The girl realizes that the guy underestimates his rival. She is going to take his life, since he thinks he is capable of anything. Ming, running away from the roof, suddenly feels a jolt of strange force. Some unimaginable force is trying to grab him and the demon wolf. Ming thought no one will stop them anymore. The demon warns him that a huge blob of dark energy is gathering behind them. Ming realized that the monster wants to do battle after all. Bai Ming dodges the impact of the dark energy and decides to engage in battle. Ming doesn't know who he's going to fight yet, but he's relying on his new skills. The girl is mesmerized by his determination to fight her. She's not going to give in to Ming. The pink-haired girl is in the mood for a bloody battle and wants to take the guy's life quickly and painlessly. At the most important moment with the onset of the battle, the guy's body, all his snake armor, crumbles. Ming and the demon already don't know how the battle will go. The demon senses that the opponent's strength is not ordinary. Demon Xiao Qian doesn't understand why the guy is suddenly worried about the serpent's strength. After all, Ming still has powerful demon powers. Before the demon could think about it, his collar was tightened by the pressure on his neck, and he was pulled with all his might. Bai Ming thought it over and decided not to engage his case. After all, his skills had dissolved, and what powers the opponent had, he did not yet fully know. The guy decided that the sensible solution would be to run away. After all, the powers he still had left from the demon he should save to protect the teacher. The girl with pink hair saw the guy suddenly decide to run away, and she didn't like it. The girl thinks he was scared of her indestructible strength. The girl, only even more amused by the interest of this battle, because she is now as a hunter will hunt for prey. Suddenly, the girl was called by her mother. The girl loved her favorite mom's delicious cookies and promised to hurry up. The girl headed straight for Bai Ming and his wolf, but at some point she stopped and decided not to pursue the demon anymore. The girl is very angry that her plan is falling apart in front of her eyes, and is very unhappy about this unpleasant situation. The girl does put up with the guy getting away from her, and she will go home to eat her delicious cookies. The girl with the pink hair looks into the distance at the sunset as Ming runs away, and doesn't get upset because her time for hunting is over, and her service in the daylight hours is over. The girl is in a good mood and lets Ming go, but promises that if she sees Ming again, she will take his life. Ming runs for all his strength and tries to get away from the monster he doesn't know. Ming is puzzled as to why his snake skills were suddenly disappearing. Fu Ming, all pensive about his demonic powers not being enough for his new powerful snake skills. The demon explains to the guy that he was foolish to activate all the skills at once. His body couldn't handle it and couldn't hold the skills for long. Bei Ming thinks he did the right thing. Running away from an unfamiliar monster is the best strategy. The demon is not used to running away from the battle. He considers it a disgrace. Demon Xiao Tian can't keep up with Ming and asks him to run so fast, because his strength will soon leave him in such a hurry. Ming laughs at the wolf, because he is always bragging about how powerful and strong he is, but he can't run fast. Xiao Tian never ran away from problems, but stood to meet them. A demon never ran away from enemies. Bei Ming wants to hurry to his teacher. He is worried about the girl. Bei Ming is standing in front of a posh mansion. He finally got to the place where teacher Tian was brought. Ming knows for sure that the teacher was brought here, and he has to help her at all costs and get her out of this place. The demon is exhausted. He spent all his strength to catch up with Bei Ming. Ming cannot waste time. He hurries to help the teacher. Near the entrance to the huge, shining building where the teacher is kept stands a guard. The guards won't let the guy in, because outsiders are not allowed in. This is a secret club for special clients. Ming was confused. He didn't expect to see the guards. The guy didn't think that he would have to deal with the guards as well. Then Ming realized what they meant about the secret club. This club is always written about in street flyers in order to lure rich men. Bei Ming put up for this luxurious club. He didn't think that such places are very beautiful. The guards are starting to get fed up with the cocky guy. Ming doesn't move away and starts reasoning without paying attention to the guards. Because if this place is what he thinks it is, then the teacher is in even more danger. The guards angrily start yelling at the guy to get away from this place, or they'll have to teach him a lesson. School kids aren't allowed in such places. Bei Ming modestly apologizes for his behavior. Demon Xiao Tian doesn't understand why the guy is enduring humiliation for the umpteenth time and just shrugs it off. The guy starts to justify that he just accidentally wandered into this place, and with everything he didn't come here on purpose. The guards of the secret place decided that the guy was scared of them. Ming went from this place in inaction. The demon keeps condemning the guy for running away from his problems all the time. Ming assures him that if he started fighting off the guards, he would have given himself away immediately and couldn't save the teacher. Ming remembered for the situations before coming here. Someone had strung divine threads around the city, but never came out to battle them. Ming's life wasn't the same as before. The guy has gotten superpowers, and now, until he figures out all the intricacies, he can't give himself away much from the shadows. The demon, having read various comic books, decides that the guy should now come up with a superhero costume. Ming is shocked that the demon had read such a thing as well. Ming walked around the secret establishment from the other side and stopped at the fence. He picked a good spot. It was just out of sight of the cameras. Ming put his hand on the stone fence and decided to use the power of heat induction again. Unfortunately, the guy had used up all the power in a day. The demon started rampaging that Ming never listens to him. His powers have a limit, and they can't serve him all day. The demon reminds him that if he had joined forces with Xue, then he could have accumulated more demonic power. Ming in a frenzy also started shouting, because there is no point in discussing this now. There is no way to change anything anymore. At this moment, it is necessary to find a way out to save the teacher. Xiao Tian warned that without demonic strength, the guy is just an ordinary person. Ming, without strength, won't be able to stand up for himself either. Ming doesn't care that demon skills don't work now, because he can move. That's enough for him too. Ming promises to save the teacher. For as long as he can walk, he won't back down and will look for escape options. The demon doesn't believe the guy can do anything without his powers. The guy overestimates himself in his real strength. Demon is interested in watching this. Bei Ming comes up with some kind of plan. For this, he steps on the demon's head to climb the fence. The guy can't climb the fence and asks the demon to get him even higher. Xiao Tian is furious. He doesn't like the whole fence thing and the fact that Ming climbed it. Ming has managed to climb the fence. He hangs on it and watches what is inside this secret club. Ming just climbed up from the side where there was a holy spring with half-naked girls. The guy didn't expect to see such a thing here. Suddenly the girls saw some guy crawling on the fence, and they think he is a pervert. All the girls start screaming in horror and start running away from the source. The demon can't see what's going on there, and the guy can't believe he's been mistaken for a pervert. The guards at the gatehouse heard the noise of the girls screaming. All began to discuss that some man broke into the club, but no one envies him, because this club is very influential man, and here rest very rich people. In a huge hall full of security guards in a chair sits the owner of the establishment. He tells the teacher that she owes him money. Teacher Tian promises to give the whole sum soon. The stately man sits down with her because her parents are bankrupt, and they owe him a very huge sum of money, but they have run away, and he can't find them. The teacher is horrified. She can't believe that her parents are capable of abandoning her and hanging huge debts on her. Teacher Tian sits in despair, choking back tears. Her parents stole the money from this man. The nasty man smokes a cigar and can't believe that a teacher can rack up a huge amount of debt in her lifetime. After all, she works as an ordinary teacher in a school. The girl doesn't know what to say back. She sits surrounded by these thugs and is unable to resolve the situation. The girl does not understand how everything could happen like this, because she gave all her savings to her parents to pay the debt. The teacher went into her musings. Teacher Tian was always a decent and humble person, always helping out if she could. When the teacher needed help, not always, she was helped. Girl Tian doesn't understand why everyone around her is so cruel, because she doesn't deserve to be treated like that. The man realizes that the teacher has no money, so he offers her a deal. He wants to offer her a favorable offer because she has no way out anyway. The man offers Teacher Tian, since she works at the school, to bring some beautiful girls to his secret club. The man promises if she fulfills his request, he will forget about her debt. The owner of the establishment believes that he has offered her a favorable way out of the situation and is waiting for the right answer from the girl. Teacher Tian answered the owner of the establishment very impetuously. She does not intend to set her students up because of money. The man didn't expect such an answer. He thought the teacher wouldn't refuse him. The man became furious and looked at the girl with scary eyes. It was clear to the girl that after her actions from the man will not expect good manners. The club owner brutally and mercilessly throws the teacher to the floor. Tian falls very hard and hits the floor. The man decides if the teacher doesn't want to bring schoolgirls to him, then she will take their place herself. He brutally tortures the woman and grabs her by the hair. Teacher Tian can't believe this is all happening to her. She lies on the floor, crying for help. Bai Ming is standing in the building of a secret club. He sneaked in illegally and got caught. The guy pretends he got in by accident. The guy's surrounded by security guards at the secret club. One of the guards holds him by the scruff of the neck and indignantly reprimands him for climbing the wall and entering the building, not just passing by. Ming tries to justify himself, but fails. The guard can't stand the guy's excuses and wants to teach him a lesson. The guard will have a lot of trouble if the guests see him. Suddenly a girl came out of one of the rooms, to the exciting noise to see who the guards are so violently massacring. The girl was very beautiful. She stood with a glass in her hands, examining Ming from head to toe. He even seemed interesting to her. The guards asked the girl to return to her chambers. Bai Ming was mesmerized by the girl's beauty. He didn't want to stare at her, but it couldn't be avoided. Bai Ming started to accuse the girl for looking at her body. Bai Ming has no time to deal with all this. He asks the demon to help and come up with something. Demon Xiao Tian doesn't know what to offer the guy. He thinks that he can't be helped and that he was wrong to come here in the first place. The guards clamp down on Ming and want to handcuff him. Ming's skills are gone, and now he has to make it on his own. Suddenly, Bai Ming feels a huge black aura around him. He realizes that something is wrong. The demon and the guy realized that this energy they previously felt from Teacher Tian, and now it is very huge. Bei Xing is beyond angry. He realizes that something bad is happening to the teacher if this kind of aura is coming to them. He needs to save the teacher, not chill here. Suddenly, Ming sees someone approaching, someone he has already seen today. A guy with golden hair walks into the club and apologizes to all the ladies that he is in a bad mood today, because his heart was broken by the rejection of a girl. The guy was walking down the corridor, and his gaze also fell on the crowd of guards who are trying to subdue the kid who climbed into the closed territory. All the girls ran out to the guy and started screaming at his beauty. The guy was the son of those who keep this club, and all the girls here are crazy about him. The guy came and threateningly ordered the guards to let the insolent guy who had climbed over the fence go and that they should not stay here any longer. The guards were about to punish the boy for his actions and were surprised by the young master's order. The boy got angry and thought that he was not heard. The guards, after an intimidating look from the gentleman, let the guy in, and everyone understood. The guards all retired to their posts. Bei Ming watched the guards leave in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes that everything had been resolved like this. Ming looked at the guy and first realized that he was from the school, but he couldn't remember who he was. Bei Ming took a closer look and realized who was standing in front of him. He remembered that this guy had hit on his friend Yue this morning, but she had turned him down. The young master smiled and winked at Ming. He didn't want to antagonize the guy. It wasn't hard for him to help Ming since he has influence here. Bei Ming didn't really understand the golden-haired guy's gesture. The demon from the guy's gesture thought he was of a different orientation. Young master and Bei Ming were surrounded by a crowd of girls. All the girls complain about Ming because he broke into the club, and to all of them, he is a pervert. All the girls start threatening their influence and that they will sue. The young master starts to calm down all the girls. Shen Luo started to talk about today's wonderful day and that nothing could ruin their mood. Shen Luo promised to deal with Ming and reimburse everyone. The guy asks everyone to touch down in their marvelous chambers and that he will sort everything out. As a sign of reconciliation, the guy promised to honor everyone with lovely gifts. All the girls, enchanted by the speech and the lad himself, all believed him at once. Mr. Shen was always not short of beauties around him. Ming exhaled that he had been saved by a certain Mr. Shen. He is grateful to him, because this way he would have gone for broke and probably made a lot of noise. The demon compares Ming to the gentleman who saved him from the commotion. Ming realizes he can't be that elegant, but he doesn't need to be. Bei Ming has been fiddling with everything for a long time already, and he needs to save the teacher. Teacher Tian is in danger. Ming needs to hurry. Shen walks up to Ming and doesn't understand why he's climbing the wall. He could have just asked him to come in here. Shen knows that Ming is very strong and is puzzled as to why Ming was defeated by the guards. Ming suspects that Shen might know something about him. Ming wants to appear friendly and pats Shen on the shoulder. Ming makes the excuse that he just didn't want to cause a commotion at the club, so he didn't get into a fight. Ming came to this place for a reason, and he's grateful to the guy for helping him out, even though they didn't know each other that well. Ming promises to return the favor in the future. If it hadn't been for Shen, there's no telling how the scuffle would have ended. Shen stood silently, and it was easy for him. Bei Ming didn't look back and said goodbye to the guy and went about his business. His stay here was just the beginning. Demon Xiao Tian suspiciously disliked Shen. Although he had helped Ming, he had a strange aura. Shen, watching Ming, realized that this guy was hiding something. It was as if Shen was evenly suspicious of him. Ming and the demon ran down the corridor at the smell of the dark aura, and it was growing a lot. Bei Ming was very worried about the teacher after all. It had already been a long time. Ming ran as hard as he could and approached the place where teacher Tian was being held. The guy feels that something bad is happening and need to rush to help soon. Ming ran towards the door, where the guards were standing near the door again, but there were teacher's screams coming from near the door. It was clearly heard that the teacher was outside the door and was being tortured. Ming is horrified to hear these screams and doesn't know what to think. Anything could have happened to the teacher while Ming was getting to her. The guards won't let Ming in. They are determined to let strangers into the master's office. The guy won't tolerate the guards here. Ming isn't going to restrain himself anymore. He has to get inside. The master who was bullying the teacher heard strange sounds behind the door. He realized that someone wanted to enter him uninvited. The girl was lying exhausted on the floor, and the man was disturbed by the extraneous sounds behind the door. He asked to deal with them. Only the guard wanted to go to the door to sort out what was happening from outside, as suddenly someone was breaking the doors from inside. Bei Ming concentrated the power in his punch and broke the door down. He was sick of holding back in front of the pathetic guards. Bei Ming stands at full strength on the broken door. Beside him is his demon who is chained to him. He finally makes it to the place. Teacher Tian is lying on the floor and a black aura is emanating from her. Ming is shocked at what he sees. The teacher still tries to help her student. She asks him to leave this place as it is very dangerous. Ming has all the guards that were in the classroom pointing guns at him. Ming is not worried. He only has thoughts in his mind to save his teacher. Bei Ming apologizes to the teacher and asks her not to move, but he will help her. Ming is not afraid of these bandits. He doesn't care about their weapons. He only wants to rescue the teacher. The club owner, surrounded by his guards, looks at this guy. He is outraged that he interrupted him and thinks it's her boyfriend or suitor. The club owner is about to bully the poor teacher in front of her own student. He thinks it's funny. Teacher Tian wants to protect her student out of her last strength and asks not to touch Ming. The girl asks the man not to touch her student, and she will do whatever he wants in return. The man viciously kicks his foot at the girl and orders her to lie down and be quiet. He wants the guy to answer for his injured friends. Bi Ming is furious and promises to kill everyone here mercilessly if he doesn't stop bullying the teacher. A gunshot rang out, and the teacher started sobbing hard. Several gunshots could be heard very loudly. Bi Ming stood in a stupor and grabbed his stomach. The demon started to get nervous and thought that the guy was faking or playing a prank on him. Bi Ming fell to the floor from the gunshot wound. The demon in a rage orders him to get up. After all, he can't die so ridiculously. Above Ming stood the owner of the club and laughed that the guy was so brave, and in fact was, and what he could not do. The man heard behind him with wounded sounds. He didn't realize what was going on after all. Teacher Tian should be lying obediently behind him. The teacher was torn with guilt for Ming. After all, it was because of her that he was shot. Because of the guilt, the dark aura spread more and more, and the girl could no longer contain it because of what had happened. It was as if the teacher was having a conversation with someone inside her. An inner voice was telling her that she was pathetic and could not stand up for herself, and that this world was very cruel. The teacher could not bear the pain that had accumulated in her heart. Suddenly, after talking, Teacher Tian changed. A dark aura engulfed her completely, and now she is a completely different person who does not tolerate injustice. Teacher Tian was enveloped by the darkness in her eyes, and she intends to slaughter everyone who will stand in her way, because she had already endured all the pain for a long time. The master, from seeing the transformation of the teacher, was frightened and ordered his men to immediately capture her. The girl grabs with her strength the first offender who wants to grab her, and holds him directly by the hand. Teacher Tian completely binds the man who attacked her with his dark power, though she herself didn't even move. Suddenly, her ropes of dark energy broke the arm of the girl's first assailant. The teacher's power is unusual and very dangerous. The other personality awakened in the teacher rejoices at the screams of the people she hurts. Now she's not broken, and no one will hurt her. Everyone starts falling on her at once, and in fear the guards start shooting at the girl. The master orders not to kill the teacher, because she still owes him money, and so he cannot demand it from her. The girl looks playfully at her enemies, and as a bullet flies straight at her. The teachers can't be hit by bullets now. The demon tries to get Ming to stand up and rather start dealing with the mutant teacher. Ming stops the bullets flying at him, but they still stun him, and he faints. Ming is very embarrassed that the bullets didn't hit him, and he still couldn't bitch and hold on to his legs. The demon lectures the guy in a rage. Ming has Xiao Tian's demon powers, but he doesn't want to use them for some reason. Ming delayed the bullets with the powers, and if it weren't for the powers, he would be dead. Ming doesn't begin to blame himself for wasting his powers irrationally. If he knew beforehand, he wouldn't have wasted them. The demon asks the guy not to waste his powers. He needs to deal with the evil mutant teacher. Ming needs to save the teacher, but has no idea how to do it. Teacher Tian grabbed all the people who wanted to harm her. All the people are screaming in pain, and the teacher likes it. The girl's second personality talks to herself. She tells how she's been keeping all the troubles inside her all her life, and because of that, the darkness inside her is growing. The second personality wants to completely free the girl from the pain and suffering that accompanies her all her life. The club owner that bullied the girl before her transformation wants to escape and head straight for the door. Right before the exit, the girl blocks the man's path. He, in a rage himself, grabs a gun and threatens to kill her. The girl approaches the man in a very cocky, lightning-fast manner. She has deadly eyes, and now she's going to mess with him. The girl remembers how he treated her when the girl was herself, and now it is her turn to play with him. The girl has grabbed the man, and now he has nowhere to go. He is in the shackles of this bloodthirsty teacher personality. The owner of the club is greatly frightened for his life and promises to forget all her debts if the girl will spare him and let him go. The girl at first pretended to agree with the man, but then ruthlessly rejected his proposal because he must get what he deserves. The owner of the club is no longer up to jokes. He realizes that he got into an unpleasant situation, and he himself is guilty of everything. Bai Ming asks not to take the life of the man who abused her, knows that if she does, she will not forgive herself. The second personality doesn't understand what this guy is talking about, because she is protecting herself from all the evil abusers. The second personality is sure that if it wasn't for her, the girl would have long ago disappeared in this world and wouldn't have survived. Ming does not understand what happened to the teacher Tian, how such a beautiful, sweet girl turned out to be such a monster. The boy suspects that he is not talking to the teacher at all, as if her body has been taken over by a demon and speaks for her. Xiao Tian preliminarily examines the girl and doesn't sense a demon in her. The demon assures that the teacher is not possessed, but rather has a split personality, and it is very serious. Ming must bring the former teacher to her senses and not hurt her in any way. Ming's prosthetic arms and legs are malfunctioning, and he still has to get teacher Tian back. The demon again convinces Ming to give him his body, as it's the only way they can bring the teacher back to his senses. Ming again senses a trick on the wolf's part. Ming was previously told by the demon that, without his body, black energy can also be absorbed without his body. In this case, Xiao Tian can't do that because the dark aura has completely taken over the girl's entire body. Ming realized the problem and immediately found a solution. Now he knows what to do. Ming decided that he would bring the teacher to her senses himself by any means necessary, and when she came to her senses, the wolf would absorb her dark energy. The demon realized that Ming would definitely not give him his body. The teacher's evil personality saw the guy as her savior. Ming really wanted and wants to help the teacher. The personality realized that this boy is the girl's weakness, and she needs to get rid of her weaknesses as soon as possible. The boy asks to keep the girl's body, but the personality, on the contrary, assures that only with her will she feel good. The personality grabs Ming and doesn't understand how such a Slovak will protect her, but Ming promises that he will do his best to do so. The second personality is puzzled why a regular guy would worry about a teacher too. She thinks the guy has a soft spot for her. The personality thinks that the guy is secretly in love with the girl, which is why he tries to protect her from all harm. Ming gets embarrassed because he never thought of anything like that. Ming wants to help the teacher, as she is a very good and sympathetic person. The girl's other personality feels sorry to kill the guy after all. She thinks the guy sympathizes with her too. The evil personality takes the guy in her arms and is about to kiss him. Ming is puzzled because the teacher's real personality wouldn't do that. Ming asks the teacher's personality not to act so recklessly because she will regret it later. The girl advises not to resist the guy, because then he will only get worse. The girl with a dark personality is going to play her cruel games on the guy. Her aura of torture is only growing. Ming is puzzled that the teacher must have had a lot of suffering in her life if a second personality could have taken over. Ming tries to bring her to her senses. Ming asks the personality to leave the body, but she doesn't understand why, because she thinks the body belongs to her alone. The dark personality assures that the guy doesn't even know the real her and can't judge her. Ming doesn't care what teacher Tian's nature is. He's going to save her anyway. The teacher starts to restrain the guy more and more with her powers, and she likes it, but the guy has nothing to breathe anymore. Ming is determined to act, and he needs to do it faster, because he is already powerless and can pass out any minute. Ming can't hold back the teacher's brute force. The demon is furious. He offers his help, and he would deal with her in no time. Ming is not going to let the demon interfere with the teacher because he might hurt her. Ming realizes that the teacher's body is beyond her real control. He needs to save the teacher and bring her to her senses. Ming needs to get through to teacher Tian. She needs to hear him so that the evil aura will leave her. To do this, Ming is going to tell a story. Ming wants the teacher to listen to him. Maybe with his story, he will save her. The guy remembers the days when he was in a plane crash and how long it took him to recover from it. Finally, the guy pulled through and was able to go back to school. He wanted to feel like he used to. The guy believed that he would live a fun school life again and forget everything like a terrible dream. Coming to school, all his classmates and teachers were alienated from the guy. Ming realized that his life would no longer be like before. The guy didn't hold a grudge against the people that surrounded him. He just couldn't accept himself. And him, when he was already desperate, someone called him. Teacher Tian stood right in front of him and smiled. She was always on the side of the students and supported the guy in a difficult moment. The girl was smiling and was like a ray of light among the dark storm clouds in Ming's soul. Teacher Tian and her faith in him gave him a chance to live, and he decided to live despite everything. Ming tries to bring the teacher to his senses with a story and says that he has wanted to tell her for a long time, that he has been worried for a long time already. Ming, unable to stand it, gathers all his will in his fist and tells the teacher that he has always wanted to be with her and wants to make her life beautiful. Demon can't contain his laughter. He thinks that whatever the guy says won't be able to help the teacher with his split personality. Ming is nervous and asks not to disturb the demon. Suddenly, the angry teacher recovered a little and her eyes became bright and clear. The dark aura slowly began to recede. The demon didn't believe the guy, but he still succeeded, and Xiao Qian is about to absorb the dark aura while the teacher's mind cleared. Bei Ming holds the teacher so that the demon can take all the dark energy from her. The teacher's dark energy seemed like it started to flow out of her in a huge stream. Suddenly the second personality returned to the teacher, and she started screaming in rage for the guy to stop. The demon is absorbing her aura, and if he takes it all, the dark personality will be gone forever. The dark personality starts threatening the guy, which he only makes things worse. She is convinced that only she can protect the teacher. The dark aura disappears, and the other personality tries to viciously try its best to stay in the teacher's body. Finally, Teacher Tian came to her senses. Her hair is back to how it was before, and her eyes are as clear as the sun. Teacher Tian lost consciousness. Her strength left her. Ming picked up the teacher in his arms. He was saddened that things had happened like this, but now he would definitely not let her be harmed. The demon had absorbed all the girl's dark energy, and he likes the feeling of the demonic power gathering. In the corridors of the secret club, a large number of people could be heard approaching. People with guns rush to save their master and open fire on Ming. Everyone starts shooting at the guy, and a force starts to build up around Ming, as if a barrier is enveloping him. People with guns stop. They think that from such a mayhem the guy will definitely not survive. In front of the guard stood the guy with the teacher in his hands, all unharmed, and all the bullets were frozen in the barrier that surrounded them. The guy stood calmly, while in front of his face, bullets were hanging in the air. Ming was enraged, because of all these people, Teacher Tian had lost her temper. Ming concentrated his power and unleashed all of it on the people who came to deal with him. All the people are terrified. All the bullets they fired at the guy turned out to be aimed at them, and they all flew past them. Ming gives the people a chance to save themselves. If they back off now, he won't hurt them. The guys with guns realized they couldn't handle the guy. They quickly left and repented for their actions. Ming went to the exit. He needs to get the teacher to the hospital. The demon looks with disdain at the people who wanted to take the guy's life. He definitely wouldn't let them live. After the battle with the guard and the teacher's second personality, the club is a big mess. Bei Ming is not very comfortable in front of Shen Luo for making such a mess. Unexpectedly, someone came out to the corridor to find out why the club was such a mess. Shen Luo came out to Ming and realized that he had trashed everything. Ming apologizes for the mess, but he did his best to save Teacher Tian. Bei Ming doesn't want any trouble with the rich guy. He promises to repay everything with money. Ming, of course, doesn't have such a huge amount of money, but he will try to think of something and asks his classmate for some time to raise the money. Shen Luo laughs off the funny guy and refuses his money. Shen offers the guy his car to drive the teacher to the hospital sooner rather than later. The demon is watching Shen Luo very suspiciously. It seems to him that he is helping Ming for a reason. Bei Ming is very grateful for such a magnanimous gesture. Demon Xiao Tian knows for sure that Shen is hiding something from Ming, and he digs to the truth. Ming and his teacher and Shen Luo ride in his fancy car and hurry to get to the hospital as soon as possible. The demon sits on the roof of the car and grumbles that the guy is not listening to him at all. The guys reach the hospital, where the teacher is quickly hospitalized and put in a separate room. The girl is unconscious, lying in the ward. The doctors took care of her, but if the girl had been brought in later, the worst could have happened. Shen Luo told Ming about the teacher's condition. Ming doesn't even know how to thank the guy for his help. Ming doesn't understand why Shen is talking about severe wounds if the teacher only had abrasions and scratches, nothing more. Ming suspects Shen Luo that he is generous for a reason, and that he knows a lot more than he says. Shen Luo is puzzled by Ming's words, but the guy wants to expose him to the truth and asks him to tell the truth. The demon didn't expect Ming to guess Shen Luo's trickery. Ming realizes that all these handouts from Shen Do are for a reason. Bei Ming has gotten Shen Luo to come clean. Shen Luo is a powerful and wealthy man, always looking to benefit himself in all situations. Shen throws Ming's cell phone to Ming to look something up there, something that Ming is already familiar with. Ming catches Shen Luo's phone and puzzled doesn't realize what he can see there that will affect their conversation. Ming sees on the phone a picture of him lifting a car with people in plush helmets. Shen Luo brags that one of his men took that picture for him. Ming didn't expect this turn of events. Shen Luo realized that the person who saved the people in the car was Ming. Ming doesn't understand how the guy was able to guess. Ming realizes that Shen is capable of anything with his influence and wealth. To Shen Luo, it's just an ordinary trifle. Shen Luo doesn't deny that he can do anything with his money. Ming has nothing to add in response to the guy. Shen Luo assures Ming that he has no bad intentions towards the guy. On the contrary, he respects and admires him. Bai Ming is shocked by such statements. No one has ever said such loud words to him, and especially he did not think to hear them from a rich man. Shen talks about how Ming has strength and he lacks it, but Ming disagrees. He thinks Shen is exaggerating towards him. Shen Luo has seen Ming's unfathomable strength, and he knows what he is telling him. Shen Luo has had everything all his rich life, but he has no strength, and that's why he's the first in the family. Shen Luo wants to be strong too, so he can show his family what he can be capable of. Shen Luo first and foremost wants to avenge his mother. Shen Luo was honest with Ming and told him everything he thought. Ming realized that the guy was honest with him. Shen Luo overreacted and was highly agitated by his story. He calmed down and said that he wanted to be strong too and team up with Ming. Bai Ming did not fully understand what Shen Luo means and will try to help him because he needs to repay his debt. Suddenly, the guys heard some sounds in the teacher's room and thought that she had woken up. Teacher Tian, in a delirium with her eyes closed, kept shouting that her sister would not leave her and she could not live without her. Bai Ming tried to calm the girl down and covered her with a blanket. Ming doesn't understand which sister he is talking about. Bai Ming wants to use Shen Luo's connections and find the teacher's parents to find out more about her. Shen Luo comes up from behind and reveals that the teacher had a twin sister and died saving her as a child. Bai Ming was shocked to learn. He was shocked. After all, he didn't know that she had a sister who died as a child. Ming stood in shock, and the demon realized everything. In her early childhood, from the stress of her sister's death, the teacher had developed a second personality. The girl lay in bed like an innocent child. She had suffered a lot in her life. Ming, in despair, thinks that he made a mistake by depriving the teacher of her second personality. Ming's phone rings. It's Yor calling him. In the phone receiver, Yor was yelling and calling Ming. Ming urgently needs to go to his friend's help. Ming is hysterical and tries to ask Yor what happened to her, but he only hears some strange sounds. The connection with Yor is cut off, and Ming starts to call her back immediately, but the girl's phone has already been turned off. Ming hopes that Yor will be all right and alive. Shen Luo starts to reassure Ming and promises to help him find Yor's whereabouts through the police he knows. Ming only hears the word school from Yor and thinks she is there. Shen Luo offers to go with him to the school and help Yor, but Ming refuses. Ming is grateful to Shen Luo for what he did before him today. He wants to repay him too and offers to stay friends. Shen Luo asks that Ming speak up about any requests. He will always help him. Ming asks Shen Luo to keep an eye on the teacher, as her condition is not stable. Shen Luo promises the guy to provide the teacher with the best treatment. Bai Ming promises Shen Luo that he will definitely help him when needed. Ming jumps right out of the window and says goodbye to Shen Luo. He needs to save his friend Yor in time. Shen Luo saw Ming jump out of the third-floor window with ease and was shocked. Shen Luo is thrilled to have such a friend. Now he wants to put his plan into action, and everything will go the way he wants. Demon, on his way to school, says he's not going to be a rich man's errand boy. Ming says he's not going to be someone's puppet either. Ming just needs Shen Luo's money and status, and he needs his power, so they'll help each other out. Ming is just going to pretend that he's willing to do anything, so Shen Luo will trust him. The demon taunts Ming that he doesn't need to pretend to be naive. He just needs to be himself. Ming is already thinking ahead and wants to make his powers visualized, and now Ming will be able to observe how many of them there are. Ming can't let his powers leave him like last time. The demon admires the guy for growing in front of his eyes. Demon Xiao Tian asks the guy to listen to him too. Then he will achieve more. The demon can't control his body, and so he has to follow Ming. Ming got a call from Shen Luo, and Ming got worried. He thought something happened to the teacher. Shen Luo called to tell him that his men found one interesting video on the internet that he can use to find Yor. Bai Ming watches the video on his phone. There's a cute girl in beautiful clothes asking to put a like on the video. The girl in the video says that a student at a school recently went missing, and the school has been quieting down the case, but it all seems strange. Ming seems familiar with the girl in the video. The girl promises her subscribers sneak into the school and find out all the details. Yor suddenly appears in the footage with the girl. It turns out they are friends with the girl. Yor doesn't like the idea of the school and doesn't want to go there. Bei Ming saw Yor in the video and realized that the video was recorded exactly before her call. The girls in the video did go to school after all. Ming hurried to his friend's aid. She was clearly in trouble with something. Finally, Bei Ming made it to the school where Yor was last. Ming can't use his powers for nothing and asks the demon to find Yor by scent. The demon resents the guy, implying that his powers are less than the snake's were. Ming explains that he thinks on the contrary he's very cool. Demon is about to show the cocky guy all his might and that he won't out Yor in no time. Demon can't smell Yor. This has never happened before. Ming gets a call from Shen Luo again and suggests him to watch a new video again. The video again shows a cute girl, telling him that she and Yor are heading to the school archives. Suddenly something strange starts happening in the video, and the girls get scared of something. After the girls get scared, they drop the phone and the video freezes one picture, and soon a strange monster with red eyes appears on the video. Ming is worried about Yor as they are being hunted by an unknown monster. Ming hurries to the school archives with the demon. Bei Ming runs to help the girls with all his might. He doesn't know how dangerous the monster is, so he has to hurry. Ming, together with Xiao Tian, are standing right in front of the archive building, but they don't see any dark aura. Neither the demon nor the guy can sense anything. But at this moment, there is a bloodthirsty three-headed monster right behind their backs. Bei Ming stand in front of the archive building, not suspecting an attack. The three-headed monster is determined to take the guy's life. The fearsome fanged beast rushes straight at the guy with the aim of mercilessly tearing him to pieces. Bei Ming and Xiao Tian abruptly felt the attack. The demonic aura seemed to appear out of nowhere and immediately launched an attack. Ming, surprised, can't understand how the monster attacked him, but he didn't smell it. Xiao Tian has a sniff that can smell all the dark auras around them, but he missed this monster as well. Xiao Tian suspected something. The demon began to realize why the monster hid its power, and no one noticed it. The three-headed monster has a powerful hidden power, the mirror barrier. Because of the monster's mysterious power, no one was able to notice its dark energy. Ming is surprised. He hasn't encountered such a power before. It's not clear to the guy why the omnipotent demon didn't sense the dark aura either. Xiao Tian is familiar with the monster's power. He knows that this barrier can only be created by deities, and no human can handle this power. The demon doesn't understand how such power got into the human world. The demon is sure that if such a power is present near you, it means that someone is hiding something inside the school. Ming thinks it all seems like a huge conspiracy. He sensed the same dark aura from his teacher, and he has to deal with this monster too, because he has to protect Yor. Bei Ming is furious that this monster threatened Yor's life, and he wants to get rid of it quickly. The boy swiftly attacks the huge monster. The monster intercepts Ming's blow and grabs his arm right with its fanged maw. Ming is not perturbed, and he would not advise the monster to hold his hand right in its jaws, for the guy has a lot of questions for him. Suddenly, the guy's hand takes the form of a scaly stone, and the beast's fangs shattered. The three-headed beast, in an agony of pain, begins to howl. The rest of his head wants retribution and repays the insolent guy. The monster is about to teach Ming a lesson. He rips out a huge tree in the park with his fangs. The three-headed beast is about to attack the guy with the huge tree trunk, but Ming stands at full strength. Ming fights back. He's very serious about this fight and allocates his forces wisely. Ming isn't in the mood to fight the monster, but he needs to get rid of him quickly and get the details from him. Bei Ming easily shreds the tree. The monster becomes wary of the guy. He realizes that Meng is not an ordinary man. Ming falls again. He is going to subdue the monster with this blow and further search for Yor. Xiao Tian, watching the guy, realizes that he is not the same person as before. Now Ming looks much stronger and more confident. Bei Ming overdid the punch, and it seems he took the monster's life, but he can't let that happen. He needs answers. The monster comes to his senses abruptly and grabs both of Ming's legs with his fangs. He pretended to straighten the guy out. Ming is glad that the monster isn't dead, and while he's holding him, he wants to ask him some questions. The monster is wary of the guy and immediately attacks him with his fire-breathing breath. The monster's fire breath was so powerful that it reached all the way to the sky. The monster had put all his strength into the attack, and he thought that he was done with the guy, but something went wrong. Ming took advantage of his devilish thug that he had commandeered in the devouring wasteland. The guy has already heard those voices at school from the monster, and he wants to know everything from him. The monster is puzzled that the guy knows what he's talking about. The monster is frightened and realizes the decision that he should definitely run away from Ming. The three-headed monster is terrified and starts to run away from Ming. He knows something, but he can't tell the secret to the man. Bai Ming threatens the devil thug monster if he doesn't tell him what he is hiding from him. The demon has seen the monster's full power and wants to get him. Xiao Tian thinks that if he can absorb the monster's power, he will be free from captivity. Xiao Tian suggests the guy to deal with the monster himself, since they are from the same tribe. Xiao Tian is determined, because this is his chance for freedom, and he won't miss it. Xiao Tian is going to corner the monster and absorb it completely so that it can regain its former body. The three-headed monster is facing the demon, and one part of it is very afraid of it and doesn't want to fight. The second part doesn't understand why such a powerful demon is collared like a dog, and the third part wants to ruthlessly destroy it. The demon realizes that the monster is underestimating him. The three-headed monster is puzzled that the demon is serving an ordinary person. After all, he should be on their side. Xiao Tian is going to further anger the monster to absorb more power. Bai Ming skeptically observes everything from the side, and it seems to him that the demon doesn't dare to attack. Xiao Tian can't give away his plan to the guy. The three-headed monster makes excuses for the monster. He didn't want to attack, but people have been bullying him for years, and he wants revenge on them. The monster wants to poach the demon since they are the same species. Xiao Tian doesn't fall for the monster's pathetic provocations and pity. He is going to mercilessly devour it. The monster is in a huge rage. It will not forgive the demon and is going to crush it. Xiao Tian is almost approaching his goal. He has already pissed off the monster well. The enraged three-headed monster is about to hit the demon with its fire-breathing strike and finish off the fanged demon. Xiao Tian, who had already tasted victory over the monster, was about to devour it and stood in front of it, waiting to strike. Suddenly, the monster suddenly swallows the demon into its bloodthirsty mouth, with only the chain dangling from its mouth. Bai Ming is shocked. This is something he definitely didn't expect from the demon. The guy thought that the demon would deal with the monster quickly, but it turned out to be the opposite. The three-headed monster begins to exult in joy that he managed to defeat the great demon Xiao Tian. He didn't even think it would be so easy. Bai Ming tries to save the demon. He didn't expect the fight to end so quickly. After all, Xiao Tian had always placed great power on himself. Suddenly, the three-headed monster started to suffer pain from within. He doesn't realize what's happening, and his body starts to burn. Ming, watching what was happening, realized that he had underestimated the demon and that this was not the end of the battle. There is a huge explosion. Ming jumps back and covers his face from the shards. Ming is puzzled that the monster just picked up and exploded. A huge flash formed from the explosion, and Ming can't see anything. The three-headed monster disappeared, and Xiao Tian comes out of the fire, and in his mouth is a small black puppy. The little defenseless black puppy falls exhausted to the ground and lies there without moving. Xiao Tian's plan failed. He couldn't retrieve his body as the monster's strength wasn't enough. Bai Ming was scared for the demon. He thought for a second that he had lost. The demon played along so that Ming wouldn't find out about his cunning plan that didn't come to fruition. Xiao Tian won't back down, and he will try again until he regains his true form. Ming recalls that this is the same puppy that was taken in by the school guard. The little puppy excuses himself that he doesn't want to hurt anyone and was accidentally imprisoned by the dark aura. The demon gets nervous and orders the puppy to hurry up and show him where the girls are hiding. Bai Ming and Xiao Tian run to the school archives to get the girls, but the guy fears another trap. Xiao Tian's traps are only good for him, because the more strong aura he finds, the better chance he has of breaking the seal with Ming. The girls are sitting on the floor in the office where they hid from the monster. The girls don't understand where such monsters could come from in the school. The girl is grateful to Yuer for going with her, because if it wasn't for her intuition, they would have gotten into a lot of trouble. Yuer feels that there are dark things going on in the school, and she saw something very strange that can't be described. Yuer's friend is very scared and already regretted dragging her into this adventure. She is very scared and afraid that they will lose their lives here. Yuer reassures her friend that she has already called her friend for help, and they have no points to worry about. The girl is very happy with the news that they will definitely be rescued, and eagerly awaits the saviors. Yuer still worried about Bi Ming. Suddenly something might have happened to him on the way to the girls. Suddenly the doorknob in the room started twitching, and the girls got scared. After all, they don't know who it could be. Yuer armed herself with whatever she could get her hands on, and waits apprehensively to see who will enter their room. Yuer is scared, but she won't let herself or her friend get hurt, and waits for the meeting. The door opens and Yuer sees a surprised Ming in front of her. Ming is very happy that the girls are alive and well, and that they have finally reached them. Yuer, with tears in his eyes, is very happy that Ming did come to the girls' rescue after all, and didn't leave them in distress. Bi Ming is pounced on in a hug by Yuer's girlfriend, and starts thanking him for saving them. The girl starts flirting with the guy and says that he is her hero, and can choose any photo from her collection. In the exclusive pics, a beautiful girl lies in frilly swimsuits on the beach. Bi Ming and the demon like such photos, but they are puzzled, because this is not what they came for. Suddenly Ming hears a strange crunching sound from outside. He realizes that Yuer doesn't like it. Yuer, in jealousy, starts to get angry at Ming after all. He is standing and hugging right in front of her eyes. Bi Ming gathers his thoughts and pulls himself away from the girl's squabble. Ming asks to pack up and walk towards the exit of this school. Demon Xiao Tian warns that if they leave the school now, it is unlikely that they will find out what is going on here later. Ming worries that if they don't finally deal with the dark aura, Yuer might get in trouble again. Ming asks the girls to go home while he stays here until things are cleared up. The girls are not going to abandon their savior. Ming asks the girls to walk behind him and not to back down. The demon is up to something again, but keeps everything secret. Everyone went in search of the dark aura. Ming doesn't understand why the school is changed. It looks different somehow. Demon is familiar with this magic and realizes that it is no longer a school, but different dimensions in the school. Ming, interested in the power of dimensions, he wouldn't mind creating one too. Yuer's friend grabs Ming's hand. She's worried that they'll run into a monster. Bi Ming sees Yuer's stern look and asks the girl to let him go and not hug him. Ming feels that Yuer doesn't like it when other girls hang on him. Suddenly the girl stops putting up with her girlfriend's antics and hugs Ming too, and pretends to be scared too. Bi Ming was surprised because Yuer had never been afraid of anything, but now she was suddenly acting defenseless. Yuer started to squeeze his hand hard so that Ming wouldn't ask stupid questions. Demon Xiaotian suggests that the guy should give him his body if he can't handle two girls at once. While the guy was dealing with the girls, he didn't see the dark aura appearing around him. Bi Ming was scared for the girls, the dark aura around them, and they might get hurt by it. The girls were fine, they just inhaled a lot of dust. Miao Chan was very upset that she dropped her phone and can't take pictures now. Ming can no longer strut around here with the girls, because he is very vulnerable with them, and he needs to figure something out. Bi Ming asks the girls not to follow him anymore, and stay where they are standing right now. Bi Ming asks the girls to stay where they are standing, but in the meantime, he has created a barrier around the girls so that nothing can threaten their lives. The guy really requested that the girls wait for him and don't go anywhere. Ming needs to find out everything quickly. Bi Ming and Xiao Tian rush to follow the trail of the dark aura. The guy wants to deal with the dark force to make all the troubles go away from the school. Bi Ming doesn't want to be late to catch the person behind it all off guard. The demon stops the guy and warns him that they're getting close. The guy stands by the door and realizes that behind it is the one who is creating these horrible monsters, and it isn't long before he recognizes him. Ming looks into the room where the entire cluster of dark aura is and falls into shock. A strange red room shrouded in different seals, and in the center stood the silhouette of a man. Ming feels very familiar with this silhouette. Bi Ming sees the headmaster of the school talking on the phone, and in front of him is a vessel with a buildup of dark energy bubbling in it. The vessel looks very intimidating, and the power accumulated within it is extremely powerful. Ming can't breathe in the odor of the vessel. Bi Ming realized that all the emergencies that happened in the school rested on the shoulders of the headmaster. Ming can't allow another incident to happen, and he needs to deal with the headmaster here and now. Demon Xiao Qian stops the guy and asks him not to get involved in the fight. He senses that there is something dangerous in the vessel, and if they get into a fight, they will die. Ming doubts the demon's words, because then they may never find this room again. The demon assures that he has memorized this place, and next time they will find it. Bai Ming agrees with the demon. He can't start the battle while the defenseless girls are near him. The demon suspects what might be in the vessel and is wary of it. The unknown vessel was sealed, and the principal was on the phone discussing something about it. The principal, after the conversation, felt that someone was watching him and hesitated for a second. The director realized that Bai Ming was in the same building with him. Ming was lucky he didn't get into a fight with him, because there was something evil behind the principal. The next day, Ming was heading to school again and was very worried about Yue. Although the girl is already home, she is very scared by yesterday's events and stayed home to recover. Ming stopped outside the building where he had the battle yesterday and was very surprised. Bai Ming couldn't feel anything. It was as if all of yesterday's dark aura had evaporated and there was nothing here. Suddenly, Ming heard those guys from the group who were pouncing on Yue standing behind him. The guys are mocking Ming that he is alone, and all the girls have dumped him. Suddenly, Shun walks up to Ming from the crowd and starts asking about the girls he ran to save yesterday. Ming assured the guy that they were fine. The other guys overheard Ming and Shun's conversation and thought something different from what they were talking about. Shun said that he deleted all the problems with the man from yesterday and asked him to keep his distance between them so that no one would think anything unnecessary. The guys moved on and no longer laughed with Ming, and Ming went on about his business. Ming was thrilled that he had a very good ally, and now he would be able to help him. Demon Xiao Tian asks the guy to take Mu Rushui as an ally as well, because she is very strong, and they could use her too. Ming wouldn't want to do that, as the girl has a bad temper. Ming starts laughing with the demon that he liked Shu. The guy thinks that the demon has fallen in love with a human. The demon rejects this in every possible way. Suddenly, Bai Ming, someone patted his shoulder and called out. Bai Ming became wary. Ming turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. Standing in front of him was a person he didn't expect to see in the schoolyard today. The headmaster stood in front of Ming and smiled sweetly. It was no coincidence that the headmaster had met the guy in the courtyard. Ming was shocked. He didn't think that the first meeting would happen here, and actually seeing him so soon after yesterday's incident. Bai Ming smilingly greets the director as well. The demon is anxious. He thinks that this is not the time to be courteous, but to attack right now while the enemy is right in front of them. Bai Ming can't attack the headmaster in broad daylight, and in full view of all the students in the school. The principal, wondering why Ming's face is unimportant and sleep-deprived. It's as if the principal was deliberately asking improper questions to the guy. Ming starts to panic and suspects that the principal noticed him last night after all. Ming gathers his thoughts and excuses himself to the principal for catching up on all the backward school material. Ming apologizes to the principal and leaves, because classes are starting and he has to hurry. Ming immediately walks away from the principal. Ming realizes that the principal is at the school as his own, and he can't do anything about it right now. Bai Ming knows he's doing the right thing, because if the battle breaks out in the school, there's no telling how many casualties there will be. The principal, while the boy was running off to class, asked him to come to his office first to talk to him face to face. Ming is announced to meet with the principal. The guy suspects that the principal wants to deal with him in his office in private. Bai Ming stands in front of the principal in his office. The director sympathizes with the guy because it's hard to live alone, and even in such a state. It's not hard for Ming. He's getting used to everything. Bai Ming is calm, and the director doesn't seem to mind either. Ming thinks that if things keep going this way, it's good for him. The principal wonders if the guy is having a hard time. Bai Ming doesn't complain. He promises to work hard to get into university. The principal remembers the incident with the gym again. The principal is grateful to the guy for taking care of the students under the rubble. Bai Ming thinks that if it wasn't for him, someone else would definitely help too. The guy is grateful that he was also helped and not expelled from school. The principal asks the guy for advice. The guy is puzzled that he is being asked for advice, but he is willing to listen. The principal bluntly starts hinting that he doesn't understand how suddenly Ming with a disability was able to save the lives of dozens of students. The principal was very interested in Ming's sudden zeal for life and his courageous actions. Ming holds on because of all his strength, but doesn't give himself away and asks the principal to speak straightforwardly about what he wants to know. Bui Ming already realizes where the conversation between him and the principal is going and starts to give himself away. The principal starts laughing hysterically and recognizes Bui Ming as a brave man and smart. The director openly says that he knows everything and that Ming has seen him. The director's face changes after the confession. Demon demands that the guy attack the principal immediately because he has already given himself away. The guy also thinks that there is no point in holding back anymore. The principal threatens the guy that he can take his life in an instant and he won't be able to do anything. The boy is cheered up by the principal's arrogance and is sure that if he tries hard enough, he will definitely fight back. The headmaster realizes that the guy is strong since he was able to defeat his monsters, and he doesn't want to antagonize him either, but he has conditions for him. The principal offers Ming that he can make him any privileges in the school and that he will easily get into the university. The headmaster could take Ming with his power and wealth, but he won't do that and wants to make a deal with him. The principal lifts a mug from his desk with his mind and threatens that he should not refuse his offers. The mug flies right at the principal, and he shows Ming his power and reminds him of his friend Yor. The principal warns that the same thing that happened to the mug will happen to him and his girlfriend. Ming is furious. He can't believe the principal has fallen so low and scares him that he wants to hurt his girlfriend. The principal isn't going to hurt the girl. He just might take away her future and cut off all her studies with one word from him. Ming didn't realize that the principal could be capable of such lowliness. Ming asks him to leave Yor out of it. She has nothing to do with it. Ming intends to take the principal's life here and now. He can't let him spread the dark aura around the school and hurt Yor. The principal is not afraid of the guy and realizes that he can't make a deal with him. Bui Ming turns out to be not so simple. Bui Ming concentrates all his energies because his opponent is not simple and the guy does not know what he is capable of in the fight. Ming is not going to take any offers from the enemy. Ming goes on the attack, and he doesn't care who is in front of him. The guy takes a swing at the principal, and it's about to be decided. Only Bui Ming started attacking as someone knocked on the principal's door and interrupted them. Muru Shue's voice was heard behind the door. She came with reports to the principal. The principal allowed the girl to enter. The enchanting girl confidently walked into the principal's office with folders in her hands and interrupted their argument. Ming doesn't understand what the girl forgot here, and even at such an inappropriate moment. The director politely escorts Bui Ming out and asks him to remember for his suggestions and think hard. The director is so cunning that he doesn't give himself away in front of the blue-eyed girl and insists on his proposal again. Ming obediently agrees and just walks away because there is nothing he can do now that the fight has been broken. Bui Ming and Muru Shui pass each other in the principal's office, and their gazes cross. Muru Shui walked by Ming and half-whispered to Ming that he shouldn't fight, and now is not the time. The girl asked the guy to wait for her in the schoolyard at the gate, as she had some unfinished business to attend to. Ming and Xiao Tian were very surprised by the girl's request, and don't understand why she is calling them to talk. Bui Ming stood at the center gate and pujesnickety remarks about Muru Shui. Ming was surprised by the arrogant attitude of the girl in the principal's office, while Xiao Tian was only praising Shui. Suddenly, a cool and fancy car appeared on the roadway and drove at high speed. The car deliberately stopped abruptly near Bui Ming and splashed him from head to toe. The guys in the car sat and laughed at Ming. The guys think Ming is a lower-class guy and mocked him. Shun also sat in the car with the arrogant guys and tried not to be like them because he had recently befriended Ming. Ming was depressed by this kind of attitude. Ming always wears silent to such provocations. Demon Xiao Tian is furious that the guy allows everyone to behave this way with him. Xiao Tian insists to Ming that he should fight back against them. Bui Ming abruptly bends down and folds his hands in front of him as if he's praying. Bui Ming folds his arms and pretends to want to kill the pesky mosquitoes. Ming's gesture shows that he's obviously up to something. The guy started to flail from side to side and jumped up and down, clapping his hands with all his might. The guy who was sitting behind the wheel of the car began to get nervous. He does not like that Ming behaves very strangely and waves his hands in front of his car. Suddenly, the guys in the car got a huge dent above their heads. The guys were very scared. They didn't expect such a turn from Ming. Ming stood by the car, and now the guys were no longer laughing. Ming easily ruined the new car with one slam on the roof. Bai Ming put his face down to the level of the car and warned the guys that he was just heading with a mosquito on their car. The guys were shocked that Ming was that strong. The guys wanted to mock Ming, but it turned out to be the opposite. A red car pulls up spectacularly, and Mu Ru Shui sits in it. The charming girl behind the wheel pulls up to Ming and calls him to her car. All the guys on the street, and those sitting in the bent car, were shocked that the girl drove up specifically for Bai Ming. Bai Ming rushed into the Ice Queen's car, and everyone around whispered in discussion that Ming was very lucky. Shen, watching all this, did not understand how Bai Ming and Mu Ru Shui were related. Shen sat puzzled, but he doesn't want to share his friend with a girl. Shen has big plans for Ming. Mu Ru Shui brought Ming to her apartment, as it is very dangerous to talk outside, and she has a strong barrier around her apartment. Ming sits in the girl's apartment, and he is very awkward, because it is the first time he is in the apartment of a girl he doesn't know very well. Ming sat in the room at the girl and marveled at the interior of her apartment. The girl looks very strict and unpretentious, and her walls and furniture are as pink as a little girl's. Bai Ming was very embarrassed by the fact that the girl went to bathe in the shower upon arriving home right in front of Ming. Demon Xiao Tian realizes that the girl brought them to the apartment for a reason, and something is up. Bai Ming doesn't understand the demon's hints and has no idea what the girl wants from him. Xiao Tian assures Bai Ming that the girl has her eye on him and did not call him to her apartment for nothing. The boy begins to realize what the demon is hinting at. Bai Ming is puzzled. He is not going to do something unseemly that the demon tells him to do. Bai Ming is furious at Xiao Tian's hints. He is offended by them, and he is going to teach him a lesson already. Only Bai Ming wanted to deal with this insolent and arrogant wolf when he heard the door creak. The demon started yelling for the guy to be at his best, because he senses dark energy, and most likely there will be a battle tonight. The girl came out of the shower wearing a clean white t-shirt and offered to shower the guy as well, for he was sprayed all over outside. Bai Ming was shocked at what he saw. The girl looked so simple, as if she had forgotten about all the problems. Demon is nervous. The guy acts so stupidly at the sight of girls, and he feels ashamed of him. Mu Ru Shui is going to directly clarify the situation for what she called the guy to her place. The rich man who offered the girl money to solve the school problem, he has a daughter who is possessed and needs help. The girl told the guy how she noticed Ming and his friends last night, but then they disappeared and she didn't sense them again. The girl wonders how the headmaster is involved in all this. Bai Ming is surprised by the girl's insight and that she was able to notice so many things. Demon Xiao Tian had always known that the girl was very smart. Ming told everything he knew to the girl. Mu Ru Shui was furious before she couldn't figure out the principle, but now thanks to the guy she knows everything. Bai Ming was very surprised that such a fragile girl was studying such a scary and terrible case. Suddenly the girl got a call, and the guy was very amused by her ringtone on her phone, because such listened to teenagers. The girl received a call from her rich customer. The man excitedly asked for help from Shui because his daughter again went mad and attacked people. The girl promised on the phone that she would help. She advised Bai Ming not to worry about anything, because now she knows the whole situation and everything will be taken care of. Mu Ru Shui is going to go alone on the case, but the guy doesn't want to let her go alone. The guy wants to thank the girl for this morning's incident and help her in her case. Mu Ru Shui's red car is speeding off to the new case, and Ming is also going with the girl. Mu Ru Shui asks the guy to hide his demonic power in the house they are traveling to, because this family is not simple. The Zhongming organization the girl told him about has been around for centuries, and they exterminate demons. The organization that the girl is talking about has two types of demon slayers, night and day. Mu Ru Shui belongs to the Night Hunters. Bai Ming had never imagined that the world was so complicated. The girl warns him that she shouldn't have told him all this, but she sees that he can be trusted and wants to help him. The girl asks the guy not to start a fight himself, because then the irreparable will happen. Bai Ming does not fully understand how he can help Shui without showing his strength, but he will try to listen to her words. Bai Ming inquires from his demon, for maybe he knows something about the hunters. Xiao Tian tells him that there is a powerful barrier between the three worlds, and he doesn't know anything. Xiao Tian has no idea about the Zhongming clan, because being in another world, he had no control over the barrier between the worlds. The girl clarifies that night hunters and day hunters cannot cross, Ming doesn't understand why the girl told him everything since it's so dangerous. Muru Shu tells Ming about his demon, that when everyone united, he could be defeated, because he swallowed the sun and moon. Bei Ming pretends that he has not heard of such a thing. Meanwhile, he casts a leering glance at the demon, for he said he did not know about the hunters. The demon assures that he simply forgot about many events. The demon, Xiao Tian, fiercely recalls the day when he fought at the edge of humanity. The demon even involuntarily recalled that time in the battle with Yang Jianyam, who had helped him from the Zhongming clan and even mocked him. The girl was watching Ming while she was telling her story, and noticed that he was constantly silent and didn't mind anything. She still couldn't reveal it. Bei Ming and the girl arrived at the place, and the guy couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen such beautiful and rich mansions in his life. Bei Ming and his demon dog noticed that they can feel a familiar aura from this castle that they heard earlier. The girl and the guy enter the castle and go straight to the room where the possessed girl is. There are many people crowded around the room, and everyone recognizes Muru Shui Shui. Everyone began to discuss the fact that the girl is a night hunter and came in the daytime. No one knew the guy either. The girl realized that things were very bad here, because the hall was full of daytime hunters, and they couldn't do anything. The man who called the girl came out to meet her and was very happy that she had finally come. The girl calms the man down and asks that he tell her what is going on at the moment with his daughter. The man explains that when his daughter woke up, she started attacking everyone indiscriminately, and he had to call all the hunters to help. The father had no choice but to lock his daughter, possessed by an evil force, in a room with a spell. Muru Shui is nervous that it's still day and the sun is shining. After all, she is a night hunter and can only use her powers at night. The man asks the girl to save his daughter, as he has no one but her and can't live without her. Muru Shui promises to save the possessed girl no matter what, and she will try to put all her strength. The Ice Queen starts to enter the room where the possessed girl is, and her eyes are horrified at what she sees. The possessed girl, Xiao Shi, didn't look like herself, and was like a ghost hanging from the ceiling with a devilish face. Xiao Shi recognized Muru Shui and stared at the girl with a possessed face and a creepy, scary smile, as if she was waiting for her to come. The possessed girl attacks Muru Shui Shui and screams that she missed her a lot. Muru Shui Shui deftly dodges the girl's jump, and the impact hits the wall behind her. Muru Shui tries to dialogue with the possessed woman and promises to help her. Shui realizes that she needs to pull until sunset, and only then will she be able to use her power. Shui continues to talk to Xiao Shi and convinces her that she will help her no matter what. Xiao Shi is beyond obsessed and assures Shui that she has never felt as good as she does right now. Xiao Shi confesses her feelings to the girl. She couldn't muster up the courage to tell her before, but now she's ready. Bei Ming stood in the corridor and listened to the insulting remarks from the strangers in the castle. The Ice Beauty had always turned everyone away from her, and now she was walking around with Ming, and no one liked it. Bei Ming stood by and could not help the girl in any way, because she told him not to join the battle and not to interfere with her. But Ming realizes that he has to do something. Ming comes up with a plan to help Shui. He asks the demon to absorb the sun, then the girl could use her power, but Xiao Tian is not sure of his powers now. Bei Ming did not ask the demon for anything else, and decided to think of something else. After all, he can't sit idle. Ming headed somewhere, and the agitated Xiao Tian is perplexed, trying to ask him for details. All the hunters around begin to ridicule the guy for standing still and idling when his girlfriend is fighting a possessed woman and has no strength in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Ming, ignoring everyone around him, asks him to stay out of the way if he's not going to help and heads straight for the girl. Bei Ming goes to help Shui no matter what, and despises the so-called hunters who stand around and do nothing. The guys are scared of Ming and don't even notice him coming toward them. The guys near the door can't believe that Ming can help the girls because they haven't seen what he can do. Bei Ming politely asks them to stay out of his way and get out of his way, or he will have to unrestrain himself. The guys were furious at Ming's behavior and did not want to fight with him and asked him to leave. Suddenly, before the boys could speak to Ming, the door they were guarding was kicked open by a shockwave, and Shui flew out of the room. Ming lightning fast runs up and holds Muru Shui. She looks terribly helpless. Bei Ming holds the girl in his arms. He is very worried about her well-being. The girl is very grateful for the guy's help, but still not happy that he didn't listen to her, because she asked him not to interfere. Bei Ming can't just stand idly by when he sees that the girl is in trouble. Muru Shui was not happy with the guy, and resented that she could have handled it without his help. Bai Ming had expected such behavior from the girl. The hunters around were puzzled as to why the guy immediately realized that Shui would fly out of the door. The guys sensed a strange power in the guy and want to figure it out. Muru Shui, in the corridor, was not the people someone called out and asked her name again, as if he had forgotten her name. The day hunter started to complain to Muru Shui that she can't be here at this time because she is a night hunter. The hunter in anger starts hurling accusations at the Ice Queen because you can't break the law and respect the rules of day and night. All the hunters around started cheering for Kunnan to come, all admiring him as the best of the day hunters. Muru Shui does not pay attention to the arrogant day hunter because she came to save her friend and does not care about the rules of the situation. The arrogant hunter threatens Muru Shui that if she knew how strong he was, she wouldn't talk to him like that. The day hunter Kunnan started to taunt the girl that she can't handle anyone alone. Kunnan looked askew at Ming and disdainfully hinted that someone like him couldn't be a helper. The hunter smelled the dog odor coming from Ming, but didn't pay attention. The hunter threatens the boy that he might maim him if he prevents him from entering the room and showing his strength. Hunters around, happy to see Kunnanyat, thinking that now they will definitely save the girl. Kunnan assures them that he will manage very quickly. Praised Kunnan, believing in his mighty powers, heads to the room with the possessed girl, not a little doubting his strength. The hunters, standing in the corridor, cheering Kunnan on, have no doubts about his victory and escort him into battle. Unexpectedly, in an instant, a multitude of dark charges moved from the room straight at Hunter Kunnan. Kunnan flew away from the room in a second before he could even do anything. His strength wasn't enough. Hunter Kunnan flew from the room straight at Bai Ming, and the guy willingly stopped him with his one-handed strength. Bai Ming laughed at these arrogant hunters. Ming despises such people who praise themselves and overestimate themselves in battle. Ming gathers his thoughts and wants to try to go to the room and help the possessed girl at last, because no one can do it. Everyone around him began to change his mind, because even the powerful hunters could not cope with the girl. Then how can he defeat her? Bai Ming assures him that he will do everything he can, because he wants to repay his debt to Muru Shui, and since she cares about the girl, he will help her. Muru Shui convinces the possessed girl's father that Ming can be trusted and is a very good man. The girl's father agrees to Ming's help. He has no choice. The hunters have already done what they can and can't handle her. All hope lies with Bai Ming. Bai Ming heads into the room and assures everyone that he will deal with such matters. Muru Shui doesn't understand the guy's intentions to repay her debt because he might expose his identity. Muru Shui suspects that Ming has a crush on her and tries to help her because of it. The girl realizes that she doesn't like the guy, but what happens to her at the sight of him? Xiao Qian nervously followed Ming and grumbled that the girl was thinking how Ming saved her, but it wasn't really like that. Ming started to mock the demon that he was jealous of the guy, that all the feats were being assigned to him, but the demon doesn't give any sign of mocking. Bai Ming enters the room thinking that he needs to take care of this case as soon as possible, because the headmaster is still on the line. Ming entered the room and saw a strange picture of a possessed girl sitting on the bed, worshipping Muru Shui's jacket. The guy doesn't understand why all demons are so strange. The girl saw Ming and was happy that her new prey came to play with her, and wants to have fun with him like everyone else. The girl quickly and cockily rushed towards the guy. She thinks that Ming is just like everyone else and he won't give her any trouble. Ming confidently stood still and waited for the girl, as if he wasn't afraid at all and wasn't going to dodge her. Ming promised to play a great game with the girl, since she liked games, and promised her that she wouldn't be sad. The possessed girl stopped at one point and stopped attacking. She felt something but doesn't fully understand what. The girl quickly went back to the other side of the room from Ming and watches the guy. It seems to her that the guy is not as simple as she thought. The girl sensed danger from the guy and realized that he is drastically different from all the previous hunters. Bai Ming, so-and-so, insists on playing games. He wants to absorb the dark energy from the girl and free her in the course of the game. The possessed girl sees a very scary side of Ming and fears his aura. The girl is half-conscious at the sight of Ming and thinks he is up to some very obscene deeds. Xiao Shi imagined that the guy wants to chain her on the bed, and she is very scared. The girl also thought of another way Ming would bully her, and that he might even take a whip to punish her. The girl imagined that Ming could do much worse to come up with cruel games with her, and she doesn't know what the guy is really capable of. The girl was horrified and in shock started to feel very bad. She didn't want to play such games at all. Bei Ming and the demon from the outside didn't understand why the girl was so nervous and screaming, because they didn't come with bad intentions. The girl started to move away from Ming and ask him not to touch her. She tries to explain that she likes Mu Ru Shui. Bei Ming explains that he came to help the girl and is not going to molest her. Besides, he is a classmate of Mu Ru Shui and came on her behalf. Ming is going to restore the girl's former appearance if she doesn't resist. The girl is terrified as she sits on her bed and doesn't realize how this guy is going to straighten her out. The girl first realized that Bei Ming came to mock her, but the guy says it's all a misunderstanding. Bei Ming doesn't understand why all the girls think he's the kind of guy to pick on them. The demon understands girls because Ming doesn't know how to talk to them. The girl is scared and sits modestly in bed, and doesn't even give the appearance that a moment ago she was bloodthirstily attacking people. Ming is confused and doesn't understand how to fight her now, because she seems completely defenseless. Bei Ming thought that he couldn't just absorb the girl's dark aura and would have to bring her to her senses. Bei Ming seems to have figured out what can be done to bring the body mistress to her senses, and knows one way. The demon is very curious about what Ming wants to do. Xiao Tian could have dealt with the girl long ago. The girl is puzzled and doesn't understand what the guy who came is up to. Ming approaches her to sort it out. The girl asks the guy to stay away from her, but Ming assures her that everything is fine and she should trust him. Xiao Shi doesn't understand the guy's intentions. The girl is terrified and can't move. Ming's aura is so terrible that Xiao Shi can't resist it. The girl can't resist and asks Bei Ming not to hurt her. The girl is ready for anything as long as she is not bullied. Bei Ming realized that the girl is obviously thinking of something unnecessary, which Ming did not intend to do, but he is tired of explaining something to this girl. The people in front of the barrier to the room where the possessed girl was heard a loud scream and were horrified. Everyone thinks that the girl in the room is massacring Ming, and he doesn't stand a chance. The girl's father is furious. He doesn't understand why his daughter is screaming so much and wants to go in and deal with the villain. Mu Ru Shui asks the man not to interfere, because then he is at great risk of falling under the power of dark forces. Mu Ru Shui herself started to get nervous, because Xiao Shi's screams were very loud, and there is no telling what Bei Ming is doing to her. Mu Ru Shui was horrified and remembered how Bei Ming was seized by an unknown force and wanted to possess her and thought that maybe it happened now. Suddenly, Bei Ming calmly walked out of the room unharmed and said that he had solved everything and the girl was fine now. The girl was lying on the bed all exhausted, but she was definitely herself now, and the dark energy had left her. The girl barely looked at her father. Her look was very tired, but it was really human. The girl hugs her father, and he is very happy that his daughter has come to her senses, and all the troubles are behind her. The girl thinks she had a dream where she was tickled. All the hunters who stood in the hallway are stunned that the guy turned out to be very strong. No one expected that the teenager was able to do something that outstanding hunters couldn't do. Bei Ming wanted to sneak away from the crowd so that no one would ask him any questions. As Bei Ming was leaving, he was abruptly stopped by Mu Ru Shui and asked to explain how he managed to save the girl. Mu Ru Shui hints that the clothes on the girl were strangely shabby. Bei Ming explains to Shui that she thought wrong and will explain everything to her. Bei Ming explains that at one point he came up with the idea to tickle the possessed girl, and it worked. Bei Ming played this game with Yuer as a kid and tried this method. Bei Ming realizes that it all sounds weird, but what matters is the result. Shui didn't expect a guy to save Xiao Shi with such childishness. Bei Ming explained everything and decided to go to the exit, because he still has a lot of things to do. But at the last moment, someone called out to Ming and asked him to stop. The owner of the mansion was very grateful to the guy for saving his daughter, and he decided to reward him. Bei Ming did not expect that there would be any reward for his actions. He did not think that people could be paid for saving people. The girl's father realized that the young man who saved his daughter could ask for anything, but he was ready to give up everything because his daughter was at stake. All the hunters around envied the restraint and calmness of Ming, and no one could not guess what the modest guy would ask as a reward. Bei Ming seriously thought about it. He does not know what the price for his deed was, and could not fall in the mud in front of everyone. Bei Ming realizes something: how much he will ask will equal how he will be treated. Bai Ming has decided what kind of reward he would like, and has even thought of what he can buy with his reward. Bai Ming modestly asked for a small amount of money that would be enough for one pair of sneakers, but the master didn't hear him and thought that the amount was larger. Even the amount that the girl's father heard was not valuable to him, because his fortune was much larger, and he thought that the guy would ask for more for saving his daughter. Bai Ming did not expect that it could come to such an unimaginable sum, because he would have gone away if he had not been stopped. The girl's father realized that the guy is very modest, since he didn't ask for much and he likes it very much. Bai Ming still doesn't fully understand how they came to the conclusion that his reward would be 10 million. All the day, guards started to resent that the guy asked for very little. After all, the owner of the mansion could give anything for his daughter. Some people thought that the guy was very sly, and this way he wanted to appear very good. Bai Ming stood so slumped and calm that everyone thought that he was completely uninterested in anything. And Demon Xiao Tian was already getting nervous about the guy's condition. Bai Ming imagined that with the money he was offered, he could buy a lot of his favorite sneakers. Mu Ru Shui also does not want to stay in debt, and offers to fulfill any request of the guy for saving her friend. Bai Ming is shocked, and didn't expect that Shui would want to thank him too. The other guys around were jealous of Ming, as everyone liked Mu Ru Shui. Demon Xiao Tian again hints to the guy to not be confused about the girl this time. Xiao Tian starts making strange suggestions about Mu Ru Shui, and wants her to wear a maid costume. Imagining Mu Ru Shui wearing a maid costume is very mesmerizing. But Ming isn't as lewd a guy as the demon thinks. Bai Ming is very angry at the demon for constantly suggesting lewd things to him. Just as Ming was about to finally leave, the angry day hunters ordered the guy to stop. All the hunters started yelling at Bai Ming that he had gotten into the wrong business and would now pay for it. The day hunters gathered in a bunch and decided to deal with the arrogant guy once and for all. Bai Ming is not going to fight with anyone, and offers the hunters not to wave their fists in front of him, but rather to fight demons. Demon Xiao Tian is fed up with the arrogant hunters and offers to eat them all. The castle owner stands up for Bai Ming, because now he is his hero, the one who saved his only daughter. The man warned all those who rebelled that they would deal with him and become his enemies if they touched Ming in his house. Kun Nan, the leader of the rebellion, is nervous because he wants to deal with Ming so badly, but he can't become the enemy of such a respected man. The master of the house assures that he will reward all the participants who wanted and tried to help his daughter. The father of the possessed girl assures that the reputation of all the hunters will not be tarnished. Mr. Ye makes his point, and Kun Nan agrees to his request. Kun Nan has gathered all his hunters and is about to leave without hostility. Kun Nan arrogantly and haughtily stood in front of Bai Ming and glared at him. Bai Ming looked at the guy and didn't pay any attention to him. After all, why would he waste his time on him? Kun Nan was sure that Bai Ming was just lucky that the mansion master sided with him and protected him with his status. Bai Ming just silently listened to Kun Nan's day hunter and didn't give any meaning to his words. Kun Nan did not stop in his remarks about Bai Ming and began to threaten him that he would not let him out of his sight now. Kun Nan decided to mess with Bai Ming, and when he passed by him, he allegedly hit him with his shoulder on Ming's shoulder on purpose. Bai Ming realized that Kun Nan wanted to hit him on purpose and concentrated all his strength in his shoulder. Because of Ming's strength, the bone in Kun Nan's shoulder cracked. He didn't expect that his punch would bring pain to himself. Bai Ming smirked evilly and began to specifically ask Kun Nan how he was feeling. Kun Nan silently and quickly went with his colleagues to the hospital. Bai Ming is about to leave on his own business. Mr. Ye really asks Bai Ming to stay with him for dinner. He really wants to thank the hero. Bai Ming politely declined the dinner, as he has some business to attend to, and raised his hand to say goodbye, and suddenly his car keys appeared in his hand. Mu Ru Shui handed the guy her car keys so that he could get to where he needed to go. Shui herself was going to stay at Mr. Ye's house to be with his daughter. Bai Ming gave the keys to Shui. He didn't need her car. He had already made the arrangements, and he would be taken wherever he needed to go. Bai Ming went to the exit and wished Shui a good evening. Bai Ming helped Shui and was happy about it. Mu Ru Shui didn't understand why Ming refused her offer for the car. Everyone around him thought that the guy probably had a lot of money. Walking out of the posh mansion, Bai Ming had a cab waiting for him. The cab driver had been waiting for a long time for Ming and asked him to pay extra for his weight. The demon laughed off the guy. After all, he refused Xue's car because he can't drive. Bei Ming freaks out because of Xiao Tian's constant taunts. Ming suggests the demon run after him if he doesn't like the cab. The demon Xiao Tian is sure that the guy has a lot of luck, so he just gets out of all the trouble. But the demon is sure that it will not last long. Bei Ming recalls that before his accident in his life, and really was all great, but after everything in his life turned around and he now looks at all optimistic. Demon Xiao Tian remembered that Ming's girlfriend is still feeling bad after a night in the archives. Bei Ming W has remembered about Yur and wants to visit her. Bei Ming asks the cab driver to take him to another address and faster. The man is willing to take him anywhere as long as the guy pays him money. Bei Ming arrives at Yur's apartment and is welcomed by her parents. Yuer's parents ask Ming to come over more often. Bei Ming goes to Yuer's room to check on her. Ming knocks on Yuer's door, but she doesn't answer. The demon suspects something and senses something. Bei Ming smells a faint odor of dark energy in Yuer's room. He is very scared for the girl. Ming and the demon burst into the girl's room and feel the faint odor of dark energy going all over Yuer's room. The girl was lying in bed and didn't look very healthy. Ming could feel the dark energy in her body and thinks that she might have contracted it in the school archives. Demon Xiao Tian was sure that the dark aura had not yet penetrated the girl's body, and because of the cold, she was now weak and vulnerable. Ming reached out to his dear friend and wants to try to extract all the dark energy from her. Suddenly, Yuer grabbed Bei Ming's hand. The guy didn't expect such a turn and even got scared. Yuer took Ming's hand and put it on her face, although she was lying sleepy, but her face got better. Ming is going to help Yuer and get the evil out of her. Bei Ming is sure that he will help Yuer and put all his strength into it. The demon suspects that there is something wrong with the girl. The girl was lying down and looked very exhausted from the illness. The demon swept that innocently is not happening, although the guy has already extracted the dark aura from her. The girl lay curled up in bed all covered in sweat. She was not comfortable. Ming didn't understand how to help her. Bei Ming blamed himself for not being able to do anything. The demon also didn't fully understand what was happening to the girl. Unexpectedly for Ming, he heard Yuer say in a sleepy state that the guy had a dog. Ming was shocked at what he heard. Demon Xiao Tian was also puzzled. After all, Yuer is just an ordinary girl. She couldn't see a demon. But from the phrase from her, the wolf realized that she had seen it. Bei Ming, in another, was shocked that he heard from Yuer. After all, it's impossible for a girl to see a wolf that walks beside a guy. The girl, after the words in her dream, slept further and didn't say anything else. The boy and the demon realized that something strange was definitely going on with Yuer. Yuer called Xiao Tian the word husky in her dream. The demon didn't understand the meaning of the word. He hadn't heard it before. The demon began to look into the word husky and think about what it could mean. After a while of thinking, the demon decided that it meant a funny god. Bei Ming began to get nervous and yelled at the demon that he was thinking about the wrong thing, because in the human world, a husky is just a dog. The demon and Ming became more serious and started to further deal with Yuer. After all, Xiao Tian can only be seen by great gods or demons, and she is just an ordinary human. Bei Ming sheltered his friend and hoped that Yuer was just delusional and wasn't talking seriously. It was just a coincidence. Ming didn't want to get Yuer involved in the problems of otherworldly forces. Ming wants Yuer to focus on her studies, go to university, and live a normal human life. Demon Xiao Tian is still wondering why Yuer has awakened such great power that she can now see him. He thinks there is another explanation for the situation. The demon smelled a certain odor in Yuer's room. Xiao Tian asked whoever is hiding in the girl's room to come out, and that he should not pretend not to be noticed. Ming started to get unreasonably nervous that there was a demon in the girl's room that he couldn't sense. A voice came out of nowhere, and the outline of an evil spirit's face appeared on the wall. The evil spirit recognized Xiao Tian and did not expect to be noticed. Demon Xiao Tian realized that the spirit was very strong, but it didn't reek of demonic aura, but felt like a fiery spirit. The evil spirit hinted that they were underestimating him, and he was so strong that they should run away from here without looking back. Bei Ming and Xiao Tian were not too much scared by the evil spirit's evil speech. The spirit was a little confused that no one was scared of him. The evil spirit became very angry and gave away its identity. In front of Ming and all his might is the fire god, and he is very fiery. Demon Xiao Tian was not really scared, because the sixth fire god was familiar to him in his world. Xiao Tian doesn't understand how such powers can sneak into the human world. Bai Ming is standing at full strength. He has not seen such mighty powers before, but he is not going to run away from it. Xiao Tian didn't want Ming to think that he might be afraid of someone. Bai Ming is not at all afraid of the spirit standing in front of him. He realizes that such a deity must have a huge dark energy. Bai Ming wonders if he didn't immediately feel the burning power from the fire god. Xiao Tian also doesn't feel the huge former power of the god, but he remembers how in his world he clashed with the god, and he almost burned the mighty wolf's hair in the fight. Bai Ming tries to stir up the fire god and wants him to not back down and attack him, because even Xiao Tian is afraid of him. The fire god didn't attack and was generally perplexed that a man was challenging him to a fight. The guy got to the bottom of it and revealed the secret of the great deity. Ming did realize that the fire god was only in words, but in the end, it was just an illusion. Bai Ming realized everything and revealed the fire god. Xiao Tian was surprised to see this, because he didn't feel anything, and didn't understand how Ming guessed it. Bai Ming points his hand to a small vase standing on the nightstand beside the bed, with a small fire inside. The demon doesn't understand what Ming means, or how the small vase could be the god of fire, but the guy is sure that the deity is the small light inside the vase. Bai Ming used his power that he got from the snake and realized the whole essence of the deity. Bai Ming only saw the source of fire in one place in the room, and that was the vase. This was how he realized that the fire god wasn't that powerful. Xiao Tian was delighted with the guy that he was able to figure everything out so quickly. Bai Ming laughed with Xiao Tian because he was too scared in this situation to figure it out properly. Xiao Tian was more than angry and started ordering the fire to show itself immediately, or it would definitely consume it. In an instant, the fire energy around the vase appeared in the room, meaning the fire god must show his true form. The little cartoon fire stood very scared near the vase and apologized for his behavior earlier. He just wanted to scare them. Bai Ming wants to deal with the little fire and is going to find out everything from him. The demon doesn't want to stand on ceremony with the insolent boy and wants to devour him without a second thought. Little Fire knew Bai Ming and expressed his dislike to him. Ming doesn't understand how Little Flame knows him and why he doesn't like him already. Little Fire doesn't like Ming because he's always putting Yuer in danger. Demon doesn't like Little Fire's silliness. The fire spirit begins to tell his story. The fire god was indeed a powerful sixth god, but when he came to the human world, most of his powers left him. Bai Ming doesn't understand why this fire spirit is sitting near Yuer then. Bai Ming wants the spirit to leave the girl alone. The flame has started to blaze too much. He thinks that Yuer is his girlfriend and he shouldn't leave her. Bai Ming is beyond pissed off, and he's going to deal with this cocky spirit. The fire spirit warns the guy if he leaves Yuer, she will lose her life. Bai Ming is horrified he doesn't understand why a girl would lose her life to this fire spirit. The spirit explains that at birth, a person is born with 3 fires, and if one fire dies out, the child will be possessed by an evil aura. When Yuer was born, she was missing 1 fire, and if this spirit that came down to earth hadn't replaced that fire, all the demons would have wanted her. The fire spirit assures that if it wasn't for him, the girl would have been gotten by one of the evil demons long ago. Bai Ming believes the fire spirit. He feels that all his words are not a lie. Bai Ming recalls that Yuer was in the hospital a lot when she was little. The guy and the girl have been friends since childhood, and he was always worried about her. When Yuer grew older, it was as if she overcame her illnesses and became very strong, even could outrun the boys. Fire Spirit boasts that the fact that Yuer was able to overcome her illnesses is his merit. Demon Xiao Tian becomes angry because of the Moon Spirit's arrogance. After all, he not only helped the girl, but is with her for his own benefit. Bai Ming, when he learned all the details of the Fire Spirit's stay in Yuer's room, was very grateful to the spirit. The Fire Spirit is flattered by Bai Ming's respect, but there is still negativity coming from Bai Ming's side. Bai Ming is very eager to ask for a request. Bai Ming is very anxious. He wants to ask the spirit, something that will decide Yuer about her health. Bai Ming fell asleep in Yuer's room, sitting on a chair. The guy slept until morning because of worrying about the girl. Ming in his half-sleep heard someone will him, but through his sleep he didn't realize who was calling him. A beautiful girl in short shorts was standing in front of Ming, and Ming thought he was dreaming. Suddenly Ming began to rub his face hard so that he finally woke up, and the guy did not like it at all. In front of him stood a vigorous and full of energy Yue and mercilessly woke him up. Ming asked that the girl come up with a gentler way of waking him up. After all, she would have him like this for many years of their friendship. The girl promised to think of a different way to wake him up, but she didn't understand why the guy was sleeping in her room, because when she fell asleep the guy wasn't there. Yue assumed that he was peeping at the girl. Bai Ming was indignant. He would never dare to peep. Yue laughed and put it all down to a joke after all. She knows that the guy was just worried about her. Bai Ming exhaled with relief and went to eat breakfast with the girl and get ready for school. Demon Xiao Tian woke up in a bad mood, and he is honestly annoyed with Yue. Bai Ming subdues the wolf and asks him not to speak out towards his girlfriend. The guy notices that the girl woke up very awake. It seems they really had a deal with the fire spirit. Bai Ming is very grateful to the fire spirit and hopes that Yue will now be protected. But the main thing is that the fire spirit doesn't overdo it. Demon Xiao Tian confirms that the girl has more energy than she had, and now she could even help Ming. The guy totally doesn't want the girl to get into his dark deeds. Bai Ming is going to shield Yue from all adversity at all costs, as much as he had the strength for. The demon thinks that the guy is letting his guard down and becoming weaker with this girl. It will hinder him in the future. Yue and Ming go to school together, and don't think twice. Bai Ming likes to observe that the girl is in good health. Suddenly on the way to school, Ming is called by someone. He turns around in curiosity. Bai Ming is approached by the girl blogger he saved along with Yue in the school archives. The girl now likes Ming and considers him her hero. The girl hangs on to Ming and hugs him, and the guy feels the tension around him from Yue. Yue gets very nervous and reprimands her friend for hanging up on a guy in broad daylight. Miao Chang laughs at his girlfriend, saying he's just messing with her. Bai Ming senses a dark aura and doesn't realize where it is. He thinks that the dark energy is in Miao Chang, but the demon says that such a cheerful and radiant girl can't be possessed by a demon. Miao Chang turns to Ming again and wants to give him some pictures, as she promised him in their last meeting. The girl sweetly hands over her photo and warns him that the photo has her phone number on it. Bai Ming looks at the gifted photo with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yue reprimands her friend again for indecent behavior. Bai Ming is horrified and crumples the photo with great shame and can't believe her eyes. The gifted photo had Miao Chan in a very revealing outfit and had Ming's wishes written on it. Ming. While he was looking at the photo, he felt that the dark energy started to intensify, but he can't catch it. As Ming stood with Miao Chang's photo, it was as if the dark energy of his envious friends who also wanted to experience Miao Chang's attention on him was accumulating around him. Bai Ming wanted to quickly leave this place where he felt envy and other bad qualities. Bai Ming started to head to the school for lessons, when suddenly he felt a huge accumulation of dark power again. Xiao Tian also felt a huge terrifying movement of dark energy and stopped for a second. Bai Ming and the demon saw a very powerful and huge barrier above their heads that hung over the entire school. Demon Xiao Tian realizes the full extent of this barrier and warns the guy that the school could be very badly affected because of this kind of power. Bai Ming realizes that only he can see it now, and that only he can prevent this disaster from happening. Demon Xiao Tian senses the coming of something big. He wants to trick again. The demon is going to put his plan into action again. He wants to keep control of the guy, not the other way around. After reading one book, the demon is going to subjugate the guy's heart to himself, and then he will definitely be able to handle him. Bai Ming is going to go and deal with the dark aura that is hanging over the school, but the demon is in no hurry. The demon goes after the guy and dreams of defeating the principal to gain unlimited demonic powers. The demon is going to capture Bai Ming's heart and wants to stop being dependent on humans. Bai Ming feels something dark again, and he is already uneasy because he has to keep the whole school safe from demon attack. Suddenly, Bai Ming stopped and grabbed his chest. His heart ached. The code felt like something pricked him. Bai Ming walks down the corridor of the school to the principal's office, but the demon doesn't like that the guy without any plan wants to break into the enemy. Bai Ming, after thinking about what happened this morning, wants to understand why the principal is unleashing power on everyone. Ming thinks he wants to provoke him, but the guy has no intention of going along with it and just plays along. Demon, the threshold is that the guy has become very calm on the same ground as the enemy. Ming feels confident and is in no hurry to resort to force. Ming is about to walk into the chairman's office and starts knocking on his office. Ming turns on his new power, where he can see through walls and make sure the office is empty. Ming asks the demon to find the basement where they saw the principal with the sealed power, because the demon said he marked that room. The demon started to look at Ming as some kind of game. By doing so, he wants to test the strategy of the book he reads on people's hearts. Ming can't wait for a response from the demon. Ming doesn't understand why the wolf just looks at the guy caustically and doesn't answer anything. The demon suggested the guy to still look for something in the study, in case they find something useful. The guy liked the demon's idea. Ming is still wary and distrustful of Xiao Tian. After all, it's in his hands to deceive him. The guy thinks that, in vain, they started a game with the search for evidence, because smart people do not leave anything unnecessary in his open office. Suddenly, Ming sees a photo of the principal and his daughter in front of him. His daughter looked very cute and was very happy in the photo with her father. Ming was very interested in the photo, but he didn't know how it could help their case. Ming stands with the photo and thinks that the photo won't bring them any clue since it's just an ordinary family. The demon went to the destination of his book he was reading, but nothing came out. Ming's trust can't be gained so easily. Xiao Tian realized that no book could help with regaining the trust between humans and demons. Ming noticed how the demon suddenly became very sad and didn't understand why. The demon just got down and wanted to sit alone. Ming noticed something on the other side of the principal's picture and was very surprised by it. It said that the principal wishes to help his daughter because she is blind. Ming doesn't understand the connection between his daughter and dark energy. Suddenly, everything in the office began to shake, as if an earthquake was shaking the school. Ming realized that the same vibrating building was when he tried to take the exam but failed. Ming runs over to the window that overlooks the schoolyard and cautiously thinks about the next incident. Ming looks out the window and realizes that dark forces are advancing on the school again, and something must be done about it. There is dark energy spreading throughout the schoolyard, and it is very bad for all the students. Ming didn't even feel the dark aura spreading. Ming is very angry. He is sure that the headmaster is behind all this, and he is up to something terrible. Ming runs out of the office and heads to the basement to find out what's going on in the school. While Ming is on his way to the basement to see the principal, the school's radio room announces an emergency and asks him to leave the school without panicking. The guy starts to panic a lot, because if all the students leave the school, they will definitely be infected with the dark aura. Ming is going to change his plans, and now he has to urgently tell the radio program that no one should leave the school building. Something unclear happens in the radio program room. The dean of the school was in the radio room, and he was very angry, because when something happens, the headmaster goes somewhere else. The dean wants to inform the students with another message, but he is interrupted. Ming enters the radio room, and the dean doesn't understand why he's here, because he's supposed to go outside with everyone else. Ming wants to say something to the dean, but he realizes in advance that he will not believe him, and he has to try very hard to convince him to listen and believe him. Ming starts to tell him that if the students leave the school, there will be trouble, and any person can turn into a terrible monster. And to prevent this from happening, everyone should stay in the classrooms, and then Ming will continue to protect the school. The dean starts to get nervous. He certainly doesn't believe what Ming is telling him. The dean accuses Ming of deliberately making all this up to set him up. After all, he wanted to expel the guy. Ming tries to explain that this is not true. The other employees who were with the dean also started to condemn the guy for his trickery. Ming listened to the nasty things against him, and the demon realized that people would not believe Ming. The demon asks the guy not to listen to these people and just send a message through a radio program, because people don't believe him since they don't see what Ming sees. Ming is sure that even if he tells the radio to keep everyone in their seats, no one will listen to him. The nervous director and his staff demanded that Ming go outside with everyone. Ming realizes that it's unlikely anyone else would believe what he said, much less the dean, with whom they already have a fight. Ming resigns himself to disbelief and realizes that he has no other choice, or he won't be able to convince the school staff with words. The demon, puzzled, does not understand what the guy is up to and how he is going to handle the situation. The guy warns Xiao Qian that before what he wants to do, now his school life will not be the same. Bai Ming makes the decision to show the dean and his staff who he really is, and shows them his power to make sure he's not lying. Bai Ming stands in his full half-demon garb. He knows there is no turning back now. The dean and his staff don't understand what's going on in the office. They feel that the guy has changed somehow. From Bai Ming comes a strong energy. He is very serious, because the life of all the students of the school depends on him, and the dean must support him and listen to him. Bai Ming warns Bai Ming that he didn't want to do what he had in mind, but as it happens, the dean didn't believe him and left him no choice. Bai Ming only has to show his true power to be taken seriously, and he smashes his power into the wall of the office. The dean doesn't understand how it happened that the wall exploded out of nowhere. Ming warns the principal that it wasn't an explosion like he thinks, and wants him to finally trust him. Ming made a huge hole with his power in the wall, and assures the dean that he concentrated the power so that he wouldn't hurt them. Bai Ming explains that all these behaviors are not explained by the rules of nature that the dean knows. Ming hints that there are many people like him in the world. The dean and his staff decide that Bai Ming is making an attempt on their lives and the lives of the students. The school staff still doesn't feel trust in Ming and think he is a threat to the school. The demon explains to Ming that people don't understand anything and will never believe the guy. They will believe anything but not otherworldly powers. The principal suddenly yells at his staff and orders them to keep their mouths shut. The dean realizes that Ming has supernatural powers, and he wouldn't just show it to the public. The dean is horrified to think that Ming has come to him for justice, because they were in a quarrel, and the dean tried his best to kick him out of the school. The headmaster had already said goodbye to his life. He was sure that Ming was showing his own, so that the dean would realize who was being attacked. Bai Ming stands silent the whole time, and only guess what the dean of the school might be thinking right now, but he looked worried. The headmaster starts screaming for mercy from Ming, and begins to assure him that everything is because of him, because he only wanted to expel him out of his personal grudges. The teacher begs Ming to spare him, and he won't bother him anymore. Suddenly Bai Ming just bends over in front of the dean, and the teacher just crawls into a stupor at Ming's act. The principal is shocked, because he thought Ming came to deal with him, and he bows down in front of him and does nothing wrong. Bai Ming assures him that things don't look the way he thinks they should. Ming promises that if the dean honors his request, then Ming will take his papers from the school. But right now, he just wants to save everyone. The dean stood still, like a dumbfounded man not knowing what to do, but a decision has to be made immediately. The staff of the radio program asked the dean not to listen to the crazy guy, and say that they need to get the students out of the school quickly. The dean of the school soon makes a lightning-fast decision, and with gritted teeth decides to make a statement. The dean abruptly snatches the microphone of the school's radio program, and is about to make an address to the students after all. Bai Ming finally convinces the dean to make an appeal to his side, and now the students will be safe. The dean, in a menacing voice, orders all the students in the school to go back into their offices and lock their classrooms. All the students indignantly start to go back to their classrooms and don't understand why they are being chased around the school for no reason and no explanation. Demon Xiao Tian is shocked to see through the window that everyone is heading back to their classrooms. The demon didn't suspect that the guy would be able to convince the school dean, and he would listen to him after all. Bai Ming thanks the teacher from the bottom of his heart, and is very glad that he still trusted him. Now Ming is going to deal with the dark force, and nothing will stop him. The teacher assures the guy that it wasn't out of trust that he did what the guy asked. Dean listened to his inner gut, which has never failed him in years. Dean asked now to deal with the other worldly force by all means, and he had very little time to do so. Bai Ming rushed as fast as he could to the basement where the Dark Aura Center was. Ming promised his teacher that he would deal with everything. Demon Xiao Qian was shocked that even enemies were able to agree for a good intention. After all, the demon had underestimated humans. The demon and Ming are once again approaching the otherworldly dimension, which stinks with dark energy, and from the smell, it is even clear that it is very dangerous. Bai Ming can already sense where the deadly dark energy is coming from. The demon is amazed that the boy learns everything quickly. Bai Ming and the demon finally find the right door, and Ming thinks that he should first negotiate with the director and then fight him. Ming hopes that the principal will come to his senses and they will come to a common conclusion. Ming enters the room from another dimension and sees the director lying on the floor without moving and without any signs of life. The demon realized that the headmaster wanted to control the seal and was unable to control the mighty power of this vessel. The principal apparently didn't realize how powerful the thing he wanted to disturb was and paid for it with his life. Bei Ming did start to help the principal, though. He felt he still had signs of life and was going to help his enemy. The demon warns him that he will not be able to control the vessel either. He can't even imagine for a second what power lurks in it. Bei Ming doesn't listen to the demon and takes the sealed vessel in his hands anyway. Bei Ming is going to deal with the vessel somehow, because people's lives are at stake. The demon is furious and tells Bei Ming not to be foolish. Bei Ming grabs the demon by his jacket and tries to get him away from the vessel. The demon doesn't want to die for nothing and tries to save the guy. In one moment, the guy in shock doesn't realize what's going on around him. A huge pick of energy happens right in his hands. Ming's hands begin to be eaten away by some powerful, terrible force, and he can't resist it. Demon Xiao Tian was able to pull the guy away from the vessel of power just in time. If he was even a second too late, Ming wouldn't have survived. Ming looks at his tortured hands and can't believe it, because if it wasn't for Xiao Tian, he would have already lost his life. Bei Ming is confused. Right now, he really doesn't know what to do, but he has to save everyone. Bei Ming asks his demon for advice. Demon Xiao Tian again asks the guy to lend him his body, because then he can devour this vessel without blinking an eye. Bei Ming unexpectedly agrees with the demon and asks him to deal with the enemy force as soon as possible. The demon didn't expect the guy to agree so quickly. The demon Xiao Tian is up to something, and most likely he is not going to give Ming's body back and wants to trick him again. Suddenly Ming felt the principal behind him, and a huge dark power was emanating from him. Bei Ming was shocked. He didn't even feel the principal sneaking up on him unnoticed and grabbing him. The principal grabs the guy very roughly by the scruff of his neck and starts mumbling something to him about the guy joining him. The principal throws Ming with such power that he flies a great distance away. It's as if the principal has gone berserk and a dark force has taken over his mind that he's unable to negotiate. The man stood shrouded in dust from the blows on Ming. The principal is not going to give in to anyone because he has his own motives. The principal sees the rocks flying back at him, which means Bei Ming is still alive and will continue to fight him. The man only saw a flash in the distance, but Ming was not on the horizon, so he thought he had dealt with the boy. The principal was disappointed in the boy because he thought Ming would fight him desperately, not give up at the first blow. Suddenly the kid appears right in front of the principal. The kid doesn't look like a scared boy. He is determined to defeat the principal in a fight. Ming was not going to concede the fight to the principal and will fight to the end to eradicate the evil from the school. Ming punches the principal in the chest and breaks through his defense with one punch. The principal clearly didn't expect such a turnaround. The principal was shocked by Bei Ming. He broke through his flawless mirror barrier. Ming can't spare the principal, as he has jeopardized all the students in the school. Bei Ming doesn't understand the principal's goals and how he can do this to so many people. Bei Ming hits the principal again with his energy and wants him to finally explain himself and give up. The director, slumped and exhausted, doesn't understand why Ming is asking what his goals are, since the guy was already in his office and saw the photo. Bei Ming doesn't understand how he can sacrifice all the people in the school for one person. The principal admits that he would ruin as many lives as necessary for the sake of his daughter. The principal wonders what Ming would do if he were in such a situation, because he would do anything for the person he loves. The director is mad when he starts talking about his daughter. He wants to help her at any cost, but her eyes can't see and he tries to cure her. Ming listens to the distraught principal, and the demon rushes Ming to give him the body and don't hesitate. Bei Ming wants to listen to the principal first to reveal his leader before giving the body to Xiao Tian. Demon Xiao Tian is furious. Things are not going according to his plan. He's afraid that the guy will change his mind and whatever he planned won't come true. Bei Ming is talking to the principal again about his daughter. The guy doesn't understand why the director didn't just take her to a better clinic. The principal assures him that a vessel that is endowed with immense power cannot be evil. The director is sure that the dark energy will save his daughter and tells him that in the vessel lies the eye of the snake. Bei Ming is shocked by what he hears. The guy remembers something about this ocean from the serpent they fought earlier. Demon Xiao Tian confirms that the eye exists and was told by Xiao Hua that his eyes were hidden a long time ago. Xiao Tian never thought that he would meet the eye in the school. The principal has been serving this vessel for 10 years and has been trying to rid the eye of the anger that sits within it, but he has been unsuccessful. The principal has been taking the lives of innocent people for a long time, but the eye is still unreadable to these victims. The director realizes that he is too kind, and if he were stricter, he would have long ago swamped the eye with victims, and it would have repaid him. Bi Ming listens attentively to the director, and he threatens him that he told him all this for a reason, and that he knows why he is losing his life. Bai Ming is pensive. The principal wants to satiate his great eye and offers him the choice of either voluntarily surrendering to save the students of the school or engaging in battle. Demon Xiao Tian is furious. He doesn't believe that the guy will just give up. He asks him to give up his body to deal with the principal. Bai Ming can't decide because he can't let a lot of people die, but he can't let himself die either. A bunch of disobedient students show up at the school, and despite the dean's orders, they go outside anyway. The guys who ran out are sure that the director does not give an account of his words because they felt the earthquake, and, if it is so, it is impossible to be in the building. Suddenly, a guy is enveloped by a dark energy, which has already spread throughout the schoolyard. One student asks the guys who ran out into the street to go back, but he sees that something strange is happening to the guys. The guys were enveloped by the dark energy and stood there as if they were mad. Their eyes darkened. All the infected guys pounced like wild on all the other students of the school and started infecting them too. The school started a riot, and all the students rushed to escape from the mad people, and everyone wants to save themselves. All the students started to run away. Yuer stood watching and decided to go to the place where it all started. She wants to help those in need. Yuer asks her friend to run away with the others while she goes and check what's going on downstairs, but her friend refuses to go without Yuer. Yuer insists to her friend not to follow her, because it could be very dangerous, but her friend has no intention of leaving Yuer behind. Yuer was horrified when she saw what was happening before the exit of the school. Some students were lying mangled on the floor, some with wounds were still trying to escape. Yuer started to offer help to the students lying on the floor. The girl ran to help them without waiting for a response. Yuer always helped people in unpleasant situations and never passed by. Yuer started to help the lying girl and asked her friend to keep her distance and call an ambulance to the school. Yuer was horrified when she saw what was going on behind her back with her friend. Yuer's friend was standing defenseless, and around her were gathered the distraught guys who were about to tear all the things on the girl. Yuer can't stand the bullying of her friend and rushes into the fight to defend her. She punches one of her abusers hard in the face. The girl realizes that there are a lot of guys, and she needs to deal with them. She figures out what she can do in such an uncomplicated situation. Yuer and her friend stand around the nasty, distraught guys. Yuer covers her friend with her jacket and is determined to save her. The crazed guys threaten the girls that they will abuse them if they don't calm down. Yuer comes to her senses and gathers her thoughts. She can't be in this situation, and she has to do something. Yuer realizes that her strength is greater than her friend's, and wants her friend to listen to her instructions and run away very fast from this place if possible. Yuer's friend didn't want to leave the girl alone, and Yuer started yelling at her friend already because time was short. Yuer set up for battle and decides to enter the fight first to give her friend a head start on escaping. Yuer kicks one guy with a spinning kick. Yuer attacks the second guy and hits him with an elbow to the stomach. She needs to defeat these possessed guys to escape. The girl gathers all her strength and objects the third offender. Yuer is not going to submit to them. She will fight till the last. Yuer yells to her best friend to run as fast as possible and save herself. All the horrible guys saw that one girl wanted to escape from them and ran after her. The guys undermined again and started attacking Yuer. The girl doesn't intend to give up so easily and give in to them. As long as Yuer is on her feet, she won't let her friend get hurt. But the girl doesn't understand why the guys have become so cruel. The girl realizes that real guys have no control over their bodies. Yuer has to buy as much time as possible for her friend to escape and save herself. But she doesn't know how she will fight further because the possessed schoolboys are getting more and more. The horrible guys keep stepping on and threatening the girl. The dark energy has consumed their good side and completely controls them. Suddenly, the guys stepping on Yuer stopped in agony. Someone stopped them. Yuer saw that a familiar girl, Mu Ru Shui Shui, had come to her aid. She didn't expect the girl to come to fight as well. The blue-haired girl came to fight the evil, and she only had a mop in her hands. The girl stood very confident and belligerent. The girl was determined to get rid of all the possessed people in the school, so they wouldn't continue to infect the rest of the school. The girl had disabled the guys with a single blow with just a regular mop. Yor was very admired by the girl that she not only shines in school with her knowledge, but also very strong. Yor still knows that she and Ming are somewhat close, but how much the girl doesn't know and is too jealous. Suddenly, Mu Shui turns to Yor and asks her to call Bei Ming. Yor says that she has called him before, but his number is not available. She wonders why she needs Ming. Yor is very happy that Shui doesn't have Ming's number, which means they are not that close. Shui asks Yor to get out of this place, because it's very dangerous here. To herself, Mu Shui thinks that she has become attached to Ming since she thinks about him often. Yor is not going to leave her in this situation, and Shui assures Yor that she doesn't realize what she's getting into, because it's not people she has to fight, but a dark force. Yor still insists on helping her. Mu Shui doesn't persuade Yor further. She accepts her offer to stay together. Yor was confident that she would fight honorably until her strength left her. The girls and guys were infected with dark energy, and all of them are looming over the girls. The students didn't listen to the dean and are now possessed by the dark side, and they all have to be stopped. Shui was shocked by the large number of schoolboys affected by the dark energy, but she realizes that the situation could have been worse, as most of the students are locked in their classrooms. The girl suspects that Ming contributed to the dean's decision. Shui starts to explain the situation to Yor so that she understands who she is dealing with. The girl instructed her not to let the affected people into the main building of the school and warned that these people were many times stronger than usual. Yor listened to Shui carefully and understood everything. She didn't ask any unnecessary questions and just started to fulfill Shui's tasks. After all, she is protecting her friends. Demon Xiaotian smells how Yor and Shui's auras work in mutual agreement. The demon realizes that these two girls are not simple at all, and Ming is lucky to have them on his side. Bei Ming notices that the demon has sensed something and is greatly surprised by something. Xiaotian doesn't want to distract Ming and doesn't tell him his thoughts. The principal was already standing all exhausted and didn't know what to do. He couldn't even guess that the guy's strength would be many times superior to him. The principal was bleeding, but he was still standing on his feet. Bei Ming would never act like the principal. After all, he can't hurt other people. Ming only acts in the interest of justice and believes that the principal is a real weakling since he chose the dark side. Bei Ming will not let the principal destroy the school and kill so many people. He still has a lot of strength, and he will definitely stand up to him. The principal is sure that the guy doesn't fully realize who he's up against, and even if he defeats him, there will still be those who will defeat him. As long as the director is on his feet, he can still stand up to Ming and will do anything, because his daughter is at stake. Bei Ming stands in front of the director, and his words do not scare him at all. He intends to defeat all the evil demons that have come to the human world as long as he has a powerful force. Bei Ming creates a huge azure sword with his superpower and intends to attack the principal with it. Ming doesn't care what the principal tries to tell him. He doesn't consider him a respectable person for his actions. The principal is shocked. The sword flew right near his face and slammed right into the wall behind him. He underestimated the guy. Ming will resist evil as long as he lives, and he has the strength to do so. The guy hates to see injustice around him. After all, he was raised differently. The director is furious with the arrogant guy. He doesn't understand how such a young guy has incredible strength in such a short period of time. After all, he gave up his human form and his strength is still not enough. Ming reproaches the director for not being able to find his human strength and save his daughter in a fair way without joining the dark force and killing people. The director in an instant became mad and started laughing. He took out a huge syringe with non-sunset contents in it and is going to stab it into his neck. The director and everything goes crazy and runs over to the sealed vial. Ming doesn't realize what the director is up to. The principal clearly realizes that he has one chance left to keep Ming from winning. Ming is terrified. He doesn't understand what the headmaster is up to, but clearly it's not in his plans. Ming realizes if the contents explode, the whole school is at risk. Xiaotian shouts to Ming to stop the principal immediately. The demon realizes that by his actions, the principal wants to absorb all the dark energy and spirits that are there. Demon Xiaotian is desperate, because if the director absorbs all the energy of the vessel, he will not have a chance to get his body back. The demon needs to do something, but he is powerless without his true body. The principal stood beside the vessel containing the eye of the serpent, and Ming didn't realize how big the problem was. The principal is about to reveal what his ultimate goal is. An army of dead souls appears behind the principal, and they are going to fight for him. The principal intends to take everyone's life. The man gave orders to his dark servants to take Bei Ming's life. All the dark spirits rushed to fulfill the whim of their new master at that second. Demon Xiao Tian is puzzled that the principal can withstand the pressure of the Snake Eye's dark power. The demon is sure that it's all because he injected an unknown liquid into his neck. Bei Ming is very angry at the principal's decision. He really wanted to make a deal with him and thought that the man would still come to his senses. But the principal has no intention of making concessions. Ming has no intention of backing down either and will take the fight. Bei Ming still wants to bring the principal to his senses, because the principal intends to take the lives of all the students of the school, and the guy cannot let it come true. Ming gathers all his strength and fights back. Ming fights back against the dark spirits. He can't let them win, because many human lives are at stake. Ming fights in full force and at the same time tries not to miss the director who conceived an insidious plan. The dark spirits come at Ming faster and harder and desperately defend their master. But Ming tries to dodge all the attacks of the ruthless monsters and make his way to the director and not miss the vessel of boundless dark energy. Bei Ming suspects that the dark spirits are attacking him according to a certain pattern. They don't even try to hurt him. The monsters attack Ming in droves to slow him down and thus delay the director from attacking him. The guy during the battle hears a huge and violent release of energy, followed by the rumbling of walls and ceiling. Bei Ming is shocked. He realizes that the battle is gaining new momentum, and the director has begun to act in his own interests. The principal stood in front of the vessel, holding onto it with one hand, and with his other hand he was piercing the ceiling with his new boundless power. It was as if the principal was punching his way to the outside. The principal has absorbed the power of the eye and is about to punch his way to the street. The man isn't going to waste any more time talking and fighting Meng. He can't mess around with the guy to make the eye absorb him, but he's going to put his plan into action. The headmaster clutched the vessel with both hands and flew lightning fast into the hole in the ceiling he had made. The man gave Ming a chance to sacrifice himself and thus save all the students in the school, but the guy refused, and now he will pay the price. Bei Ming is furious and shocked at the same time, because if the principal gets to the people with the vessel and opens the eye of the snake eye on the street, then all human lives on the whole planet will be in danger, not to mention the school. Ming is being attacked all the time by the principal's dark servants, and he's about to finally deal with them once and for all, because he can't stay with them all the time. He needs to sleep people away from the snake eye. The guy is going to bear his devil blade. He can't stay here for long. Ming is about to deal a decisive blow to the dark spirits and is gathering all his strength. Bei Ming breaks through the enemy forces and hits them with his blade. Ming will fight to the last, but he doesn't have much time, as the principal has already gotten out and needs to be stopped urgently. Ming still managed to break through the demonic dark force and rushes straight after the headmaster upwards. Xiao Qian shabbily heads straight after the guy, for they are still bound together. Xiao Qian can't believe that his perfect plan has failed. The demon was so close to his goal of getting his body back by the power of the serpent eye, but the principal beat him to it and broke all his plans. In the school, the students affected by the dark power fought with the girls, and most of the distraught students were defeated by the girls' powers. Yuer stood exhausted. Her strength was leaving her body, and she could barely stand on her feet. She had given as much as she could in the battle. Yuer realized that she had to keep resisting her enemies, but her body wouldn't listen. Yuer couldn't believe that she would just give up like that, because she had to continue to help fight off the mad guys. The girl can't regain her breath, and her arms are battered, but she's not ready to just collapse. Zhuwei sees that the girl is having a hard time, and she can't help her any further, so she asks Yuer to leave and save herself. Zhuwei is sure she can handle herself, but the girl has helped her a lot in the fight. Yuer begins to withdraw and deal with herself. Yuer has been training her whole life to be strong and independent, but that's not enough for her to stand up for herself. Yuer is afraid that because she is not strong enough, She will become estranged from Ming because he will not protect her all her life. She is very fond of her friend and wants to be close to him. Yue gathers all her will in a fist and is not going to give up. She is determined to stay with Yue and defeat all the possessed disciples to the last. Yue suddenly unleashes her unusual secret power, and her body and hands are enveloped in a hovering red flame. Yue won't give up for Ming's sake and for the sake of her friends at school. Yue strikes the possessed students with her fire power. Some of the students, under the influence of the girl's power, started to come to their senses. They are puzzled as to what is going on around them and why they are on fire. Yue was shocked by Yue's taken-away power. She couldn't understand how the girl suddenly had such a powerful fire power. Yue realizes that there are still many unsolved secrets in the school. Yue stood at full strength and deftly controlled the divine fire around her. As long as the girl had the power, she wouldn't miss the opportunity to help people. Time after time, the girl releases the fire outward and envelops all the disciples who have been affected by the dark power with it. Yue tries her best to help as many students as possible. Yue was shocked by Yue's strength. The girl realized that her power not only affects the distraught disciples, but also purifies their souls. Yue had yet to encounter such an extraordinary power like the girl's. Yue is still at a loss after all. Yue is an ordinary person. There is no divine or demonic aura in her. She is completely pure. The principal did get out. He went straight up to the roof of the school and was enveloped by the sunlight. He looked from top to bottom and realized that he would definitely put his plan into action now. The principal, maddened by the boundless power that he had wanted to get for 10 years, rushed straight to the students so that the serpent's eye would swallow them all. Suddenly, the headmaster felt many clusters of enemy power around him. The headmaster felt that someone had also gotten out of the basement in the wake of him. Bai Ming got out of the shackles of the demonic servants who were trying to detain him, and in front of him saw Yue, who was blazing with raging fire. Yue was angered by Ming's absence. Bai Ming is very serious. He realized that Yue had succeeded in releasing her inner fire. He turns to the fire spirit that had settled in Yue's body and asked it to stop using Yue. The fire spirit comes out of Yue. The fire spirit explains that he was only helping the girl, and if it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have made it, and she too was stroked by the dark energy. Yue falls unconscious, her body is exhausted. The girl fought for a long time and gave all her strength. She can't continue anymore. Ming picks the girl up. The girl is watching, and she feels uncomfortable. Some strange feelings envelop the girl, as if Yue is jealous of Bai Ming for this girl. Muru Yue watches Ming and is puzzled by her feelings, because she has never felt this way before. Ming stands holding Yue in his arms and calls out to Yue. Bai Ming wants to ask Yue for a favor. Ming has to defeat the principal, and he needs to save Yue, who is lying unconscious. Bai Ming hears the director's loud voice. He is very worried. He needs to deal with him, or else something bad will happen. The dark energy vessel where the snake eye was located split in half, and the headmaster started shouting for no one to come near him. Demon Xiao Tian was shocked by what he saw. He was familiar with the carrier of this energy, and he knows what this power can create. The eye of the serpent spirit came out on the ore from the vessel, and now terrible things could happen. It was urgent to act and do not hesitate. Bai Ming feels the evil energy directly surging out of the serpent spirit eye. The guy realizes that the sooner he defeats it, the more people he can save. The demon confirms that it is a body part that belongs to the serpent spirit, and also realizes why it is rampant. The serpent eye was taken from the serpent by humans years ago, and naturally it radiates evil out of hatred for humans. The serpent's eye begins to radiate great unthinkable power, and tries to fulfill its destiny and avenge the humans for its suffering. The eye begins to absorb into the director's body, and thus wants to make him its vessel. The director can't cope with the enormous pressure of the eye, and loses his mind from the dark force inside him. Bai Ming can't let the two evils absorb each other and become even stronger. The guy can't start fighting now, because he has a defenseless Yue in his arms, and he asks Yue to help get Yue away and save himself. Muru Yue can't leave Ming alone, for the enemy is so strong that even Yue shudders in front of him. Bai Ming is a strong man, but the girl is still worried about him. Bai Ming realizes that the girl wants to help the guy, but he sees that she is already at her limit, and if she stays, she will only put herself in danger. It would be better for Ming to keep the girl safe. Shui becomes very nervous and angry at the guy, because even she doesn't know what she will do in front of such an opponent. Ming assures him that he can handle it. He just wants Shui and Yue to get away from this place. Shui obeys Ming's wishes and runs away from the battle site with Yue in her arms. She can't believe she's doing this, but she has no other choice. Shui is furious with the arrogant Ming. She wouldn't have run away if the guy hadn't asked her to, and if the girl who was helping her with the mad students hadn't fainted. Suddenly, the reincarnated headmaster saw Shui running away, and was surprised by it. The principal was terrified in his reincarnation because of the serpent eye. The principal throws his snake powers at the fleeing girl, and Ming tries to display all the blows. But one picking power guy misses, and he heads straight for the girls. B.A. Ming can't believe he was able to miss the punch that was headed for the girls, and doesn't realize how he can save them. The guy won't be able to catch up with the force release anymore. Suddenly, Ming saw the unthinkable, which was able to save the girls from danger. The guy is shocked. He couldn't think that such a thing could have happened. While the girls were running away, the blow that was about to hit them came at the dean of the school, Mr. Ding. Dean ran out and shielded the girls from the dark power with himself. Wounded by the dark energy, the dean of the school stood confidently on his feet and protected his students. B.A. Ming ran up to the teacher and grabbed him as he started to fall. The teacher had made many mistakes, but he can't watch when his students are injured. The teacher was bloody from his wounds and asked Ming to make him promise him that he would save everyone. The dean of the school did not regret his action. On the contrary, he was proud that he had done everything in his power. Ming calmed down the teacher and asked him not to talk. Shui, while running away with Yue, threw a strange pill to the guy and asked him to give it to Mr. Dean. Ming didn't understand what this pill was, but the girl assured him that it would help Dean survive. B.I. Ming needs to take care of the teacher now, but he can't leave and give up the battle with the possessed headmaster. The principal was very strong at this point. Suddenly, B.A. Ming heard familiar voices nearby. The guy realized that he wasn't here alone with the headmaster. Shen Luo came to help with the other surviving guys from the school and offers to help him with the dean. The guys who were with Shen Luo were a bit shocked by the monster that stood before them. Shen Luo assured Ming that he hasn't forgotten that they are allies and will help him no matter what. Shen is not very strong, but he will still do what he can. B.I. Ming doesn't ask for help with the monster. He just wants the guys to pick up the dean and get him to the hospital, or he might not survive. The guys are scared because there is a scary monster standing near the principal, and no one wants to fall under its powers. Shen Luo is shocked that he brought such pathetic guys with him, but he has already promised that he will do everything in his power and help his friend. Shen Luo promises everyone who helps Ming and Dean to pay a huge amount of money if the guys are so unwilling to sacrifice themselves. Shen decided to incentivize them with a cash reward. All the guys immediately cheered up when they heard the money Shen was offering them. They all agreed and rushed to pick up the dean. The guys began to lift the dean, careful not to hurt him even more. Although the guys were selfish, but still, not many people would sacrifice themselves for a teacher. Demon Xiao Tian, watching the scene, was shocked at how pathetic and self-serving people were, only able to sell themselves for money. B.A. Ming agreed with Xiao Tian. The principal reincarnated into a horrible monster with a huge snake-like tail and tentacles. The demonic monster laughed at the mercurial people and is not going to hesitate any longer. It will not spare anyone. Xiao Tian feels that the principal has completely absorbed the snake spirit from his eye and is now much stronger than before. The snake spirit in the principal's body started to reveal the guy. The principal sees through Ming and realized what kind of power sits within him and what makes him so brave. Bei Ming can barely contain himself at the sight of the director. He cannot believe that the director could not control himself and succumbed to the snake spirit and is now completely captive to it. The principal saw the wolf next to Ming and started to scorn him for walking on a leash next to the guy. Xiao Tian is enraged. He can't stand being insulted, especially since he's not in his own body. Otherwise, he would have asked him a question. The principal continues to belittle the demon. He says that he's not going to pay attention to him because he's not interested in him at all. The demon hasn't been this furious in a long time. He hasn't been treated like this in years. The demon is ready to tear him apart on the spot where he in his body and at his true strength. Gui Ming is offended that the demon is being treated like this. He can't let it offend him, because thanks to it, He has a new chance at life and unlimited strength. Bai Ming swings his devil blade at the director and warns him not to humiliate his friend. The principal doesn't care about the demon. He's only interested in Ming right now. The principal threatens that he now wants him and his world. The power that the director has gotten hold of is now buzzing with vengeance and revenge on all humans, and Ming needs to defeat it. Ming doesn't understand what the reborn monster is telling him. The guy overhears him wondering about his birth into the world, but he can't understand how it's connected at all. The demon Xiao Qian starts to realize something, but doesn't tell Ming about it. The demon guesses that Ming came to this world for a reason. The reincarnated principal hints that the fact that Ming has powers shows that he is not an ordinary person. The director suspects that Ming was born a demigod. Bai Ming tries to wound the principal with a demonic blade. He thinks that everything the monster is saying is just a ploy to throw Ming off balance. The monster warns him that the blade is no good to him. The principal easily stops the demonic blade with just his hand. The guy can't believe that even such a blade can't hurt the monster. The monster reminds him that he has the powers of a god, and the blade only works on demons. Immediately, the possessed principal punches Ming in the stomach. Ming didn't even see how fast the monster approached him. Ming catches himself thinking that the principal can read his mind. After the punch, the monster wants to decrease the guy's willpower more and more, and constantly belittles him. The principal is sure that he will be able to get rid of the boy with such power easily. With a big charge of dark energy, Ming is thrown far away from the principal. Ming is not going to give up even if the principal throws him away every time. Bai Ming immediately recovered from the blow and charges at his enemy again. The guy thinks that with his chatter, the monster purposely wants to confuse him. Bai Ming hits the monster with his demon blade and tries to wound him, but suddenly, the possessed principal intercepts the guy's blade with one hand and shatters it. The demon warns the guy to be careful of the monster, because it has the power to see into the past and into the future, so the guy can't attack it. The demon insists that the guy give him the body, then he will deal with him quickly. Bai Ming can't give up so easily and keeps getting up and attacking again. He grabs the principal right by his head and wants to strike back. Bai Ming punches the director, despite the fact that he can't even hurt him. The demon doesn't care about his punches. He thinks the guy is pathetic and that he will soon lose his life and should accept it. Bai Ming is imprisoned by the dark forces. The serpent forces have enveloped his arms and legs, and Ming can't move and fight back. The director is confident that he will stop Ming with this blow. The snake forces monstrously attack Ming and tear off his prosthetic leg and arm. Ming screams in pain. Ming didn't think it would be this bad, and the enemy forces would take the upper hand from the fight. Ming is lying on the floor, but he is not going to give up. He wants a part of humanity and realizes that only he can do it. The demon asks the guy not to be disobedient and to give him the body. Ming doesn't care that he's fighting a deity. He believes that he can defeat him if he tries hard enough, because human lives are at stake. Ming explodes, throws his missing leg with his power, and rushes back into the fray. Not caring that the reincarnated director has the gift of foresight, he will try to confuse him with his super speed. The monster wants to kill the guy's fighting spirit and talk him down. The director keeps telling the guy that he is worthless and pathetic, and his life is worthless. The director is convinced that Bai Ming can't stand up to him. He believes he is the true embodiment of evil, and that no one can compare to him. The monster stands arrogantly in front of Ming and tries to intimidate him with his power. The monster is already boring Ming with his arrogant statements about how strong and invincible he is. The guy will step on as long as necessary until he will not deal with him. Ming is annoyed by the monster's arrogant talk about his life. Ming wants to decide for himself how he will live his life and build his own destiny. The guy starts striking at the monster again and has no intention of backing down. The reborn director panicked. He felt that the guy's strength with each blow starts to grow, and so does his speed. The monster can't take that risk, and he needs to do something against Ming. The principal is angry and wants to strike back at the cocky boy. The director stands in his overbearing reincarnation and wants to get rid of the boy as soon as possible, because he has his revenge on mankind ahead of him. The director doesn't understand why he, in the dawn of his powers, can't put an end to the insolent boy and finally say goodbye to him. The director spreads his arms and is going to use a great divine power to stop the boy. The principal intends to use the strongest spell. Ming is shocked. He feels that the energy release from the attack will be overwhelming, but he doesn't understand what exactly the principal wants to do with such a powerful dark force. Ming didn't feel any pain from the attack and thought that he wasn't taken by the principal's power. Suddenly, the guy realized that he has moved to another place and doesn't understand what's going on around him. Bei Ming sees Xiao Tian. He tries to say something to him, but the guy can't hear a single word. Ming realizes that something otherworldly and unexplainable is going on. Bei Ming can't hear the demon. There is an invisible barrier around him. He doesn't understand what kind of power the director has applied to him. The guy is waiting for an explanation from the possessed director and wants to understand in which dimension or reality he is now. The guy does not feel any aura around him. The reborn principal stood in front of Ming and waved at him, but Ming didn't feel his presence, only saw it. The principal had applied a very strong spell to Ming, and now he won't be able to stop him from putting his plan into action. Bei Ming wants to understand where he is. His powers are not working, and the strange look of the principal confused him. He realized that the principal had used a powerful spell against him. Ming stood in the middle of the void. He didn't understand where he was and what would happen to him now. He had to get out of this dark place by all means. The headmaster used a powerful spell that plunged Bei Ming into his past. Now he would wander in it forever until he could awaken from the dark forces. The principal has plunged the guy's past into the darkness, and he won't be able to use his powers there. Now he is just an ordinary guy with no abilities, and there's no telling how he will be able to overcome his sad past. Demon Xiao Tian can't do anything. The possessed principal sealed Ming's powers into the illusion of the past, and the demon can't with his powers to interfere. Xiao Tian thinks that it is the end of him in this world. Bei Ming walked through the dark streets and corridors. He realized that he had fallen under the dark forces of the Serpent Eye. Ming did not know how time moves in this space where he was. Ming hoped that in this space, time did not move at all. Then he could not worry about how long it would take him to find his way out of this dimension. Ming starts to concentrate on the fact that he needs to finish up here as soon as possible, because the director is up to the unthinkable and everyone is in danger. Bei Ming needs to hurry back. The guy suddenly saw a light in the distance in the thick darkness. He was interested in the light and thought it might be a way out of the dark dimension. The guy ran towards the light, hoping that now he would be free from the shackles of IS and could enter the real world. Suddenly, the guy saw a car in front of him, which emitted light from the headlights. This event reminded Ming of his past. Ming sees and remembers his past that caused his whole life to turn into a before and after. He can't believe his eyes that this is all in front of his eyes right now. Bei Ming stands in the past and sees himself and his mom in the car, before the accident that will change his life. Ming watches him and his mom sitting in the car, and right now the irreparable will happen, but he can't change anything. The car drives right by Bei Ming at an incredible speed. He is in a state of shock that he has to live through this accident again. Bei Ming sees that something is in the way of the car, and the car stops for a reason and loses control. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a man appears in front of the car, causing the car to brake sharply and lose control. The man stands right in front of the car and doesn't move, as if on purpose. Mom and Ming are puzzled as to what this person meant by this. Bei Ming stood watching all of this. He could hear everything the man who was blocking the road was muttering to himself. The person in front of the car was God Erlong, and it was as if he could sense Ming watching him. God Erlong, looking at Ming in the car, realized that this guy would be fit to be a demigod. He had all the makings for it. God Erlong realized that a guy with a completely pure soul was what was needed for a descendant of a god, and he couldn't find a better person. After God Erlong realized that Ming was the chosen one, he didn't hesitate to do something that affected the poor guy's fate. He kicked the car containing the guy and his mother, and the car flew off the bridge like a ball. Bei Ming was shocked by what happened. He did not remember this moment, and did not know why the plane crash happened. It was as if Ming was reliving the fall from the bridge again. Bei Ming did not remember the cause of the accident that happened 2 years ago. Ming in this space re-examined his entire life and realized why the car flipped off the bridge. Ming understood why the accident happened and realized that it was for a reason. A man calling himself God Erlong decided the fate of Ming and his mom on that fateful day. Bei Ming, in anger, begins to connect the chain of events and realized that it was because of this man that he was connected to the demon Xiao Tianyam. And now he is what he is. Ming snaps and throws himself into a fight against this man who was the cause of the accident. The guy wants revenge on this man because he robbed him of the most precious thing in his life, his mother. God Erlong suddenly sensed the guy who wanted to attack him from another time. The god began to despise the guy. He didn't really believe that Ming could survive to this time and still get here. Bai Ming tries to attack the man, but a barrier forms between them and he can't even touch him. God Erlong starts taunting the guy to watch him almost die in this car accident. The man harasses Ming on purpose in every way possible, like he wanted him to get mad at him as much as he could. Ming was mortified that he learned the details of the accident. God Erlong threatens the guy that once he has already taken the guy's life, he can do it a second time too, and for sure. God Erlong urges the guy to become stronger than he is now. God clearly has his own plans for Ming, but Ming doesn't care what he meant by that. God Erlong disappears. Code for as if he never existed, leaving Ming alone on the bridge and with all the weight on his heart. Bai Ming can't calm down and repeatedly hits the barrier trying to break through it and stop the man. Bai Ming is already exhausted, standing next to the barrier and begging not to run away. The man who caused Ming's life to be broken into pieces. Bai Ming is furious. He can't believe that this could have happened for a reason, that it was planned beforehand. Ming is angry at the world and wants to avenge his mother. Bai Ming again observes the scene when he asks his mother to hold on just a little longer and try to get out of the car. But she can't do it. Ming again hears the last words when she asked her son to live no matter what, and not to despair. The mother wanted Ming to live for both of them. Ming stood and saw the car explode, and his mom was there inside the blazing fire. The boy stood there and couldn't do anything. He was exhausted and could only watch his pain. Ming, in front of the blazing car, made a vow to his mother that he would keep his promise no matter what. After all, he had nothing else to live for. The boy knew that he would keep his promise at all costs and live through the agony and suffering for his mom's sake. In the past, Ming thought he would just live, but now that he has learned everything and is stronger, he is going to get justice. Now Ming is going to live a new life. He looks at himself in the past and realizes that he wants to live now more than in the past. Bai Ming now will not spare anyone. He will be the perpetrators of the accident, because it was set up on purpose, and now Ming will not stop so easily. Bai Ming intends to pump himself up so that when he finds the man who set up the accident, he will ravage him into small pieces. Ming will destroy everyone in his path. The director exults at having succeeded in imprisoning Ming in the prison of his own mind. The reborn serpent is sure that the guy can't get out, and now he can do whatever he wants without anyone getting in his way. The director throws the emotionless Ming to the floor and is about to act. Now the director will spare no one, and everyone around him is in danger. The principal begins his justice. He is going to show people his snake-eye power. And now people will pay for his suffering in the past. The reincarnated serpent gathers his powers and starts to destroy the school buildings with his snake eyes. The principal is not going to stop. He will destroy everyone. The school students are caught in the crosshairs. The building collapses. All the students panic. Some of them are covered with debris, and some of them are hit by the snake beam. Muru Shui is hit by the destruction of the school. The girl is shocked, because if the school was attacked, it means the arena didn't handle the enemy. Shui can't believe it. Ming was much stronger than the girl, and still couldn't win. The girl is going to go to extreme measures. Shui has a pendant around her neck with an unusual power inside, and if she opens it and drinks the potion, she will be rewarded with unlimited power. But when the effect wears off, she will lose her life. Muru Shui is not afraid of death, because she can save hundreds or even thousands of lives by her action. The girl believes that this is her destiny, and she needs to fight evil by any means necessary. Shui gathers all her will in a fist and breaks the pendant with the potion to take it and fight on equal terms with the evil that affects the school. Shui begins to think of her sister and thinks that even with these actions, she will not be considered her equal. But if she can save thousands of people, then she will change her mind. Suddenly, there is a rumble in the school again, and the pendant from the girl's hands falls somewhere. The girl didn't have time to drink the contents and lost it. The girl is horrified. The thing was her last chance to save humanity, and she lost it. Now she has no chance of winning the battle. The girl searches under all the rubble around her for her pendant, but to no avail. She can hardly find it under the piles of smoke and dust mixed with the destruction. Shui sees something going on outside and thinks it's a sign that maybe she shouldn't take her own life, and someone will deal with the possessed director. The girl sees the principal stop attacking the school, but in the place where he was, there is a huge release of dark aura. The dark energy spreads wherever the principal is. The serpent in the headmaster's body was puzzled. He felt that the guy had woken up, and he doesn't understand how he was able to get out of such a powerful barrier. Demon Xiaotian rejoiced. After all, if Ming survived, it meant that he wouldn't lose his life today either. Xiaotian once again asks the guy to give him his body to finally defeat the insolent serpent. Xiaotian is puzzled. His collar is stretched with unimaginable force, and he doesn't understand who is pulling him and why. Xiaotian's chain was pulled so tight, code as if a new power had awakened in the guy, and now he commands unquestioningly over the demon. Xiaotian is sucked into the vortex of Ming's power. Xiaotian holds on with all his might, but he feels that the guy is persistently pulling him towards him into the vortex of dark energy he spewed out when he returned from the past. The demon is shocked. He realized that the guy intends to devour his soul. The demon didn't think that the guy could do such a thing to the demon. He didn't think that such a course of events could happen. Bi Ming had changed a lot after coming out of the past. The guy was pulling the demon in, and the guy warned him that he might pay for it, because he might not be able to withstand its power. The demon, at one point, just started begging the guy not to absorb him, because the wolf's spirit is not that strong at the moment, and he might not be able to bear the absorption. Demon, he realized something was wrong with the guy. He changed drastically. The principal started to resent him for sparing the guy, and instead of taking his life, he imprisoned him in a prison of past memories, but Ming resisted him. Bei Ming changed his appearance with his new power. There, in the trap of past memories, Ming has awakened a great fierce power, and now he will definitely not yield to the serpent. Bei Ming stands in menacing form and is not afraid of death. He forces the director to attack him, because now he is definitely in his teeth. Ming is now sure to fight the principal in full force. Now that he has absorbed Xiaotian, he will be merciless to his enemies, and will repay them for everything.